Dobar dan svima. Dame i gospodo, moje ime je Jasna Nedić i veliko mi je zadovoljstvo da vam ispred organizatora kompanije New Angles Consulting poželim dobrodošlicu na 6. godišnji SEE NPL Forum. Tradicija ovog događaja i činjenica da se održava već 6. put, kao i da je ovo 6. izdanje najposećenije do sada, samo govori u prilog značaja teme. Globalni trendovi, počevši od pandemije, svetskih političkih izazova, krize lanaca snabdevanja i inflacije, stavljaju i finansijska i realna tržišta pred ne toliko nove, koliko akumulirane efekte ovih izazova. U takvim okolnostima efikasno rešavanje problematičnih potraživanja jedno je od ključnih pitanja za očuvanje likvidnosti nacionalnih ekonomija. Događaj je ove godine podeljen u 4 dinamične celine i jedan Fireside chat. Bavit ćemo se trendovima na regionalnom NPL tržištu, evropskim i lokalnim regulatornim okvirima u okviru prvog panela. U okviru drugog panela razmatrat ćemo pristupe bankarskog sektora u rešavanju različitih NPL izazova, a bavit ćemo se i temom sekuritizacije. U trećem čućemo više o stavovima investitora i izazovima i prilikama sa kojima se susreću. Četvrti panel posvećen je procenama. Diskutovaće se ne samo o aktuelnostima u domenu vrednovanja kolaterala, situaciji na tržištu nekretnina, već i o novim tipovima imovine koji se poslednjih par godina pojavljuju na regionalnim tržištima. Na samom kraju imamo posebno interesantan segment i novu temu koja na neki način upotpunjuje ovu našu diskusiju o NPL-u. Zahvaljujući kancelariji VP Law Firm i kompanije ODM Collections, razgovarat ćemo o upravljanju problematičnim potraživanjima u privredi. Pozivam vas da nakon svakog panela postavite pitanje i tako iskoristite maksimum sadržaja koji ćete danas čuti. Konferencija je dvojezična, simultano se prevodi, za vas u sali su obezbeđene slušalice, dok za online učesnike je obezbeđen takođe prevod pritiskom na dugme Interpretation. I'm going to just switch in English for this. For those of you present in the conference room in need of the translation, the headsets are provided, so just raise your hand and one of my team members will provide them to you. For those of you online, just click the button Interpretation. A sad bih posebno želela da se zahvalim našim mnogobrojnim sponzorima, prijateljima konferencije koji su omogućili da se ona organizuje i ove godine na zaista izuzetno visokom nivou. Najpre, hvala institucionalnom pokrovitelju konferencije, Nacionalnom udruženju procenitelja Srbije i posebno gospođi Danijeli Ilić, predsjednici udruženja i moderatoru panela 4. Zatim, hvala prijateljima foruma, inicijatorima Fireside chata, advokatskoj kancelariji VP Law Firm, koja, moram da kažem, ove godine slavi 15 godina od osnivanja i ja im od srca čestitam, kao i kompaniji ODM Collections. Takođe, veliko hvala NLB Komercijalnoj banci, sponzoru prvog panela, kompaniji EOS Group, sponzora trećeg panela. Ova kompanija zaista od našeg samog početka podržava svaku našu konferenciju. Hvala najlepše. Supporting sponsorima, kompaniji Deloitte i kompaniji ProHit, partnerima foruma, asocijaciji kompanija za upravljanje potraživanjima Srbije, fintech sponzoru, kompaniji Coalco, poslovnom partneru, Slovenačkom poslovnom klubu, kao i mnogobrojnim medijskim partnerima. Naravno, veliku zahvalnost dugujemo našim fantastičnim govornicima koji će i ove godine nesebično podeliti svoja znanja i iskustva sa svima nama. Jedan mali van nastavni moment koji želim da vam ovde takođe najavim, verovatno ste primetili divne slike u našem foajeu i ove godine nastavljamo sa tradicijom prezentovanja savremene srpske umetnosti. Možete videti nekoliko slika, možete čak videti i jedno delo nezavisno koje se zove Infarkt, verovali ili ne. Vrlo primereno nama koji organizujemo konferenciju. Ako vas nešto bude zanimalo, ta izložba je prodajnog karaktera, možete se raspitati za registracionim stolom, naravno, o cenama. Sada ću najaviti nekoliko naših uvodničara, nakon čega će se i oni obratiti vama. Najpre Ognjen Popović, pomoćnik ministra sektora za finansijski sistem Ministarstva finansija Republike Srbije. Govorit će Uglješa Džambić, direktor Odeljenja za posrednu kontrolu poslovanja banaka Narodne banke Srbije, a zatim ćemo čuti uvodno obraćanje gospođe Jelene Jović, generalnog direktora EOS Matrix kompanije za Srbiju, koja je i predsednik Asocijacije kompanija za upravljanje potraživanjima Srbije. Moderator prvog panela je Predrag Miladinović, potpredsednik Asocijacije za upravljanje potraživanjima Srbije i managing partner advokatske kancelarije VP Law Firm. Uživajte danas i u današnjim diskusijama. Gospodine Popoviću, izvolite.
Dobar dan svima. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo da vas pozdravim ispred Ministarstva financija i evo već koju godinu za redom da kažemo na najvećoj ikada konferenciji ove vrste. To nam je nekako prešlo u plan. I kao prvo verujem da dugujem jedno malo izvinjenje, pre svega kolegama iz industrije, jer sam pre tačno godinu dana na ovom istom mestu najavio lansiranje preostalog portfolija potraživanja Republike Srbije, da će biti objavljeno ove godine i tehnički hoće. Nadam se da niste mnogo promašili u svojim budžetima ako ste planirali za ovu godinu, ali definitivno možete da očekujete sledeće. Ono što je bitno jeste da je početak krize u Ukrajini označio uspostavljanje novog trgovinsko-ekonomskog poretka u Evropi i doveo je zaista do tektonskih promena na samom tržištu. Za sada verujemo da u Srbiji se još uvek ne vide rezultati toga i to pokazuje i rast u prvih 6 meseci koji iznosi 4,3%, kao i pokazatelj NPL-ova koji je dalje na istorijskom minimumu. Teo sam u stvari da malo pričam o tim detaljima, ali verujem da će kolege iz Narodne banke podeliti ažurnije cifre od mene. Što se tiče države, ono što nas posebno raduje, kao što znate i kao što i svake godine opet pričam, jeste onaj efekat našeg programa i naše strategije za rešavanje problematičnih potraživanja. Mi smo videli ogroman pad od preko 19% poena u odnosu na 2015. kada smo krenuli sa tom strategijom, ali ono što je naš fokus ove godine i što je fokus u sledećih 6 meseci jeste zaista da pokušamo da stavimo tačku na potraživanje u ime i za račun države i na banke u stečaju. Mi smo od 2015. godine od 40 stečajeva finansijskih institucija stigli na svega 16. Prepolovili smo broj banaka u stečaju i 4 puta smanjili broj osiguranja koje su stečaju. I naš cilj zaista jeste da do kraja sledeće godine konačno se rešimo ovog problema i da gledamo u budućnost, jer mislimo da je budućnost saradnja sa AKUPS-om, da je budućnost rad na novim regulatornim rešenjima. Znači, iako u sledećih 6 meseci apsolutno naš trud će biti usmeren na završavanje prodaje preostalog portfolija, kao i na zatvaranje ovih stečajeva, smatramo da već u drugoj polovini sledeće godine možemo da krenemo da razgovaramo otvoreno o nekim novim regulatornim rešenjima, onome što vidimo da se dešava u Evropskoj uniji i na tome da radimo zajedno sa industrijom. Pored navedenog, takođe bih podelio možda jednu cifru koju kolege iz Narodne banke nemaju, a to je da su potraživanja u ime i za račun države smanjena sa preko 4 milijarde evra u 2015. godini na svega 900 miliona i to ne uključuje preostali portfolio koji će dalje smanjiti taj broj. Tako da zaista jedan fantastičan rezultat koji ne bi bio moguć bez podrške kako industrije, naših savjetnika, svih koji su nas pratili u ovom procesu i zato želim da vam se zahvalim svima. Imajući u vidu značaj ove teme za stabilnost i za dalje razvoj naše privrede u turbulentnim vremenima koje dolaze, velika mi je čast da vas sve pozdravim, da proglasimo ovaj skup otvorenim i da vam svima poželim uspešan rad. Hvala puno.
Poštovane dame i gospodo, poštovani organizatori skupa, izuzetno mi je zadovoljstvo i čast da vas pozdravim ispred Narodne banke Srbije. Najpre bih želeo da istaknem zadovoljstvo zbog učešća na jednom ovakvom forumu koji sad već dugi niz godina omogućava i doprinosi tome da se rezultati Republike Srbije u pogledu smanjenja problematičnih kredita iskomuniciraju svim zainteresovanim stranama i javnosti. Priprema obraćanja za ovaj događaj u trenutnim okolnostima je u neku ruku predstavljala svojevrstan izazov, pre svega imajući u vidu globalnu situaciju sa kojom se svet suočava, pa i mi ovde, i koja svakako utiče i na poslovanje banaka. Stoga, ukoliko mi dozvolite, obratio bih vam se u tom kontekstu i pokušao da sa aspekta Narodne banke Srbije zaokružim najznačajnije segmente na polju problematičnih kredita. Kao što je poznato, pitanje problematičnih kredita je u prethodnom periodu obeležilo finansijski sektor i to ne samo u Srbiji, već i u zemljama širom Evrope, i to do te mere da je bilo neophodno početi da se problematični krediti tretiraju na jedan sveobuhvatan i sistematičan način. To se pre svega oslikavalo kroz brojne aktivnosti evropskih institucija, koje su usaglašene na kraju kroz usvajanje akcionog plana za rešavanje problematičnih kredita, koji između ostalog se odnosio i na oblast supervizije, na oblast unapređenja nacionalnih okvira za restrukturiranje, naplatu i stečaj potraživanja, kao i na razvoj sekundarnih tržišta loše aktive. Kada je u pitanju Republika Srbija, ono što u ovom trenutku dobijamo kao konstataciju od svih relevantnih međunarodnih faktora na polju problematičnih kredita jeste da su postignuti rezultati Republike Srbije u prethodnom periodu izvanredni. Ti takvi rezultati nisu se desili sami od sebe, već je rezultat truda i zalaganja ne samo Narodne banke Srbije, već i ostalih institucija, kao i spremnosti i sposobnosti banaka da na adekvatan način i savesno sprovedu aktivnosti koje se od njih očekuju. Podsjetio bih vas da je samo pre par godina, kao što je kolega iz Ministarstva finansija rekao, usvojena strategija za rešavanje problematičnih kredita. To su zajedničkim naporima Vlade Republike Srbije, Narodne banke Srbije i ostalih učesnika krenulo se tretirati pitanje problematičnih kredita na sistematičan način, koji su u tom trenutku iznosili preko 20%. Takođe, u septembru 2017. godine Narodna banka Srbije usvojila odluku o računovodstvenom otpisu bilansne aktive i od tog trenutka je krenulo intenzivnije otpisivanje potraživanja u bankarskom sektoru. Ono što je bitno istaći na jednom ovakvom skupu jesu rezultati tih preduzetih mera, a to nam najbolje govore poslednji raspoloživi podaci, gde nam je bruto NPL pokazatelj iznosio u septembru 2022. godine 3,19%. To je istorijski najniži nivo navedenog pokazatelja od kad se taj pokazatelj meri u Republici Srbiji. Na primer, u trenutku usvajanja strategije za rešavanje problematičnih kredita, on je bio 19,10% poena veći nego u septembru 2022. godine. Kada govorimo o apsolutnom iznosu problematičnih kredita, oni su iznosili 430 milijardi dinara u avgustu 2015. godine, dok su u septembru 2022. godine iznosili nešto iznad 100 milijardi dinara. Odnosno, to je značajno smanjenje od preko 75%. Kada pogledamo šta je to najviše doprinelo tom značajnom smanjenju problematičnih kredita, tu su pre svega direktni otpisi potraživanja i ustupanje, odnosno prodaja potraživanja. Direktni otpisi potraživanja su period od usvajanja strategije do septembra 2022. godine doprineli smanjenju apsolutnog iznosa problematičnih kredita za oko 240 milijardi dinara. Dok su ustupanja, odnosno prodaja potraživanja što licima u bankarskom sektoru, što licima van bankarskog sektora, za neki duži period posmatranja, na primjer od 2013. godine, doprineli smanjenju apsolutnog iznosa problematičnih kredita za 340 milijardi dinara. Ona su ustupljena uz naknadu od oko 130 milijardi dinara, odnosno uz naknadu od oko 38%. Kada analiziramo sektorsku strukturu trenutno postojećeg nivoa problematičnih kredita, možemo zaključiti da prema poslednjim podacima učešće sektora privrede u apsolutnom iznosu bruto NPL-a iznosi 42%, dok sektor fizičkih lica, tu pre svega uključujemo sektor stanovništva, registrovana poljoprivredna gazdinstva kao i preduzetnike, doprinosi NPL-u sa 56%. Ostatak se odnosi na sektor finansija kao i na sektor nerezidenata. I pored postignutih ovih izvanrednih rezultata u prethodnom periodu, Narodna banka Srbije svojim redovnim, regulatornim i supervizorskim aktivnostima i dalje nastoji da spreči nastanak novih problematičnih kredita. U prethodnom periodu regulatorne aktivnosti su pre svega bile usmerene na situaciju izazvanom pandemija koronavirusa i podsjetit ću vas da smo u prethodnom periodu usvojili propise kojima je omogućeno 2 moratorijuma klijentima, svim dužnicima koji se za to opredele, kao i da je klijentima čije je poslovanje, odnosno finansijsko stanje bilo ugroženo usled pandemije, omogućene olakšice u vidu grace perioda u trajanju od 6 meseci. Efekti preduzetih regulatornih i supervizorskih mera su rezultirali time da je bruto NPL pokazatelj trenutno na nivou koji je ispod pandemijskog. Na kraju, želeo bih da napomenem da Narodna banka Srbije i dalje nastoji da preduzme aktivnosti koje će rezultirati smanjenjem preostalog iznosa NPL-a, kao i da predupredi dalji rast, potencijalni rast novih problematičnih kredita. Hvala vam puno.
Dame i gospodo, dobar dan. Moje ime je Jelena Jović i ja sam predsjednica Asocijacije za upravljanje potraživanjima Srbije. Zadovoljstvo mi je da vas u svoje, pre svega lično ime i u ime svih kolega i članova asocijacije pozdravim i da vam poželim dobrodošlicu na 6. NPL Forum. Jako mi je drago pre svega da vidim da je sala puna i da nas ima u velikom broju danas, što opet govori da s jedne strane je tema NPL-a i tekako aktivna i da ima puno interesovanja za nju. Sa druge strane sam sigurna da smo se svi uželeli ovakvih prilika i prilika da možemo da podelimo ideje, viđenja i pre svega izazove sa kojima se susrećemo posebno u specifičnom trenutku kao što je ovaj danas. Sastali smo se pre tačno godinu dana na ovom istom mestu i negde smo svi zajedno sa puno entuzijazma govorili o tome kako smo prevazišli efekte krize i koji su to planovi i predviđanja u svim pojedinačnim industrijama koje se ogledaju na to kako ćemo da prevaziđemo sve sa čime smo se susreli sa velikom pandemijom koja je poremetila, da kažem, lokalne ekonomije i globalne ekonomije i uopšte uticala na sve industrije. Ali čini mi se da niko nije mogao prošle godine da pretpostavi da ćemo se naći u ovako izazovnom momentu koji, dakle, menja globalne tokove na više nivoa. Jako mi je drago da mogu danas da budem deo diskusije ispred pre svega asocijacije i ispred kompanije na čijem sam čelu i smatram da imamo jako puno izazova pred nama i da je danas više nego ikad važno da radimo zajedno na prevazilaženju svih izazova sa kojima se suočavamo. Upravo iz tih razloga mislim da je jako važno da jedna asocijacija kao što je AKUPS, na čijem sam čelu, upravo i osnovana u ovakvom momentu, da kažem, izazovnom sa jedne strane u smislu svega sa čime se u industriji suočavamo, ali takođe i u očekivanju novog NPL talasa koji će nekako sa aspekta, da kažem, kompanija koje se bave upravljanjem potraživanjima sigurno doći. AKUPS je mlada asocijacija, mi postojimo svega godinu dana i prosto pre godinu dana je negde se pojavila potreba da svi zajedno kao kompanije koje rade na ovom tržištu se okupimo i nekako skupimo snage i zajedno krenemo da radimo na unapređenju same industrije i samog tržišta. Asocijacija je osnovana prošle godine i upravo je na ovom mestu pre godinu dana bilo, dakle, naše prvo, da kažem, javno predstavljanje. Asocijaciju čine sve kompanije koje se bave upravljanjem potraživanjima na ovom tržištu i upravo kroz osnivanje asocijacije naša glavna ideja i misija je bila da upravo povežemo sve učesnike na tržištu upravljanja potraživanjima kako bismo mogli da obezbedimo odgovarajući regulatorni okvir i kako bismo mogli da obezbedimo unapređenje same profesije kroz poštovanje standarda poslovanja, ali takođe da obezbedimo iste uslove, jednake uslove za sve učesnike na tržištu i samim tim podstaknemo konkurentnost i podstaknemo razvoj samog tržišta. Jako je važno da asocijacija i uopšte kompanije koje se, dakle, bave upravljanjem potraživanjima postoje na svim tržištima, naravno i na tržištu Srbije. Mi smatramo da smo veoma važan deo finansijskog sistema iz Srbije i tome u prilog govori nekoliko činjenica koje želim da podelim sa vama, prosto da imate uvid u to šta je industrija upravljanja potraživanjima, ko su kompanije koje se time bave i šta je zapravo volumen, da kažem, portfolija i aseta i NPL-a kojima se mi bavimo. Dakle, asocijacija je okupila sve kompanije koje se bave upravljanje potraživanjima na teritoriji Srbije. Ima nas 7 kao članova osnivača, 4 kompanije se bave servisiranjem NPL-a u ime i za račun, dakle rade servisiranje skoro za većinu banaka na srpskom tržištu, 5 kompanija aktivno upravlja i bavi se investiranjem u NPL-ove i negde svi zajedno smo u prethodnih 10 godina investirali preko 180 miliona eura. Mi upravljamo zajedno sa portfolijom koji ima vrednost preko 3 milijarde eura u svojim knjigama, dakle, otkupljeni portfolio koji se nalazi u kompanijama koje se bave upravljanjem potraživanjima je na zaista značajnom nivou. Takođe, radimo sa preko 500.000 aktivnih dužnika, odnosno korisnika finansijskih usluga u našim portfolijima. Vodimo preko 60.000 aktivnih sudskih postupaka i na mesečnom nivou servisiramo preko 200.000 korisnika finansijskih usluga. Dakle, ovo su zaista impozantne cifre i negde sam sigurna da većina vas u ovoj sali nije bila donekle u potpunosti svesna veličine industrije i obima potraživanja kojima mi upravljamo i kojima se bavimo, što u ime naplate, dakle u servisu u ime i za račun, što kao investitori na NPL tržištu. I to nam s jedne strane daje motiv, ali sa druge strane jako veliku obavezu da se dodatno uredimo i da obezbedimo jednake uslove, dakle i poštovanje standarda i, da kažem, adekvatna rešenja koja će biti u korist svih učesnika na finansijskom tržištu. Dakle, kao što sam rekla, smatramo da smo veoma važan deo finansijskog sistema Srbije i negde volimo da kažemo da smo mi uvek deo rešenja. Dakle, mi vraćamo novčane tokove u privredu, vraćamo nepokretnosti u privredu, omogućavamo da se inicijalni kreditori fokusiraju na svoju inicijalnu delatnost, da smanje troškove, ali ono što je jako važno, u krajnjoj liniji dajemo mogućnost i fair šansu da korisnici finansijskih usluga i sami dužnici iz tog problema sa kojima se suočavaju izađu na adekvatan način. Tako da mislim da je jako važno da svi zajedno radimo na pre svega unapređenju profesije ili unapređenju regulatornog okvira kako bi smo mogli da obezbedimo adekvatne uslove na tržištu koje će ići u korist svih korisnika finansijskih usluga. Dakle, naša misija je svakako da obezbedimo tržište koje je transparentno, koje je koherentno, koje je regulisano sa jasno definisanim zakonima koji ga regulišu, koji će sa jedne strane da obezbede svim kompanijama koje se upravljanjem potraživanjem bave da obavljaju svoju delatnost na transparentan i jasno definisan i regulisan način, a da sa druge strane obezbedimo poštovanje standarda, stabilnost i, da kažem, adekvatna rešenja za sve korisnike finansijskih usluga kao i kompanije koje na tom tržištu postoje. Ono što je važno, dakle, u celokupnom ovom definisanju ciljeva i neke naše misije kao mlade asocijacije, mislimo da su svi ti ciljevi idu u korak i imaju krajnji cilj unapređenja samog tržišta NPL-a. Dakle, šta mi želimo? Dakle, mi želimo da budemo pre svega deo dijaloga i negde je i Ognjen to pomenuo kao i kolega iz Narodne banke. Mislim da moramo da radimo zajedno sa svim relevantnim institucijama, sa svim, dakle, domaćim, lokalnim samoupravama, državnim institucijama, kako bismo obezbedili pre svega unapređenje tržišta i standardizaciju i negde regulisanje prava i obaveza za sve učesnike na tržištu. Ono što je takođe važno je da većina naših kompanija osnivača ima sedište u državama Evropske unije, tako da mi apsolutno pratimo dešavanje i na evropskom tržištu kroz lokalne kompanije u kojima radimo i nekako trudimo se da tu najbolju praksu koja postoji u evropskim državama u smislu obavljanja i same delatnosti, ali regulatornih rešenja prenesemo na lokalno tržište i to će svakako biti jedan od ciljeva asocijacije u narednom periodu. Takođe želimo da edukujemo javnost i da unapredimo profesiju u narednom periodu pre svega kroz dijalog i dakle edukaciju ne samo profesionalnih učesnika na samom tržištu NPL-a, već takođe i da edukujemo javnost i da prosto približimo stavove svih učesnika, kako kompanije koje se time bave, a tako i korisnika finansijskih usluga, da prosto smo mi deo rešenja i jako je važno da svi učesnici i da korisnici finansijskih usluga shvate da smo deo rešenja i da možemo da im pomognemo da iz nagomilanih problema izađu i da svakako se približimo u smislu da postoje jasni standardi, jasna regulativa ko se, dakle, samim uslugama, pružanjem usluga upravljanja potraživanjima može baviti da bi se obezbedila transparentnost i dodatno unapređenje tržišta. Svakako, jedan od važnih ciljeva u našoj agendi jeste i unapređenje regulatornog okvira i pravnog okvira. Mislim da se na tom polju već dosta je uradilo u prethodnom periodu, ali svakako smatramo da postoje određena rešenja na kojima zajedno možemo da radimo i koje će svakako obezbediti stabilnost i poštovanje standarda, ali neko to približavanje regulative i pravnog okvira regulativi Evropske unije. Mi smo industrija koja jeste regulisana, ali negde smatramo nedovoljno regulisana i svakako mi je drago da mogu da kažem da smo dobili i danas uveravanja da svakako imamo u agendi svi zajedno nekakav plan da radimo na daljem unapređenju same regulative kako bismo obezbedili sam rast industrije, zaštitu profesije i da kažem jednake uslove za sve aktere na samom tržištu. Da bismo sve ovo mogli da ostvarimo, naravno, neophodna nam je i pomoć. Dakle, mi kao asocijacija ćemo svakako voditi te inicijative, voditi različite projekte u smislu formiranja različitih radnih grupa koje će biti usmerene na različite oblasti, da kažem, na različite segmente unapređenja, ali svakako nam je potrebna pomoć svih aktera na tržištu, dakle, svih eksperata, državnih institucija, naravno, Ministarstva finansija i Narodne banke sa koje mogu da kažem da već imamo aktivnu komunikaciju u pogledu unapređenja regulative, tako da nam je potrebna pomoć svih vas, a mi smo tu iz asocijacije upravo da sve inicijative prihvatimo, izanaliziramo i uzmemo nešto što je najbolje kako bismo doprineli razvoju NPL tržišta u Srbiji. Hvala vam u svoje ime i u ime svih članova asocijacije i želim vam jedan prijatan dan. Siguran sam da ćemo danas kroz različite diskusije nekako dobiti malo bolje viđenje kako ćemo se svi zajedno boriti sa ovim izazovima koji svakako nisu laki pred nama. Hvala.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a real pleasure to moderate the first in a series of discussions today. In this panel, we will try to be a bit prophetic, and our guests will try to answer how they see a period Okay, great. We're complete now. I was a bit afraid that only Jelena and I will have to do all the work. Our guests today will try to answer how they see a period ahead in the banking and distressed asset industry. Are we facing the perfect economic storm, as the NPL organizers said in their agenda? We will try to answer the questions of how will conflicts, inflation, tectonic changes in the structure of various markets, and interest-induced credit risks affect our industry, especially after the end of the pandemic crisis. This task may be a bit difficult, but that's why we have amazing speakers with us today who are really most apt to provide these answers. With us today are Mr. Bojan Fras, Vice Governor of Croatian National Bank, Mr. Dan Vasiljev, Assistant Director of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Mr. Eric Cloutier, partner, KPMG ECB office, live from London on our big screen, Mr. Dan Janjatovic, Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of NLB Komercijalna banka, and Mrs. Jelena Jovic, President of the Association of Receivables Management Companies in Serbia. Thank you all for taking the time to be here today. We really look forward to the discussion, and since our time is very limited, we'll start with the questions right away. The first question actually would be, all of us here are actually very keen to know what's going to happen in the next year on our markets. How do you see economic and NPL trends on European, SEE, and local national markets in a year ahead of us? What can we expect until the next SEE NPL Forum? Maybe Dan Vasiljev can open the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here today with you, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to extend my gratitude as well to the organizers for inviting me to this panel. So let me start by briefly reflecting on the situation and trends in the European Union. I think it's fair to say that the European banks are in much more robust position than they were at the outset of the previous crisis, and that's simply because they have spent a lot of time and efforts and resources trying to bring NPLs to lower levels. And as of the first half of this year, the NPL ratio in EU stood at 1.8%, which is the minimum since the great financial crisis. The significant banks in EU have ample capital and liquidity buffers, and the rising interest rate will actually provide a temporary boost to the profits, and that might, to an extent, counterbalance any potential impact of deterioration in asset quality. But that actually brings us to the second point, which is that there are some early warning signs that are perhaps indicate some asset quality deterioration. So the stage 2 loans measured by EBA stood at 9.5%, which is the max, sort of exceeds the previous peak which was recorded at the end of 2020. And one has to have in the mind the background against which this is happening, because rising inflation might jeopardize some vulnerable firms and households. In a number of jurisdictions, residential real estate prices seem to be overdue for a correction. And then we have the increasing gas prices, in some cases even gas rationing, which again might pose a challenge for the asset quality. And because of these reasons, the supervisors in the EU are placing an emphasis on forward-looking NPE strategies. So as I said, banks have put a lot of effort into recent years in addressing NPLs, but more lately, they have been rebalancing to an extent their resources internally, moving them from workout to focus on their core business. So I think what's important is to remain alert and vigilant to address any signs of increasing NPL accumulation. Now moving on to our region, which is Central Eastern and Southeastern Europe, I think it's fair to say that the developments here broadly mimic the ones in the European Union. The NPL ratio, and we heard previously from the representative Serbian authorities that the NPL ratio in Serbia is at the historic minimum. I think it's the same across the SEE region, where it stood at 2.6% as of the first half of this year. But again, similar to the EU, there are some warning signs, stage 2 loans, the overall macroeconomic backdrop against which this is happening. So I think it's very important to place an emphasis on sort of early warning system, early identification, and NPL prevention. And perhaps one important area is to work on developing the secondary market for NPLs, because that might actually help in minimizing both the stock and helping deal with the flow of NPLs.
Thank you, Dan. Bojan, can you tell us what can expect?
Sure. Prvo da se zahvalim još jednom organizatoru na pozivu, ugodno je biti ovdje. Ja sam već ovdje ranije bio na ovoj konferenciji, lijepo je biti u Belgradu nakon nešto dužeg vremena, tako da lijepi pozdrav svima i sad ću nastaviti kao i ostali moji kolege na engleske. So thanks very much for this question. Yes, I would very much agree with what Dan summed up, and I think that this entire panel may be summed up by some of the points that Dan pointed out right now. In Croatia, we have a sort of, I would say, less of a doomsday atmosphere regarding the expected developments, primarily because I would say two reasons. One is that economic indicators have been very good last year. After the record GDP growth last year, which was over 13% this year, we expect that the growth will be at the range of 5.5%. Next year, it will diminish to 1%. However, still with this 1%, it will be among the higher end of the countries of the European Union. So in that regard, certainly, we have seen some good developments. Also, public finances have been brought back in order. General government debt has been going down. It will be expected to reach 67%, which is also very important because of that Maastricht criteria for the joining of the Eurozone. So altogether, labor markets seem to be quite well. We have, similar as in other countries of the region and other countries of Europe, we have more of the problem these days with finding appropriate labor force, mostly outside the region and outside Croatia. So to that extent, things have been developing very well. That is one aspect of this. Certainly, the risks that Dan has pointed out. First of all, the consequences of the conflict in Ukraine, which resulted with the rise of the energy prices, then the inflation. Then still potential risk associated with perhaps new wave of COVID or new variants and so forth. They remain present, and they certainly require caution. Second component of the perspective that comes from Croatia is really the introduction of euro. As you probably do know, as of July this year, Croatia has become a member of the Eurozone, meaning that as of 1st of January next year, euro will come, Croatia will use euro as its national currency. And this altogether brings many, many, many advantages. In fact, we were not aware of how many advantages we would see during that 4 or 5 period of intensive work on and efforts invested in joining the Eurozone. There are many of them. We can discuss about that later. One of them is that, for example, over the last 6 months, Croatia was, I would say, awarded the credit ratio for 2 notches up, so now we are at Fitch for BBB+, which is the highest rating we have ever had. Also, we see that we have been much more resilient to the rise of the interest rates. In comparison with other countries in the area, our interest rates for non-financial corporates remain below 3%, somewhere in the range also of the EU, whereas some other countries in the region have seen really a dramatic rise of the interest rate. So I think these 2 components really make the scene for this topic. And as for the NPLs in Croatia, I should say that congratulations to Serbia, because our current, that is in June this year, our current NPL ratio stands at 3.8. I understand Serbia is at 2.9. And indeed, Serbia is now really on the same level of the NPLs as the entire region, which I think, according to the latest NPL monitor, is 2.8%. Volumes have gone down dramatically over the last few years. I mean, the highest volumes were in the 2015 and 2016 when they reached 7 or to 8 billion euro, whereas these days, I mean, the data for the first 6 months of this year indicate that we have had much less, that is 2.2 billion. As for the sales, from 1.2 billion volume of sales in 2015, in the first 6 months of this year, we have reached only 272 million kuna of sales. So sales don't seem to be currently a great topic in Croatia.
Thank you, Bojan. Dan and Jelena, how do you see things going in Serbia in regards of economic development and NPL trends in upcoming period?
Jelena, would you like?
Okay, you can proceed and I will continue.
Thank you. I will do my part in Serbian, if you don't mind. Situacija u Srbiji je slična, kao što smo čuli od kolega, i u Evropi i u Hrvatskoj. Za sada trend NPL-a i dalje ima silazni trend, iako za određene segmente vidimo prve znake pogoršanja. Ti segmenti koji imaju pogoršanje su pre svega oni segmenti koji su osetljivi na povećanje kamatnih stopa i na povećanje troškova života, pre svega naravno kroz inflaciju, tako da vidimo da potrošački segment potrošačkih kredita ima uzlazni trend NPL-a, što je, da kažem, posledica i visoke stope inflacije, a sada će biti posledica rasta kamatnih stopa. Još jedan problem koji Srbija potencijalno ima, koji se razlikuje od zemalja u Evropskoj uniji koji imaju valutu evro, jeste i potencijalna promena vrednosti dinara. Međutim, Narodna banka sada drži politiku stabilnog kursa dinara, s obzirom da dinar i kurs dinara ima zaista sistematski rizike za Srbiju. Narodna banka je to prepoznala, tako da zadnjih nekoliko godina taj kurs se drži veoma na stabilnom nivou. Ukoliko se promeni politika kursa, to onda dodatno može da utiče na NPL, ali za sada taj segment ima rast, ali dok ovi ostali segmenti imaju pad stope problematičnih kredita. Ono što vidimo jeste povećanje kreditnog rizika, za sada performing kredita, nešto nam raste malo stage 2, to su prvi znaci većeg kreditnog rizika, tako da to je ono što je trenutna situacija.
Okay, I would fully agree with everything that Dan mentioned, and actually we're from the industry are following the developments on the NPL market, and as we already heard, the NPLs on the Serbian market is on a historical low level. So we think that based on the strategies that were introduced during the past years, we had that impact that NPL is really on the historical low level. What we see and what we expect, we had firstly COVID, and the first expectations of the COVID was that we're going to see the significant increase of the NPL, but that actually didn't happen. Also thanks to the measures that the government took to prevent the crisis from one hand. On the other hand, I think that the banks are also adjusted very well in terms of the handling the NPL during the pandemic, having a very high activity on the restructuring side, but also it is expected, what Dan mentioned, that some of the segments of the NPL market will have some kind of increase. This is from our point of view. We expect increase of the NPL in the retail actually segment due to high inflation and low possibility and capabilities of the individuals to service their debts from one hand. In terms of the NPL market, I can say that market, we have also the NPLs in the banking sector, but also the overall NPL market is higher, actually, meaning that we have a lot of NPLs in the out of banking sector, meaning that we also mentioned in the previous NPL forum in the last year, we discussed about the secondary market and the NPLs, which is not developed very well still, so I think there is an improvement for that. But of course, it is expected that NPL will increase, but I would also give a point that NPLs out of the NPL sector are quite high. We have many transactions on the market between the legal entities, but with still not very well regulated standards for the secondary market. So this is the short view from our point as an association.
Jelena, during the keynote speeches, we heard a lot about regulation on EU level, on national levels. Eric is someone who is very familiar with what's happening on NPL regulations on EU level. And I would kindly ask Eric maybe to introduce us what are the current trends and what we can expect in the future in that sense. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be joining, at least virtually. Can you hear me well, just to make sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Well, this is a very big question, actually, in terms of regulations. A lot has been done in the EU in terms of regulatory initiatives in recent years for credit risk management and NPLs. Since the last crisis, especially like in the last 5 years, a lot have been done to deal with the stock of NPL in Europe. And now entering the pandemic, a new focus has been put on it in terms of anticipating any new flows, as Diane really well introduced in the beginning. This included actually the ECB setting up clear expectations from banks on how to manage credit risks and also prepare for these new NPLs. As you may know, there's a lot of guidelines in the EU that were established and implemented over the last years. So now there was a regain in making sure that banks have all the operations in place to identify risk early and also to manage the NPLs when they come in the balance sheet. On the back of this, there's also a lot of initiative that have been introduced by the European Commission. So mainly in reaction to COVID, because we're anticipating a big wave of NPLs. So in 2020, in December 2020, the European Commission published an action plan to tackling NPLs in the context of the pandemic. This action plan is ongoing. I'm members of the advisory panel on NPLs for the European Commission who is tasked to implement those. And that has been evolved now from the pandemic to the current crisis, because these all aim to improve the secondary market in Europe. So some of these actions are quite relevant also for outside of the EU, and I might indicate some of them. So there's been some tools created, still being created, and there's also new directives being implemented. So, for example, in terms of tools, the ECB, the European Commission, my apologies, published a couple of weeks ago guidelines on best execution process for sales of NPLs in the EU. So that's a document. It's not compulsory, but it highlights the best practices for transactions, and it's really aimed to help new sellers to run the process smoothly. So something very interesting to have a look at, especially for new sellers or new entrants in the EU market. Another important focus of the European regulators have been on data for NPLs, to make sure that adequate data are provided for transactions, and to increase also standardization of information provided by banks to investors and servicers. On that respect, in 2017-18, the EBA created NPL transactions templates, which were voluntary. They were just meant to be used as a guidelines, for banks to put a loan tape together for transactions, but they were not compulsory. I advise also the EBA on those. Now they're moving towards making those voluntary. They were tasked to fine-tune them, simplify them, and make them as a new requirement for NPL transactions in Europe. So we are now at the last stage of approval by the EBA and the European Commission on those. So they are likely to become effective next year. And that will mean that any new transactions will need to at least provide these type of data for sale from a bank to investors. So quite significant. And also, if that's a new standard in Europe, we can expect that investors and servicers might want to see similar data outside in the adjacent country to the EU. Now, the last point I really want to highlight is quite important and relevant for you as well in the region, is the EU directive on credit servicers and processors. So that's a new directive that entered into force in 28 December 21. And it aims at further harmonizing the regulations in Europe for the secondary NPL markets, and also in the mix protect borrowers' rights. So there's a lot of implications there for sellers and buyers and servicers. And the EU member states are expected to transpose the directive into the national regulations and law by 29 December 2023. So maybe just highlighting the main impacts that will have for the different stakeholders. So for credit servicers, they will now need to be authorized in their own member state before commencing activities in that jurisdictions. And the directive introduced a lot of new requirements also for servicers. It ranges from the governance to the internal controls, the policies, suitability of management, AML, etc. So it's quite creates really a framework around what is expected from servicers. It also, for credit processors, also provides some guidance. They will not need to be authorized unless they intend to perform credit servicing operations themselves in EU member states. However, if the borrower is a natural person or a macro, small or medium-sized entity, and the credit processor is based in a third country, they will have to, so that means they're not domiciled in the EU, they must appoint an EU domiciled representative or a specialized servicer. So that's really a new introduction there for requirements. And finally, for the seller themselves, for banks, the main change is what I just mentioned before, is the directive also refers to the EBA NPL templates, or the requirement to have standardized data. And they will be required to provide these data to buyers, potential buyers of the NPLs. So once again, while that is not directly relevant to Serbia, we can expect further harmonization, in the EU, and that will have also an impact in countries around. So really a lot of things to look into, a lot of things that might impact you as well that are worth keeping an eye on and paying special attention to.
Thank you, Eric. We've heard what's new on the EU level, and now, Bojan, I would ask you to maybe explain to us how that implementation on local level would look like. You will have to deal with it.
Yeah. I believe that I should first add some flavor to what Eric initially mentioned. I think that we can all agree that exceptional volumes were traded over the last, 5-6 years of NPLs in the pre-pandemic period, and with the clear results. Banks have cleaned their balance sheet, they were able to return to their business as usual. New industry of NPL has emerged. It seems to be very lucrative after all. And also some banking clients, actually many of them, in particular corporates, got the opportunity to get a more flexible approach as to their debt. So I think these are certainly the profits of this. However, during all this during all this period, the secondary markets have remained largely unregulated. So it was sort of a reign of freedom, or if you want, dictatorship of unregulation, which may be attributed to the secondary market. So one of the things which is very important now is that the bank service, that the services, NPL services, will have to be licensed. They will have to be supervised. So if we just put onto a scale the quantity of requirements that regular banks have to fulfill. I think I asked my colleague supervisors a while ago, I think that each bank in Croatia, everyone in EU, has to submit on a monthly basis I think more than 220 reports on a monthly basis, whereas NPL servicing company currently doesn't have any obligation of the sort. So, and in particular in these areas where we still question ourselves what is the rule of law, how much in real terms, a servicing company may go forward, and with what means can it go forward, in particular in relation to the private customers, to the consumers in collection. So all these things, I think, together really call for a more regulated NPL secondary markets. As for the implementation, this is, I think, quite interesting question. I even dare putting forward that there's been a considerable hesitation with passing of this directive, NPL directive in the EU, because, frankly, all the biggest trades have already been performed over the last 5 years, and then the duty of member states to introduce the NPL directive, that is to implement it only by 29th of December of next year, actually suggests that still there will be a substantial portion of time during which the NPL servicers and this secondary NPL industry will remain unregulated. So anyhow, we in Croatia, we have still a good year to go to agree about those issues that public authorities very much dislike to agree upon. I'm saying this because I have spent 25 years, we are colleagues, as a practicing lawyer, as auditnik in Croatia, and before I joined the central bank, and it is part of the philosophy of the public sector, that they shouldn't be awarded some new tasks. So anyhow, one of the things indeed who will be licensing the new NPL services, who will be supervising them, with what means, with what capacities and so forth. So this is a discussion I think that, at least in my country, will still have to be undertaken in a way. It is possible the Croatian National Bank could also take part in one of those activities.
We're looking forward to your positive experiences so that you can make job easier for us here in Serbia. Jelena, what do you expect in Serbia in this term? We heard a couple of sentences during your keynote speech about it.
Exactly. It's going to be easier to ask when you implement it, then we will get the best practice for you, like usual. Actually, from the local perspective, we already heard in the colleagues and then Eric and the Bond, they explained what is the key points of the new directive and what is the next phases in the implementation. And I think from the local perspective and speaking on behalf of the association, we are very familiar with the actually NPL directive since we are coming from the companies there have the headquarters in the UR countries, so we're just dealing this on a daily basis with the business that we are dealing with. But as I mentioned in my speech, one of the key points and priorities of the association is just the improvement of the regulatory framework. Of course, we are not that highly regulated, and one of the things it's good to have that directive, and actually it's a perfect moment for us because we can now follow the implementation in the region, also the full implementation in the EU countries, and then to have actually enough time to consider what practice and what requirements can be applied on the local market, what we can use as a best practice. But we are all aware that we need to be regulated, especially because we are working with international services and investors, so we just need to comply with the regulations, what is around us, like in Croatia and in other markets. So this is top priority as a goal for the association in the next period, of course, with the dialogue and active communication and activities and initiatives that we're going to have. That's going to be one of the goals, just to be more closer and to take all the possible requirements that are good and implement in the EU and to implement it on the local level.
According to many reports, the impact of international sanctions, corporate exits, stagnation shock had a significant impact on European and regional banking sector. How do you see these risks, and which of those risks are the most dangerous ones for the banks? Maybe we can start with Mr. Bojan Fras here.
Okay, thank you. I think that stagnation is sort of a too heavy expression for this discussion. It certainly raises the attention of the audience, but I think, I myself am a lawyer, not an economist, but since I've been messing around with top economists last few years, I learned that the stagflation includes not only weak growth and the inflation, but also this component of high unemployment. And I think that in most of the European countries, they may correct me on this, we have not seen any dramatic rise of unemployment, perhaps in the UK, but not even there. I mean, I'm thinking about London Heathrow Airport and layoffs that they made, which eventually caused the problems with delivery of baggage. Yeah. Anyhow, I think that, well, it's a very nice coincidence. A colleague of mine yesterday draw my attention to the fact that the ECB has indeed yesterday passed its financial stability review for November, where where they, determined that certainly the risk to financial stability in the euro area has increased, and due to, these already in all these discussions, usual suspects. First of all, we are talking about a conflict in relation to Ukraine, then we are talking about inflation, then we are talking about weakened demand, then we may be talking about the increased cost of financing and so forth. So anyhow, I think that really the answer to this question was given by Dan at the very beginning, and that is that certainly at this point, in short term, we do not see substantial or very dramatic threats to the financial stability in this regard. Whereas in mid-term, certainly the risk exists, and of course, one of the consequences of the current situation is the potential increased vulnerability of households or also companies that hold more debt, and therefore it will be challenging for firms and households to service their debts in mid-term. However, this very same report of the ECB passed yesterday confirms that EU banking system remained resilient and also profitable. Banks have benefited from higher interest rates. So I think that generally one could say that the EU banking system is well placed to withstand many risks. Partly also because what Dan pointed out also, I have to refer to Dan all the time in answering this question, because I think that he, and even in the beginning, if you remember, I said I think that he have correctly summed up all these matters that need to be addressed in relation to this topic. So, yeah, I think that certainly when we are coming from the central bank, we have mechanisms to, if not completely eliminate, but to prevent it. And these are very typical central banking instruments. Colleague from the Serbian National Bank would recognize that. One is a better or more diligent provisioning on one hand, and on the other hand, what also ECB points out is a potential introduction of the macroprudential measures, capital buffers in particular. Macroprudential doctrine is something that emerged after the last global financial crisis, and it's been quite consecutively, actually consistently applied in many of the European laws that govern banking. So this is, I think, pretty much what situation is. In Croatia, we have, as I said in the beginning, we seem to have a very, very positive general situation. Our deposit base is very high in banking and it grows constantly. We have seen the average credit growth last year in the range of 7.5%. Particularly interesting is that the companies, non-financial companies, have contributed to this credit growth with more than 12%. So I believe that we have learned something from the global financial crisis, and for this forum, I think it's very important that we have learned how to deal with the NPLs.
Eric, can we hear your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, very well answered just now, and also that was touched a little bit in the introduction as well. Maybe like drilling down a little bit in terms of the asset quality. I think from my perspective, one of the concern is still, well, we will be entering into recession, at least in Europe, and we're heading towards deterioration. And a big question remains, with the current volatility and uncertainties, is how that will really impact next year the asset quality. It's a little bit, everyone's guess at the moment, but there's a lot of intertwined and correlated factors that are impacting on both the consumers and the businesses. We mentioned them before, but the price of energy, inflation, rising interest rates. So there's a lot of still issues that start showing in the stage 2, as Diane was mentioning earlier. But the challenge with the banks, for the banks at the moment, is really seeing these risks and being able to understand how that will impact at a granular level the loan book and preempt any potential issues. So in Europe, what we've seen is a lot of focus now on different sectors most vulnerable to energy intensive sectors, but also the sectors that are most sensitive to the interest rates increase. And we're talking here in Europe, with a close focus on the CRE book, the residential real estate as well, leverage finance. So the regulators are really drilling down on clusters of risk to make sure that we don't face any surprises.
Dan, how do you see these new risks and their effects in Serbia?
Definitivno svi ovi ekonomski izazovi koji su sada aktuelni imaće svoje posljedice. Se sad čujemo, tako je. Imaće svoju posljedicu u narednim godinama. Mi očekujemo da će biti značajno povećani rizici sledeće godine i godinu posle toga. Naši modeli pokazuju da postoji određeni time lag, vremenski gap između uticaja ekonomskih faktora i prelivanja na NPL-ove. Kod korporativnih klijenata to je nešto duži period, kod retail klijenata to se efektuje kraće i to već sad vidimo da se dešava. Sledeće godine očekujemo i da korporativni klijenti koji su osetljivi na energetske troškove, koji su osetljivi na kamatne stope, da će doći do tu određenih većih defaultova. Ono što je bitno jeste da banke se spreme, mislim da banke već i jesu spremne. Jelena je spomenula da treba dalje raditi na regulativi kako da se upravlja sa NPL-ovima. Mislim da je ovo sada dobar moment da se te stvari prepoznaju, adresiraju na relevantne institucije koje mogu da doprinese i daljem unapređenju institucionalnog pravnog okvira za bolji položaj kreditora i poverioca u takvim situacijama, tako da definitivno i u našim projekcijama mi predviđamo veći trošak rizika u sledećoj i u 2024. godini i nakon toga očekujemo onda neku stabilizaciju da se vratimo na normalne ekonomske tokove. To je za sada u nekom našem postojećem modelu koji smo usvojili.
Thank you. From the perspective of these risks and everything what is happening actually, what were the most challenging operational and compliance requirements for the financial institutions in past year? Sanctions, a lot of new things. What was the most difficult thing actually to implement in short terms you had, guys? Eric, can you give us your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, if we look back, the start of the war in Ukraine was really difficult in terms of the implementation of the sanctions. So there was a lot of challenges for banks to understand what that meant in the loan book, understand the direct impact, how to implement these sanctions, the legal risk, reputational risks, and how, what were the indirect impacts also in the loan book. This is all under control. This is all managed, and we don't really hear much about that anymore in terms of the implementation of the sanctions. What is really the challenge now is the impact, as we discussed before, of the macroeconomics and how that will impact the book. And as I said before, this is really difficult to anticipate. So the challenges are around this, is for banks to have the adequate data and early warning indicators that will allow them to identify, early sign of stress and distress, and also act on them, on those borrowers early to avoid the same problems of the past. Another challenge is that the bank's models are not really designed for such crisis. For example, very rapidly increasing inflation. So the models need to be readjusted. It's not that simple. And at the moment, there's a concern by the ECB that banks might be underestimating the risk based on the previous data points that they're using, that they will be facing on credit risks. So the ECB is asking banks to call for prudence in the current times, and probably the same thing will apply, in Serbia and the region as well. And another challenge I think that we'll be facing more going forward with a new rise of distress or stress exposures is the need to tackle high volume of unlikely to pay borrowers or early default, especially when you're talking about big volumes for SMEs books. This is challenging for banks because contrary to enforcement of deep NPLs, when you're trying to help borrowers and salvage, early signs of distress, it takes a lot of skills and resources. And this is true for the banks, but it's also true for the servicers, who will help the bank to manage those. But also we're seeing in some countries a new trend to sell loans of unlikely to pay or sub-performing portfolios. So that risk is transferred to the servicers who now need to manage those exposures and need these skills and resources, which may not be available locally. So new challenges, different crises, and banks are trying to get ready for it.
Thank you, Eric. Bojan, from the perspective of regulator, how this looks like?
Well, if you're talking about sanctions, that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay, so the sanctions certainly are not the new invention in international relations. Some of you that have been, working with banks, have been following FATCA and similar instruments, have the idea of the complexity of those instruments and their application. I think that there is no difference in relation to this new wave of sanctions imposed by the EU and the US against Russia. As far as Croatia is concerned, we haven't had really, on a general level, on the level of our economy, we haven't seen many of those challenges in relation to the application of the sanctions. Why? Because our foreign trade with Russia is really amounts to 1% of the total exports of Croatia, so we have not seen that. The only though instance where we have seen the impact of the sanction has been in relation to a topic which I understand has been also very present in Serbia as well as in many other countries of the region, and that is in relation to the collapse of the Sberbank. So in relation to, I understand that in Serbia, AIK Bank has basically purchased via, I'm not sure about the exact mechanism, how it worked out in Serbia, but my understanding has been that AIK Bank bought the shares from the National Bank of Serbia. I don't know whether that is correct interpretation of the press in Croatia. Whereas in Croatia we had a different situation. We were in position basically to arrange the premier application in the in the entire EU. There was one similar instance before, but in this way we were able to stage a premiere of the Bank Recovery and Resolution Directive, that is single resolution mechanism, which is a resolution scheme for the EU, better to say for the euro area. So we have applied this sale tool for the resolution, whereby we have invited several banks over the weekend, indeed, and have collected their offers, and the highest offer really were able to purchase the share from the bank. I say this was a premiere because also the Single Resolution Board, which is a Brussels-based central body for bank resolution in the EU, took part in this. Banking resolution in EU is another new, I would say, exercise, one of the pillars of the banking union, beside the single supervisory mechanism and guarantee of deposits. And so we have been pioneers in certain respect by fulfilling this complete from A to Z procedure in Croatia with the assistance, of course, of the Single Resolution Board. So I think that obviously there was a bank run which caused this. There was a substantial pressure on the liquidity of the bank. You have all experienced that in your respective countries in relation to this banking group. So yeah, I think that financial stability has been maintained. The spillover effect has been prevented. I don't know what was it like in Serbia, but I remember in Croatia when people started to line up in front of the Sberbank offices in Croatia, which wasn't really the problem. The problem was internet banking with corporates, whereby, you know, a corporate client would give an order to withdraw 50 or 100 million, you know, by internet. So that was an issue, not really reputational issue, was that people were standing in the street. So all that at certain point also seemed to have the capacities to spill over to some other banks, which in the perception of the general public were less capitalized, were worsenly managed, and so on. So this has been prevented. So far, this is a success story. The Russian owners have started the appropriate legal procedures in the EU and Croatia, and we're looking forward to seeing the resolution of that. So.
Dan, how did that look like in Serbia? Was it as challenging as in EU?
Pa dobro, mislim, Srbija nije tako direktno usklađena sa sankcijama, ali indirektno to ostavlja naravno posledice i na situaciju u Srbiji. Vidimo već da kroz te sankcije vezano za naftu, Srbija ne može zbog jadranskog naftovoda da uvozi rusku naftu, ali s obzirom da to i ranije nije učestvovalo toliko u snabdevanju srpskog tržišta, to i sada nije ostavilo veliki efekat, plus bio je neki period od 6 meseci da su kompanije uspele da obezbede alternativne izvore energije. Naravno, tu je taj drugi izazov gas, da jeste neka najveća energetska zavisnost, tako, Srbije. Tu su već obezbeđeni određeni skladišni kapaciteti, određen kapacitet gasa i u nekim situacijama ukoliko dođe do neke disrupcije u lancima snabdevanja tog energenta. može da se odrazi naravno na cenu, s obzirom da Srbija ima povoljan aranžman sa Ruskom federacijom vezano za uvoz gasa, tako da potencijalno neko usklađivanje sa sankcijama može da napravi dodatan pritisak na cenu tog energenta. I treći neki energent struja, ona zavisi isto na evropskom tržištu i na svetskom tržištu od cene gasa, tako da mi delimo tu manje ili više sudbinu koja je u regionu, tako da ali sad vidimo da se i ta situacija stabilizuje, tako da mislim da je taj deo možda i najgori prošao, da su se već države, a i sama Srbija pripremile za neke potencijalne eskalacije, tako da mogu da lakše upravljaju nekim novim izazovima koji se eventualno pojave. Ova situacija oko Sberbanke bila je slična i naravno i u Srbiji, ne u tolikom intenzitetu kao u Sloveniji i Hrvatskoj, gde je bio onaj klasičan bank run. Ovde je bio pritisak, Narodna banka Srbije je zaista odreagovala isto veoma efikasno, na pravi način i bukvalno u kratkom broju dana je uspelo da se situacija reši, da se smiri tržište, tako da nije došlo do prelivanja toga na druge banke. Znamo da u svim tim bank runovima zna da se prelije sa jedne banke na druge, tako da je situacija brzo stavljena pod kontrolu, a AIK banka je preuzela Sberbanku, tržište se stabilizovalo, tako da je to sad već neka istorija i nije bilo nekih većih posledica.
Thank you. And a question for both Dayans here. We get that question a lot, actually. Are we facing a worse crisis than the one back in 2008? And are the market participants here ready for that? And do you think the state will intervene in the same way as during the pandemic and back in 2008?
Pa dobro, mislim i da je Bojan i Dejan da su već ranije spomenuli da je kriza 2008. godine i 2009. imala pre svega uzrok u jednoj kompletnoj deregulaciji finansijskog tržišta. Od tada vidimo jedan kompletan prelazak na drugi kraj, sad jedna kompletna regulacija, sad je možda i pređe na ta neka granica. Evo, rečeno je da banki na mesečnom nivou 220 nekih izveštaja šalju, znači mora da se kompletan taj regulatorni okvir sada ispoštuje, tako da u 2008. pored te deregulacije i zbog te deregulacije banke su bile na visokom leverage-u, veoma zadužene, realni sektor je bio na visokom leverage-u, cena nekretnina i druge aktive je bila na visokom nivou, tako da tih sada fundamentalnih problema nema. Vidimo neke probleme na nekim manjim tržištima kao što je kripto tržište, ali oni su mikrotržišta u odnosu na neku ukupnu aktivu, tako da definitivno kriza iz 2008. godine ne može sada da se ponovi u tom obimu. Kriza sada je prouzrokovana pre svega COVID-om koji je imao za posledicu tako narušavanje lanaca snabdevanja, znači manju ponudu u odnosu što je bila tražnja, a tražnja je generisana velika ili je bilo monetarno popuštanje veliko štampanje novca, podsticanje tražnje i onda u jednom momentu kada je ta ponuda zbog COVID-a smanjena jer fabrike nisu radile, došlo je do tog disbalansa između ponude i tražnje i to je sada rezultiralo tom inflacijom. Dodatno, ovaj deo oko rusko-ukrajinske krize je napravio i krizu na tom energetskom tržištu, ali već vidimo da u zadnjih godinu dana su zemlje uspele koje su i bile dosta zavisne od tog tržišta da nađu alternativne izvore, da popune svoje skladišne kapacitete, tako da i u nekim najgorim scenarijima zemlje mogu da prežive ovu zimu i da uđe u neki normalan ciklusa sa svim ovim trendovima na obnovljivim izvorima energije, na obezbeđivanju alternativnih snabdevanja. Ja očekujem i da se ta energetska kriza sledeće godine normalizuje i da nemamo taj zapravo izazov. Ostaće inflacija, naravno, da se ona reši. Inflacija kada dođe i do povećanja nezaposlenosti, onda ćemo ući zaista u problem, odnosno kada inflacija bude smanjila tražnju, kada kompanije zbog manjih možda prihoda krenu u otpuštanje, onda ćemo imati naravno i doći će i do recesije i do većih problema, ali zaista mislim da ćemo mi biti u nekom, da kažem, redovnom ciklusu recesije i izlaska iz te recesije, znači nećemo videti obim krize koji je bio pre 10 godina. S druge strane, ono što ste isto pitali, da li su banke spremne? Da, banke su spremne, regulatori su spremni, realni sektor je spreman, tako da mislim zaista svi su mehanizmi tu da se i zna kako treba da se odradi i ako se dese neki problemi da se dobro odreaguje. Već smo imali primjer ovde na srpskom tržištu neke kompanije koje su sada bile pogođene ovom situacijom. Banke su zaista dobro odreagovale, ispoštovale su neke principe koje smo naučili u prethodnom periodu. Nijedna banka nije, da kažem, samo inicijativno odreagovala i gurnula odmah kompaniju u problem, nego na bazi nekog sporazuma koje banke imaju u Srbiji da postoji neki princip dogovora i odsustva jednostranih akcija, uspelo se doći do nekog programa, da kažem, restrukturiranja i obaveza i poslovanja kompanije, tako da se izbegao najgori scenario. Tako da, evo, to je bila jedna onako pokazna vežba gde smo nakon nekoliko godina možda već i zaboravljenog tog NPL-a kao izazova, tako da skinuta je prašina sa tih dokumenata, odradila se neka pokazna vežba, videli smo da to funkcioniše i to je dobar, da kažem, neki uvod ukoliko dođe do nekih daljih eskalacija, tako da mislim da će ova situacija biti da može da se kroz nju upravlja bez većih posledica ukoliko to poredimo sa periodom iz 2008. i 2009. godine.
Dejan, your intro speech was so good that you've actually answered all my questions, but do you have something to add perhaps in relation to this?
Yeah, maybe perhaps, yeah, a few sentences. Although Dan, I think, covered a lot of ground there. But I think, there is this common saying that, if you ask what the next crisis is going to be, people generally say, we don't know, but we know it's going to be different than the last one. And to a certain extent, it actually applies to this crisis. And I think to borrow from the title of this panel, the conditions seem to be conducive for a perfect storm. In the run-up to the crisis, because of the shortening frequency between different crises in the last decade, we've seen, in the previous decade, we've seen the global financial crisis, then came the euro area sovereign crisis, then we have the COVID crisis, and as a result, a lot of the fiscal space has been used up by the governments across the board to address the latest crisis. So the public debt levels have been already elevated. In a number of countries, private debt has also been on the rise. And that actually makes the economies vulnerable. I think what is different is that, from that point of view, it's not the usual suspects. It's usually the emerging markets, that bear the biggest brunt of the crisis. And this time, it's actually some of the advanced markets that seem to be more vulnerable than usually. And I think Germany's economy is one good example, and I think they are very susceptible to kind of significant impact from this crisis. And this will then reverberate to our region. So I think if I look at the market participants, I think both Bojan and Dan have addressed this. I think, from the regulatory or supervisory point of view, we have the single supervisory mechanism, we have the single resolution mechanism, we don't have the common deposit insurance, so the banking union is still not complete. The single resolution mechanism also is frankly untested. We have had a few examples, but not too many, nothing on a systemic scale. But more generally, I think the market participants are in a much better place than at the beginning of the previous crisis. But I don't think we have too many reasons for complacency, because the effects of this crisis might be with us for a while, and some of the changes brought about might be structural in nature and stick with us for a long time. Now, in terms of what the states can do to address the effects of this crisis, I think they already have been doing a lot. And if you look at some of the measures implemented in different countries, energy prices, caps, support to agricultural producers, support to different sectors of the economy, moratorium on different loans, caps on low rates in some countries, I think in Hungary, for example. So they've been doing quite a lot. But I think the fiscal space is already somewhat limited, and not just because it has been used up as a consequence of the previous crisis, but also because we have high inflation and monetary policy is tightening. So ideally, monetary and fiscal policy work in tandem. I think that's one. And second point is that because of the rising interest rates, additional borrowing by government is also got much more expensive than was the case previously. So I don't think that there is too much maneuvering space here. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Thank you. Jelena, from your perspective as investor, what do you expect? Will this be a different crisis than the one back in 2008?
I'm sure it's going to be different, and Dan mentioned that the crisis is always different because at the end, in 2008, we had a crisis and increasing the NPLs, and I think that we as an investors were not that ready for that new wave. Now I can speak from the investor's perspective. We are ready and we can adjust, of course, and it is expected that different kind of the industries, and depends on the vulnerability, the NPLs were coming from different kind of the industries. So there is a lot of challenges, there is a lot of measures that the government took, but you know, it's going to be different, but I think that we are all ready, the banks are ready with some kind of the restructuring. We as an investors and the servicers who need to adjust as well, to adjust the servicing, new resolution strategies, etc. We also had some kind of the improvement of the legal framework in terms of the insolvency proceeding, enforcement proceedings, so everything will help us to go through the crisis and new way of the NPLs in some easier way, but there's still some things to improve, and this is something that we will, through this association as well, we will establish just to adjust as a servicing industry on the NPLs and to just adopt on the new circumstances.
And what kind of assets, distressed assets, you expect in this new wave, which we're all waiting?
Every crisis, of course, leads to the NPLs, but leads to increasing distressed asset. And if we speak about the distressed asset, we had the COVID crisis, and from one point, we just, when we analyze it, what was the expectations, when do we see the distressed asset in the COVID, we expected from specific industries, for example, that were mainly hit by the COVID and all this impact. So we expected to have a huge distress asset from the hotel industry, from tourism or something. But you know, all these measures that actually were introduced by the government and were part of them with the moratorium. So we saw slightly not that high level of distress asset from these industries. This new crisis related to the war in Ukraine, of course, with the energy prices and of course with inflation, is just give us just sign that different kind of the asset will come from the, you know, retail individuals, and they're struggling with the high interest rates and with a high inflation that will impact on their capability to service their debts. And this is something that we're seeing in the daily communication with the banks. Actually, I can speak from the local perspective. I suppose this is also on the regional market, but we see that this is the area where we can expect, of course, increase of the distress asset, meaning residential and etc. So this is something which is different, I would say, than in the previous period and expectations that we had in the COVID.
Dan, from your perspective as a creditor, which type of assets are now the most likely to become the distressed ones?
Mislim da smo to već pokrili, znači ako pričamo iz ugla banaka koje klasičnih komercijalnih banaka koje se bave, čiji je najveći deo aktive u plasmanima, nebankarskom sektoru, znači corporate i retaila segmentima. Najviše se očekuje u tom delu retaila potrošačkih kredita. Tako i trendovi za sad pokazuju, ali kažem u zavisnosti od dubine cele krize, zavisići koliko će se to odraziti na korporativni sektor. Ono što je za korporativni sektor bitno jeste da nivo zaduženosti korporativnog sektora nije toliki kao nekim ranijim situacijama, tako da su i rezistentniji na eventualno neko smanjenje traže, smanjenje prihoda, povećanje leverage-a, tako da, evo, ako mogu sada kažem, to je taj retail segment, tako da tu vidimo eventualno potencijalni veći deo.
What will corporate and retail bank portfolios look like in following 6 to 12 months in terms of new production?
Pa mi predviđamo, što se tiče novih NPL-ova, da to bude na recimo 1,5 puta više nego što je bilo u 2022. godini. naš trošak rizika će se povećati za 2 puta u nekim našim sadašnjim projekcijama na bazi tih makroekonomskih modela koji su sada uzeli u obzir neke očekivane stope rasta bruto društvenog proizvoda, stope rasta inflacije, naravno u zavisnosti od kretanja tih parametara. Ako sad mi projektujemo da će sledeće godine realan GDP u Srbiji porasti za 3%, a on poraste recimo za 1% ili uđe u zonu nekog negativnog rasta, odnosno smanjenja, onda će naravno i da to budu veće posledice i veći dodatni troškovi, tako da naše budžetske projekcije sada podrazumevaju veći trošak rizika, veće gubitke u narednoj godini za puta 2 nego što je bilo u ovoj godini, koje su zaista bile sad to puta 2, možda deluje puno, ali ako se zna da je sad veoma nizak nivo, onda to nije nešto što zaista može da napravi ozbiljan problem da banka uđe u neku zonu gubitka i tako dalje, tako da i sa tim povećanjem rizika banke, mogu da govorim pre svega ajde za komercijalnu banku, ali kad i posmatramo tržište, banke će ostati profitabilne, neće imati problem sa kapitalom i kapitalnom adekvatnošću, tako da to znači da zaista može taj neki negativan trend da se prevaziđe relativno bez većih posledica, naravno ukoliko ne dođe do nekih daljih makroekonomskih pogoršanja u odnosu na ovo što sada pokazuju projekcije.
Thank you. Bojan, what do you think how things will look in Croatia in terms of new corporate and retail portfolios?
Well, I think that we can expect the continuation of the trends that has been set during this year and second part of the last year, and that is that we have seen, talking about the credit portfolios, we have seen the continuous rise of, talking about household, of housing loans. This year, basically 5 out of 7 billion kuna of new credits for the households was allocated to the housing loans. In next year, in 2023, we expect the continuation of this growth by 4%. My colleagues who do the economic research tell us. There's also one thing which contributes to this trend of rising of housing loans, that is the government support measures, so-called APN. As for the corporates, we also expect that by the end of this year, the credit growth of the corporate portfolio, will reach probably 16%. And in next year, we expect a probably considerable slowdown of this growth. My colleagues have told me they expect 2.9% growth, in particular in relation to the financing for the energy prices, and some also mention something that is titled the preventive borrowing, which in my personal view is somewhat questionable when it comes to corporate, but this is what they tell me. As for the NPL portfolios, I think that we can expect the actual figures of the NPL going up, whereas the NPL ratio due to the credit growth will probably remain in the same. I mean, when we express things in the percentages, it will probably remain on the present level or level, so perhaps we'll go just a little bit upward. One of the things I think that we have not mentioned about the current stage of the NPL markets and this whole NPL culture, if I can call it so, is that the prices of the NPLs portfolios have come up. And also, one of the things which facilitates this trend is, at least I mean in Croatia, but I suppose it must be similar in other countries of the region, is the rise of the real estate prices. So, I mean, as opposed to having a new huge bulks of NPLs, in particular from the consumers and the households, I think that the NPL specialists will probably have an opportunity to put more emphasis on the price and on the way how they manage the assets that they currently have and how will they be able to use the rising prices of real estate into this equation. I don't think that we mentioned that yet, but I think that at least in my recollection for Croatia is that the prices have doubled since the beginning. So prices for the portfolios.
Thank you. Dan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what Bojan and Dan covered very well. I don't really have much to add.
Thank you. Since we're out of our time and we've discussed internally a lot of other topics we wanted to discuss together with you here, we will finish here, and I would ask my panelists actually to share their brief thoughts about everything we've discussed, and maybe to send a message to our audience about all the things, some kind of conclusion about all of the things we have discussed. Maybe we can start with you.
Okay, I'll try to be very short, and I'll quote the famous baseball coach, Yogi Berra, who said, "Future ain't what it used to be." So I think whatever the period ahead of us is going to be probably very different than the one before us. And I think there are significant changes that will simply make our lives more complicated, and the NPL market probably much more important.
Eric, if you're still with us.
Yeah, still with you. Yes, so maybe just to add on that point that Dejan just
Jelena,
said.
maybe you can continue.
Oh.
Just lost the connection. Okay, from the perspective of the association, we all are aware that we're facing with a lot of challenges, so we are aware of it, and it's now time more than ever to work together. And in our agenda, as I mentioned, the regulation and the improvement of the market will be our final goal, and of course to avoid all the challenges and to just keep from one hand take the opportunity to give the opportunity to the companies who are working on the market to work on some standardized way, but on the other hand to have the benefits for all the debtors and the members of this market, just to be aware that we can help and that we as an industry are growing, and we would like to be more regulated in order to have the benefits for everybody on the market.
I think that Dan has summed up in his first address what I may use as my sum up of this discussion. One of the things that I think has to do with the NPLs and with consumers, with households, and that hasn't been mentioned, which may be a source, at least in Croatia, of the new NPLs and the uncertainties, is the issue about the benchmarks, about rising benchmarks of Euribor. I understand that in Poland they have had a number of lawsuits already with Viber, and so I think this may be one of the grounds where new NPLs might be expected. Hopefully not, because the benchmarks for the consumers are also within our domain, and for the consumer credits in Croatia there is a capped maximum value of the interest rate, but this seems to be another potential source of uncertainty for the consumers in particular.
Dejan?
Pa dobro, s obzirom da smo sve vreme pričali o nekim izazovima, potencijalnim, tako, pogoršanjima situacije, mislim da ipak treba da ostanemo optimisti, tako, s obzirom da u ljudskoj prirodi kada je neka kriza, da smo onda svi pesimisti, a kada je dobro, onda smo svi preterani optimisti. Naravno, treba da prepoznamo trenutnu situaciju, da se prilagodimo tim izazovima, ali da ostanemo pozitivni i da znamo da postoji neke prilike koje mogu da se iskoriste i da imamo određeno poverenje da kroz ovo možemo da prođemo uspešno, tako da treba da zadržimo i u ovoj situaciji pozitivan stav. Mislim da će nam biti lakše i da prođemo kroz eventualno neke nove izazove. Hvala vam.
I would agree with that, and I believe we have Eric back online. Great.
Yeah. Sorry, there was a problem with the connection, I think. Maybe for my final remark here, one point that I would like to highlight is we're seeing this crisis happening contrary to the last global financial crisis, which was, we had to deal post-fact. Now we're seeing it coming. So what's really important at the moment is for banks to preempt and be prepared for it, to avoid the mistakes of the past and accumulation of NPLs in the books.
Thank you. Well, this was very useful and very interesting for me to hear. I hope it was also for the audience, and I believe maybe we could have a time for a question or two from the audience.
much for... Okay, I'm Ifta Jahić from Raiffeisen, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you very much for nice thoughts shared with all of us by speakers. It was really great and appreciated. Actually, I would like to ask you, all of you mentioned that this new crisis which will come will be completely different than previous ones in 2008, and of course that is the true. But all of us is aware that last crisis takes few years to achieve recovery, let's say, of the market in that sense. I would like to ask you, as you mentioned, all of you, that we are prepared, banks are prepared, regulators are prepared due to regulations and so on. We are aware of the crisis which will come. Do you expect faster period of recovery now after this crisis in comparison with last one? Thank you.
If Dan hasn't already answered this in his introductory speech, maybe you can help us.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's a very good question, to which I don't have a very good answer. I think our economic projections see normalization, some normalization starting in 2024. I think all forecasts for 2022 across the region where EBRD operates, and we work in, I think, 37 jurisdictions, have been revised downwards. And as I said, I think we see some normalization in 2024.
Anyone else?
Maybe just really briefly. I think it links to the fact that the last crisis there was a big bang of very distressed assets linked to the real estate market as well. Big stock accumulated rapidly in the bank's books. Now, as we discussed before, we better prepare. We better, we have an active secondary market where banks can sell their NPLs if they wish. But also, banks should be better prepared to manage these exposures and avoid a very deep sign of distress in the books where possible. So hopefully that will help to avoid a massive, downward trajectory of the asset quality of the banks, and therefore shorter crisis, hopefully.
Thanks, Eric.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan Nikolic from SOG Law Office. And I have a question for speakers from Serbia. Maybe this is a kind of question that is actually better to ask governmental authorities. But Serbia lacks retail NPL market due to lack of regulation, I believe. Also, we don't have regulated the bankruptcy of insolvency of natural persons and entrepreneurs. Do you have any knowledge where are we stuck in that regard? Thank you.
I will take this answer, and I will answer in Serbian, now. Okay. Tržište retaila svakako je tema kojom se bavimo i dakle tržište nije potpuno liberalizovano u tom smislu i upravo je ideja i osnivanje asocijacije i jedna od inicijative će svakako biti usmerena ka regulatoru gde ćemo voditi dijalog u tom smislu. Dakle, atraktivnost tržišta s jedne strane drži volumen transakcije i da kažem broj učesnika na tržištu, ali svakako videli smo da NPL u bankama što se tiče stanovništva i dalje postoji, deo NPL-a transferisan u van bilanse banaka i to je svakako tema koja je na našoj agendi kao asocijacija da zajedno sa regulatorom nađemo najbolji mogući način na koji možemo da prevaziđemo, da kažem, te razlike koje trenutno postoje. Negde punih 10 godina smo mi same kompanije koje se bave upravljanjem potraživanjima na tržištu nekako govorili i pričali o neophodnosti izmene same legislative. Mislim da je sada došao pravi trenutak za to i da će se svakako dijalozi na tu temu voditi u narednih nekoliko meseci. Negde je i Ognjen iz Ministarstva finansija naglasio da negde i oni imaju u svojoj agendi dalje unapređenje regulative, tako da će to svakako biti jedna od važnih tema. Dakle, liberalizacija tržišta je svakako važna za dalje razvoj tržišta, taj segment nekako je jako dugo po strani, radi se servisiranje, dakle, mi kao serviseri na tržištu radimo servisiranje za banke i negde u krajnjoj instanci mislimo da je to pre svega ne samo benefit samih banaka i finansijskog sektora, nego u krajnjoj liniji krajnji benefit jeste za samog dužnika, odnosno samog korisnika finansijskih usluga, ali svakako želimo da pre svega nađemo pravi regulatorni okvir, da se regulišemo na pravi način, da s jedne strane i sami korisnici finansijskih usluga budu sigurni da postoje određeni standardi i ko može da obavlja te usluge i svakako smo spremni da se dodatno regulišemo i da prihvatimo, da kažem, sve zahteve negde koji postoje od strane regulatora i da se prilagodimo i negde zajedno dođemo do tog rešenja i to je svakako nešto što je nama u asocijaciji na agendi za narednu godinu. Nadam se da ćemo na narednom forumu već moći da pričamo o uspešnoj, da kažem, promeni legislative i promeni liberalizacije tržišta.
Would you like to add something?
Yeah, if I may add on this, first, it was funny because the colleague asked the question in English and Jelena replied in Serbian. So anyhow, I understand that the issue here is how to create NPLs from the consumer crediting, basically. So I can just give you an example that I'm aware of. In 2014, that is, 8 years ago, we have passed something that we call decision odluka, which is a sort of a secondary level legislation for which we at the Croatian National Bank are authorized to pass, and it was the so-called decision on sale and purchase of placements of banks, which have specifically provided certain safeguards for the consumer credits. One of those is that they should not be worse off when changing the creditor, and also one very, I think, convincing provision which basically introduces the joint and several liability of the bank seller with the new purchaser for any damages caused to the consumer in relation to the perhaps worse treatment of the consumer with the new creditor. So this has been in place since 2014. I, among legal function and part of the regulatory, also cover the protection of consumers in the Croatian National Bank, and we regularly, every year, we receive between 800 to 1,100 complaints, written complaints from consumers, and I can tell you that the quantity of complaints by consumers in relation to the sale of their, debts as NPLs have been relatively marginal. So no big deal really that we have experienced with bad experience of consumers and their loans as NPLs.
Ja ću ovde takođe na srpskom samo kratko dopuniti Jelenu, pošto se zajedno bavimo ovom temom. To pitanje se svake godine otvara ovde na forumu i uvek krećemo od toga šta ćemo raditi, da li će se promeniti zakon o zaštiti korisnika finansijskih usluga, da može da se radi prodaja tih plasmana prema fizičkim licima. Mi smo sada malo promenili filozofiju jer smo shvatili da moramo drugačije to raditi. Kao kancelarija ima dosta iskustva u radu sa regulatorom i svesni smo da regulator ima sluha onda kada ga dobro uverite da je to korisno. Naša perspektiva je da zaista uradimo ono što je Jelena rekla, da uverimo regulatora da je korisno da ova industrija bude regulisana, da uverimo regulatora da mi možemo da ispoštujemo sve one standarde koje regulator zahteva od banaka, možda ne svih 220 izveštaja, ali jedno 20 bi bilo u redu, snašli bismo se, i da tek onda, nakon toga, otvorimo temu prodaje. Mislim da će tada svi biti onako, da će imati više sluha za to koliko to ima smisla, ne samo sa ekonomske strane, nego da zaista postoji visok nivo pravne sigurnosti za korisnike finansijskih usluga koje regulator smatra da trenutno pruža kroz odredbu koja ne dozvoljava njihovu prodaju. Tako da verujem da će to biti malo duži proces koji će imati 2 etape i upravo na tome i radimo. Još neko možda? Ili da privodimo kraju? Mislim da će nas organizatori ubiti. To bi bilo to. Hvala vam puno. Hvala na vremenu. Zaista je bilo odlično.
Nisam još. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it was too close. Hello, my name is Marko Mićanović, and I have the great pleasure to moderate the second panel on our conference. We have a fantastic and diverse panel here today. We have Mr. Vojislav Lazarević, CEO of Addiko Bank Serbia. We have Gabor from Deloitte, Hungary, Irina, Head of Debt Management at OTP Bank Serbia, and Dejan, who's the Senior Managing Partner of Vukovic and Partners law firm here in Belgrade. Today we have the opportunity to discuss the topics in a dramatically changed environment from just a year ago, where it seems that the entire world has almost turned upside down. And we also see that this topic in itself and this forum this year attracted a much higher, I would say almost double the number of attendants, which means that you are all eager and keen to hear what our panelists have to say about all this. Let's start with Vojo. Let's start with the way that this polycrisis with inflation, rising interest rates, political instability on a global scale and war in Europe, some of the events and some of the factors that seemed unimaginable probably to happen at the same time for the last few decades, how they're all affecting lending policies of banks, and how are banks in our region ready to handle all this?
Working or not? Yes, it is. Thank you, Marco. Well, this is my first time to participate in an NPL Forum, so you understand what my position is and how I see the coming crisis. So, but you know, joking aside, I think that we're in front of challenging times because the world has been locked on a lot of free money for a very long time. This change of environment is, you know, brought this, let's say, double-digit inflation. And there's a big difference since the last crisis because I was listening to the previous panel. So in my opinion, you know, having, let's say, this change of monetary policy after 15 years is going to be quite stressful for a lot of industries. Having this in mind, if you put everything together, it's not going to be so easy to unhook everybody from the free money that was around. And in this environment, all the mistakes, especially from the corporates, my opinion is they're going to start showing up. It was very easy to have corporate customers running from bank to bank, getting free money with 0% or very small interest rates, you know, and us as bankers fighting for each customer to cover the mistakes that they were making. Now, the mistakes are going to show up, and this, we cannot change it like the last time with having, let's say, easy monetary policy like in 2008, 2009. So the banks definitely had to come to in a situation where we had to, let's say, tighten our criteria, prepare ourselves for the forthcoming events that are going to show up sooner than later. And I have to say, we're just at the beginning. This is just 6 months. The easy money was here for 15 years. I don't think it's going to be that we're going to go through it so easily. It's going to have we'll need a lot of time in order for this to come out. So the question was about the banks and the policies. Yes, we as banks, and I think most of us are here from the finance community, we are preparing for the upcoming events. I think everybody's doing it in a different way. We have different opinions of what is going to be affected more than less. I don't think that, my opinion is not that everything is going to be affected like 2008, 2009. So we're going to have let's say, rolling NPLs and different times. So in this sense, you know, we're getting ready for the storm. So today it's still it's the beginning of the storm. You know, the black clouds are somewhere around, but we're getting ready.
Gabor, what do you think about the roller coaster ride that obviously ahead of us, and how do you see from kind of the macro view the main challenges and main risks?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you very much for having me here. I would reflect on what Vojo just said, because from an advisor or a transaction advisor perspective, the key element is really the same, that the time of free money has come to an end, and that has a series of direct and indirect impacts across the real economy, across transactions and in the banking sector. I think the difference is mainly the timing when these effects show up. So I can bring you like some examples from Hungary, which are quite how to put it politely, but outstanding in some respects in the region. Last year we had like 1% base rate. Right now we have like 18. So this dramatic change is pretty much factored in investor perspectives, pricing decisions, like instantly, because you need to fund the transaction beforehand. Then it also comes to the banks through the increased incomes, if there are variable rates, but that has other effects. That's a bit slower, and then also it will affect the demand. I think it's not only just the policy side, but then investments may be delayed or postponed or even cancelled. Retail customers may think that they are unable to consume in this inflation and interest rate environment. So therefore, I think this monetary policy determines quite substantially what market we are working in, and in the end, these gaps of perceptions will close. But right now, I think there are views which are already there, but some will only come afterwards.
This rise in interest rates and the effects, particularly some of these benchmark rates that are basis for vast parts of banking portfolios in our markets, are making a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. As they go up, you have all the consequences showing in. So, Irina, Vojo, I'd like to hear from you as bankers here on the panel. Are there any red alerts? Are there any alarms sounded? Do you see particular sectors or segments of the portfolio that are particularly prone to vulnerability?
Ladies first.
Thank you. Well, I do not agree totally with Vojo, because I think that contrary to the COVID situation, where we had some of the industry more hit than the others, and yet some industries which were actually profiting from the whole situation, now in the combination of increased interest rates, tightened credit policy, inflation from one side, controlling the demand, and the energy crisis, at least in the portfolio that we have and on the market, I do not see an industry which is not going to be impacted. Whether it's going to be an alert, an alarm, I wouldn't say so. We heard also in the first panel, we are pretty capitalized, we're pretty stable. We learned the mistakes or the lessons which we had in the last crisis. But from one side, we have the industries which are highly leaned on the energy sector, construction, transport, but we also see the effect of this energy crisis also in an industry which, for me at least, wasn't very logical. We see the big hotel chains in Hungary, which are thinking about closing up because they cannot support the energy bills, which is something which wouldn't be my first thought about it. Or we see the rosemary producers, which prepared for a good season. They bought expensive raw materials. On the other side, the demand on the Western Europe, which was the highest purchaser of these goods, is not there anymore due to the inflation. So the prices went down. It's questionable whether they're going to be able to keep up with the whole situation. We definitely need to prepare a little bit different than what we did last time. But I think that Dan was the one that mentioned the first panel. I do believe that the banks are prepared for all of this.
No, I mean, to continue on, Irina, I agree with you in most of the things. My opinion is I think it's going to affect different markets at a different time. I don't think that in every market, I'm not sure whether, for example, the construction market is going to be as much affected here than maybe in some regional countries. So I think of these differences. For me, I agree absolutely with you that in the corporate SME world, it's going to be more affected than, in my opinion, than the retail, especially the cash loan world. For what reason? I mean, let's be sincere. In the region, the unemployment rate is 0. Nobody can find work. So even if there is, let's say, events in the corporate SME and there are layoffs, there's a gap to be fulfilled until until we get to a point where unemployment is going to start raising. So with and I think especially in Serbia, let's say with the prudent regulation of 6 years maximum loans, you have the capacity to, let's say, have these customers somehow repay their loans, especially in an inflationary world where they're increasing their salaries. But from the corporate side, it's going to be, my opinion is that it's going to be much more affected than the retail.
So regarding unsecured lending in retail, you believe that there are sufficient tools to withstand this crisis and inflation rising in interest rates?
I think so. I think yes. I mean, as Irina said, I think we're already seeing a drop in demand. Mm-hmm. This is one thing. I think we were seeing a drop in demand in everything. You see also by the disbursement locally here, the disbursements of cash loans and retail, let's say, and mortgage loans are more or less stable. But there's a lagging effect. But in cash loans, there's a significant drop in demand, and I think people are concerned about the whole situation and they're being prudent. So saying what I said before. I don't think you're going to see, let's say, what drives this high increase of NPLs is a major increase in unemployment. In this kind of an environment and demographic environment, not just here, but everywhere around Europe, where there's no employees, we cannot find an employee for, we bankers know that we cannot find employees for branches or for anything. I don't see this, explosion of unemployment which will drive the NPLs.
On the other side,
we worked together, for some years.
Yeah, this is a friendship of 20 years. On the other side, I do agree with you regarding the retail, and I believe that the banks for many years now are coping with a situation where we need to restructure, we need to reschedule. We were offering moratoria, whether by the demand of the central bank or on our own, so we know how to handle that. We cleaned the portfolio, but since we are very honest here, we cleaned the portfolio in the books. We directly written it off. We took it to off balance, but the fact is that the portfolio is still with us. So the workload is still with the banks. And contrary to all the other markets in Europe, Serbia is the only one where we cannot sell the retail NPLs. So I do not have return on this portfolio. Yes, it's not in the balances. My NPL looks nice on paper, but it is in my OPEX because I still have costs on it. So the picture in the banking sector will not be dramatic. Yes, the retail portfolio will remain stable, a bit increased, but our workload as bankers, it's not going to end for the outsourcers also. I mean, we have great companies here in the market, both in the pre-legal and the legal stages of debt management. Yet again, we are all pressed by the cost efficiency of our processes.
So you expect some new mechanisms and new resolution strategies, both for you as a bank, regarding in-house servicing and some relationship or with the servicers.
And I believe that first of all, regarding the corporate portfolio, we will need to switch the focus, to change the focus totally, and from NPL handling and aggressive executions and asset management to move to early warning signals, to monitoring, keeping very close contact with the clients, because only through cooperation, it's going to be a lose-lose situation if we go instantly into execution. So we need to keep up the good cooperation with the clients and to make sure that we are flexible as banks. On the other side, yes, due to the cost cutting, and also we are employees, we are also lacking sometimes force, or it's becoming more and more expensive. We will depend on the outsourcing companies, we will depend on our partners. Luckily, we have a solid ones on the market, so regarding the servicing. So we will be pretty okay. They will have job, we will keep up the good NPL percentage.
So it's a win-win then. And Dan, there's been a reshuffle, or we've witnessed some kind of reshuffling in the servicing market, and how do you see this new environment affecting the servicing market and the value proposition that the servicers have for their main clients, and meaning banks?
Yes, thank you, Marko. I don't expect some huge changes in servicing market, and as Irina told, there is nothing that could change market that dramatically. What I would like to emphasize is actually that we must, as professionals and the people at the market, to create the possibility that the market introduce some new products. And it's obviously, we all know, the main problem is the blockade of retail portfolio, and the way, and I would like to address, and that we try to find a way how to resolve that problem. Just one reflection, and I will not go that much in the past, but from 2017, the EU directive on the servicer of NPL transfer and collateralization collection of NPL actually made one great platform and a solution how it should be implemented and work. And as it is always with EU directions, many of EU countries, even the Montenegro, I must to say that they did a very good job, try to harmonize the market and the legislation in that direction. And look, the miracle, the good things happened, and the market started to react and to give the results. And to my opinion, I think it is the first step to be done. So with, regulator, with all us, with the ACUPs, we should animate our national bank and of course another state bodies and to try to find the way. I know because we were very involved, and one of the path was that we tried to do that through the deblockade of law on protection of the users of financial products. That was one way. Another was that we introduced in our legal system so-called private bankruptcy. But both of them are good. I think the main advantage would be made through the licensing of professional buyers and investors, and through that we will release the market. And then, as you ask me, are there possibility for the new products? I may tell you yes, it will be, and it will be a lot of possibility. And I will give you an example what's happened in Montenegro. We are working in all 6 jurisdictions, and we can see what happened in the market. And someone would like to say they did not do the good job because nothing happened. No, one of the things why nothing happened in Montenegro is because they are simply a small market. Of course, one period has to be, passed and finished until everything set up and we start. But now when you have, I know that 2 licensing companies, market started to react. And it is very positively, and look, the miracle, there are new products that you ask me. One that would is for us also good and acceptable is something similar what is happened when you are working with cable or a teleoperator. So banks prepare future flows for us, and it is the product which I am quite sure very relaxed, the banks, very relaxed their plans. It is also good for the service providers, for the professionals, because they can then make the calculation on a long distance with a very, obvious quantity and the quality of portfolio they expect. On the other hand, it raises the price, it makes simply the progress. So I understand the banks in whole region, especially here, because mostly we are here, simply through 2020, through COVID procedure, then practically immediately after that, we are faced with those war in Ukraine. And I think maybe Voja and Irina say differently, but I think the focus in the banks also was how to resolve that actual problem. The paradox is that on another hand, we have, as Voja mentioned, we have, economic growth, we have unemployment rate on the minimum ever, I think. So this is something that also should be taken in consideration, but first step should be to resolve the issue, and the way how we see that as a professional is to enter licensing. Then we will have the new product. Another is to make, that's something that is a lot of colleagues I know here, and we share practically the same stand, is the fact that no one likes to start the procedure across to toward the regulator about the hedging of some portfolios. Simply, in advance, we all think they will understand that as some kind of hidden purchasing, etc., etc. We don't share that stand. We think that it is something that, is introduced in all modern world, and that we, as a partners, could, come to the bank and say, guys, for this portfolio, we are ready to offer X. If we overcome some result, because it's something that no one knows what will happen at the end of the tunnel, we are ready to give the bonus. On the other hand, banks and other financial institutions would have another product. So this is how we see. The good thing is, thank you, Irina, that you say that you are satisfied with the servicers, but the good thing is that the market is really stable about the servicers. So you practically in both, in soft collection and hard collection, you have, proven partners, you have literally like stock exchange, setup of price, of work, of procedures. So more or less it's set up, and I don't see that we can now, find some miracle and new products, except we start to open the market.
But it's logical to be like that, because we cannot expect new investors until something changes, until we regulate a little bit this market. Because from one side, we have the European Central Bank, which is very much focused on regulation of this secondary market towards improving the insolvency procedures, which for us as banks is also good, because we are getting the transparency of the process, we are getting the customer protection that we would like. And this is a small market, you cannot just hit and run. On the other side, yes, the Southeastern Europe is a region where we still keep the good prices on the portfolio and the tickets, compared to the Western Europe, compared to some more developed markets and bigger markets where there are high number of investors there, the prices are going down, so the investors are more willing to, of course, to invest in a regulated environment with low prices and high certainty. So until we reach at least a level up, I believe that you will stay oligarchs here in the market.
Gabor, can you tell us a bit how this market works in Hungary, and what are the main platforms?
Yeah, definitely. Just one remark. So prices in Western Europe, as far as I know, are not that low anymore. So it's coming up. So in Hungary, it's very similar. We don't have. We also had like a moratoria on like retail mortgage portfolio sales for a long time, but it was resolved in like 2016 or something. Since then, our market is more open, as I understand, compared to the local one. But generally, the key players are very similar, both I think in terms of servicing. So the regional servicers are also present there. But in the large flow of legacy NPL, let's say, deleveraging in the Hungarian banking sector, there were some larger, like UK or Western European funds investing in a consortium with the local servicer generally. So that was a practice, but really, so banks' balance sheets were quite cleaned up before COVID, and large transactions, I would say, in the region above like 80-100 million euros, not really happening in Hungary in the past few years. There are some like forward flow arrangements, smaller packages, and that kind of stuff going on the market. But I think in principle, beside this retail part, it's very similar than what you have here. Except now our market conditions are a bit different.
One topic is, I would say, of particular interest that since the first, transactions in this market and the markets of this region started secondary transactions, these were mostly direct sales of single tickets and portfolios. Portfolios were, for a very long time, usually preceding some M&A transactions in the banking consolidation in the banking sector, or were somehow ordered from the headquarters or from the parent regulator. Single ticket sales are more widely used as an efficient tool, adding to the spectrum of regular execution and enforcement. But we haven't seen, unlike in more developed markets, we haven't seen actually securitization. We haven't seen this mix of cleaning up of the bank balance sheet via the capital markets, or on a public or private, or usually even with the Western world, it's also these are also private market transactions, but via securitization. So I would be really interested to hear from you, Gabor, about the experience that you have, and how you can shed some light on what are the main advantages, and then from Vojo and Irina, what are your views about potential use and development of this tool, which could have a wider impact than solely for the purpose of cleaning up of the bank's balance sheets.
Okay, so generally speaking, NPL securitizations have been quite a useful tool, especially in Italy and Greece, to clean up high amount of legacy NPL portfolios, like billions of euros altogether. Although those weren't like entirely market transactions, given the state provided some support in the structure. But anyway, from the perspective of this kind of transaction activity, I believe that in the past, like couple of years, an NPL securitization as a market transaction was not that competitive compared to portfolio direct sales, due to mainly the availability of free money, because it's a much more complex structure, much more work to do the transaction, and then probably the returns are not on the bank side, not as favorable as to overweigh these kind of disadvantages. Given we are going into an environment where probably interest rates and required returns from investor side will be higher, then a more sophisticated, more structured version of a transaction can generate an advantage for banks to sell off these portfolios. For banks, probably this can be the main advantage, and also they can by structuring the deal to different tranches of investments, senior, mezzanine, or junior, they can potentially attract a wider range of investors willing to participate in the transaction compared to a one-on-one or bilateral transaction. Also, as a general feature of such transaction is the appointment of a servicer. Banks may retain the servicing, but not necessarily. In like the schemes in Italy and Greece, it's actually compulsory to mandate an independent servicer meeting certain criteria, and that gives like an easier job for an investor to invest in such a portfolio. Don't need to have an own capacity of servicing, etc. So that can help promoting such structures. On the investor side, there are also, as I mentioned, that may be easier if we are talking about like a rated security that it's easy to understand and potentially invest in, and also they can like pick the tranche or the type of security matching their risk appetite. So, and they don't need to take on entire portfolio in themselves. Of course, for investors, like a 50 million, 80 million transaction is not that big of a ticket size, but if we are but like in Italy, if we are talking about like a €1 billion transaction, that's probably a bit large to digest on its own. I would so that's what. But there are certain criteria in the market necessary to such transaction to work. First of all, the whole legal and regulatory environment needs to be like, let's say, enabling or supporting. We've done similar assessment in Hungary, assessing or providing a framework to implement the EU regulation-based securitization structure in place. But there are, and probably I will look to Diane in this case, that probably there are local like capital market and banking regulations which are not entirely in line with what the EU regulation says. That needs to be like aligned, assessed, and the framework needs to be designed which enables the banks to create such transactions, create the SPVs, do all this ring fencing and stuff which is required to do a proper securitization. And also needs to have the market needs to have an established servicing capability. I think these are the main requirements from theoretical perspective, but from an operational perspective, it's all about data. So the bank needs to be able to provide the necessary historical cash flow data, historical data tapes whatsoever. These, I think, we are getting close to there. When the first wave of NPLs were done, I think in like 2013, 14, 15, that was really the key issue in like all transactions I've seen. But banks, in my perception, are incrementally improving their data sets from time to time. But it's still, even in Western Europe, I get the feedback that it's still may be difficult to provide such sufficient data in order to structure and price the transaction. So that's a key operational topic. I hope this more or less covered what you would like to hear, but feel free to.
Yes. Well, one of the conclusions is that in some way scale is very important, because you need to have sufficient scale in order for the entire exercise to make sense, which could be a big challenge in small and fragmented markets such as ours. Yes, but please.
Yeah, definitely. So we did a similar assessment in Hungary, and a couple of years ago. But our conclusion was that it's not a totally fair comparison, because we were doing that for performing portfolios, not NPLs. But our conclusion was that it should be like 250 million euro size of a portfolio or above to make sense and to make the effort to do the structure.
Yes, I fully agree with Gabor. I'm not the kind of person who will say no and why no. I prefer to say yes and let's see how. But in this situation and for this market, I think that definitely we have the two obstacles, especially for NPL. Maybe for PL not, but for NPL for sure. First one is not a problem, but huge problem. It is the way in which framework we are at this moment. So to prepare the platform for practically stock exchange trading and security trading with NPL, it will request amendments of dozens of laws. It would request that we completely moved out the law on protection of users of financial products, etc., etc. The amendments or new law on stock exchange, on capital market, foreign exchange, doing business, etc., etc. So that's the one problem. Another, which is even worse, is the fact that definitely we are a small market for such. Jelena mentioned when she explained the plans and the market and the AKUPS activities that in last decade practically the whole volume of the market of trading NPL market was, I think, I'm quite sure actually, 150 million euros. And then Gabor said that only in 1 year in Italy you have 1 billion. So in one transaction actually, yes, sorry Gabor. So you know, this is the huge difference because those platforms request, you know, huge capacity in organization, amendments of the law, people, professionals who will govern that. So all in all, I think it's complicated, and those two reasons are the main problem. On the other hand, once we set up the market, as we spoke and mentioned, especially through licensed procedures, which will then, you know, certify the professionals to work, then we can make maybe some kind of flexible ways of that trading. And that could be very interesting. That's something that we think about for the business to business and business to client tickets, to make simply out of market platform, not out of regulation that it is not legal, but simply that is very open and very feasible, and it is based on, you know, IT platforms. So once you give, you know, big accessibility, you make the potential that the price go on, that the market is more attractive. So if you ask me what would be the way, I think that could and should be the way. Simply, let's first deblocade the huge stack of portfolios, which is for sure retail. Then let's find a way how we will organize as a players at the market that platform and that way of trading with such products, and then it will go. So this could be the way. Otherwise, you know, you look what happened with our stock exchange. You are someone who was at the beginning. We know each other because initially both of us were. Don't blame. No. Both of us we were capital market lawyers and experts in beginning of 2000 when market opened, and Belgrade Stock Exchange in that period looked, you know, very sound, and it was huge liquidity and deals, and then still you didn't have a raw material and you didn't have transaction. It started to go down. Today, I think on daily basis it is 20, 30, 50,000 euros. So just imagine what would happen with NPLs. I think the same. With PLs, it could be a great job, and it could be very interesting financial instrument, either on Belgrade Stock Exchange or some another concept, but it could be the way. That's how I see it.
Any other views on the topic?
Yes, we are far from it. I partially agree, but it is the future. As Dejan said, we are pretty clean market. We are seriously neat regarding the NPLs. We cleaned the big tickets in the last several years. Securitization was a hot topic I don't know, during the previous crisis and afterwards 16, 17, when the European Union had approximately 1 trillion euros of NPLs. So in that kind of market, you do not have sufficient funds in the sense of investors and buying of portfolios. So let's find another module how we can repack all of these NPLs. Here in the Southeastern Europe, yes, I do agree the legislation is definitely far from what we would need in order to accommodate this kind of tool. But on the other side, the good thing is that the European Union still prepares and again initiates new and new changes regarding the securitization and the legislation behind it and how to regulate it even nicer because they learned something else. It is possible for performing and non-performing, so we will be able, when the time comes for us, we will be able to learn from the lessons we had in the countries, and we, of course, we have regional consultants which were included in this kind of deals everywhere around Europe. So it's not going to be that far when the time comes.
Well, I'll just mention this from a capital markets perspective. I think the biggest challenge and issue here is size, is the scale. I don't think we have the scale because the cost of floating this kind of a security or securitization is going to be much more than, let's say, the potential benefit of it. So, as Dan said, you have 150 million and you do a single ticket in Italy or Greece of 1 billion. So packaging this up in, let's say, in securitization form today, I think it's too low. That's why we're still markets which are under the radar, not just for this, but let's say for VC funds, private equity funds, et cetera, et cetera. It's the matter of the scale of the market. The market has to grow. So I think this is going to be good for the next crisis, not this one. So we have to wait for the next generation.
Maybe brighter future comes.
But also, what happened? Just to compare the analogy actually with the stock exchange and these security products. Many of the people who like it to invest in capital market here in the region, they still invest. They just transfer their plans and work with the brokers, worldwide, but still they are active. So once we harmonize the laws with especially EU and of course with the modern economies, then probably we may speak about the fact that we include those portfolios and the deals on the global market. So it could be another way, but always and always with at the beginning must make the, good legal and following framework.
Yes, thank you. So now that you mentioned, people who used to invest on the Belgrade Stock Exchange and then obviously moved, if they still like the stock market, moved to invest, worldwide. But another alternative to stock exchange investing here lately is obviously moved to real estate. So we had really, as elsewhere in Europe, but here maybe even higher, we had a steady increase of real estate prices, and real estate market is quite hot. So as opposed to the crisis from 2008, where it started in the global center and periphery, including our markets, were hit with a bit of a time lag. This time, with this poly crisis, is affecting almost all markets simultaneously. And how do you see, all of you really, how do you see actually in the short to mid-term developments on the real estate market, given that it has, and the impact, or maybe the impact it would have on the bank's asset quality, on NPLs, on collateral management, because it really has significant impact on the business that we're talking about today.
Let me start. Okay, as we said, this is it's a crisis which, in my opinion, is going to last. But unlike the 2008-2009 crisis, I think it's going to be shallower and longer. So you're not going to have, like in 2009, a drop of global GDP of 4.5%, which is, I think it's going to be much shallower, but it's going to probably last beyond the 3 years. It's probably going to be 4 or 5 years. But saying this, especially for the local real estate market, we have to take into consideration one more thing. I think it's going to be impacted. I think that the prices are going to be affected as well. However, I'm not sure that it's going to be to a certain extent that, let's say, that we have today in Stockholm, Toronto, which is let's say, even in the previous crisis, the first ones to start having a drop of prices. The reason for this is that still today, most of the real estate bought in Serbia is not from loans. So this is going to, let's say, have a support for the real estate market. And in this context, I don't see that the prices, yes, they're going to drop, but they're not going to, let's say, outpace the drop of the global, let's say, trends that we have now, even in China, 20% or 15% in Stockholm, Toronto, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so I also agree with Vojo, finally. Yeah, but the prices will be affected, but not so much. We are highly provisioned, so it's not going to affect in large scale our cost of risk. I'm more afraid of the collaterals which we have in the corporate portfolio, having in mind that nobody will want them. I mean, even if the prices go down, there is not going to be an interest for investment. And that's why at the beginning I said that we should make sure as banks that we accommodate and we're more flexible towards finding solution as much as possible. Because in a situation where you take, I don't know, a cooling warehouse or a factory which no one wants, everyone is a loser. In the retail segment, I do not expect big changes. We have still high demand, which is going to last throughout next year. Maybe at the end of the next year, it's going to start dropping, but until then, we are still lacking a lot of real estates which are not built yet and purchased. And it's not going to come from our money, banking money. The good thing in the whole situation, high interest rate, strict credit policy, is that I expect very clean, neat, nice new portfolio building, because whoever is going to enter into credit, it's going to be someone with high margins, with solid business, with very nice collaterals, which is going to be wanted, and we're going to approve them with our strict risk policy. So it's not that dark, what we see in the next year.
Just a bit of a wider outlook. I would add on that I'm not an expert on the Serbian real estate market, but in other markets, cool down has already started. Moreover, in Western Europe, I had a call with our London colleagues a week ago. So there are asset classes where the pricing is like 15 to 25% lower than a year ago, and it's mainly due to the monetary conditions. But I agree that given the majority of the purchases is cash-based and not reliant on bank financing, that helps the market to stay hot or warmer. But other markets where it's more leveraged, then it's already like stopped, because like in Hungary, a year ago or year and a half ago, you could take out like a mortgage loan with fixed interest rate in like 3-4%. Now it's above 10. So those kind of and the prices, so the supply remained on the real estate market, and these need to converge somehow in the end, because currently there is a gap between supply and demand. So and that eventually probably will come to other parts of the region, I would assume, and generally with these inflation rates, I would assume this real, and I totally agree that on the corporate side it's even more difficult. So very specific industrial something, the market won't probably be very favorable in the coming years.
So Dan, given your position in the NPL cycle, how would you deal with all these corporate real estate or any kind of real estate assets coming
Yes.
eventually?
First of all, my point of view to real estate is very specific because when I look them as investor and someone who should advise the investor, I'm always about 10 to maximum couple year more of return of investment. And on the other hand, we here in Serbia are witnessing that return of retail investments, especially for the private people as investors, are more than 25, 30 years. Just one digression. I don't expect that the market will be shaken due to two reasons, especially here. One is simply the banks, the building industry, all other participants, they simply learned from the previous crisis. And we will not witnessing that we will have some pumped estimations, some investors who are pushing their works in real estate. So everyone knows now how to dose, how to work and develop. Of course, those changes with interest rate, with another issues, inflation will for sure have the influence. So that's the one reason. Another one, which is for me I always say it's I would say the biggest reason why market here in Serbia will not be shaken is that simply our all surrounding, especially from the mid-sized investors and the general public as investors, which is essential in developed countries, are only focused on real estate. So when you have someone who has in save, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000, the only investment where she or he is addressed is in real estate. Nevertheless, of return of investment, of all other risk, so that's the reason why the price here is stable and pumped, even more than in region. And the Belgrade and Novi Sad, but especially Belgrade, are actually the main example of that, because when you look all the people who live out of Belgrade, or people from, I don't know, Bosnia, Republika Srpska, Montenegro, or people in our people in immigration, all of them at the end of the tunnel, they want to have something in Belgrade or Novi Sad or somewhere. It is mine, it is my apartment, it is my investment. That's the reason why the price could be defended, even if you don't have a logical sense to explain why someone, whoever it is, small investor, mid-size, invest in something that obviously will be returned in 25 or even more years. To conclude, I don't expect some dramatic change due to those two things, so maybe slow down, then stagnation, and then maybe small decrease of the prices. That's all is. That's how I see what's going to happen.
Thank you very much. So thank you all. I'd like to open up now the discussion to the audience. So do we have any questions? Yes, please. Just please wait for the microphone.
Microphone is in Belgrade Centrum.
Hello to everyone. I am Sabahudin, coming from Raiffeisen, Bosnia. I could say that after this second, let's say, panel, that I'm a little bit confused, because on the first panel, the people who are presenting, let's say, audience here said to us that their expectation is that significant impact in upcoming years will come from retail segment, and now we hear information from your side that significant effects you expect on corporate side. Additional difference, if I take it correctly, is that on the first panel, the people said to us that they expect significant and huge distressed assets, and from your side, you are expecting that there will not be significant deterioration in the value of the property. From my opinion, as I see that the members of the first panel are coming from side of government, regulators, and KPMG and other parts, and now we have people from the banking sector. I'm not sure if all of us are ready for the situation which are coming in the next year. I would like to see your opinion. Is the main difference is that mainly part of this panel is coming from the banking, from the banks, and the first part there is people from government and EBRD and KPMG.
You mean depending on which TV you see, you hear different news. And there is part of the story that first, we didn't say that it's not going to affect the consumer. Here, it's a different opinion between Vojo and myself. I believe that from one side, the first panel was affected by the EU opinion and the reactions which we have, and they already started in Slovenia, in Romania. So the NPL is growing there. There is a inflation which is around 20%. We're still not there. We will see what's going to happen with the increase of the prices of the energy, but we're still not there. Related to the question of what we can expect, my personal opinion now, I believe that each of us as bank had different strategy in the past, and that's why we expect different things to happen. You heard Dan from the first panel. I'm not sure that I see him now here. He's coming from a bank which now recently merged, very different structured bank, Komercijalna and NLB. I'm coming from a bank which had 3 mergers in the last 3.5 years. A very different structure of the portfolio. So I think that each of us sees what we credited in the past, how much we cleaned the portfolio, and what we're facing now. I do believe that we're going to have increase in the consumer NPL, but as I said, the regulations which we have, the amount of provisions which we have in our books will not make it show in the balances of the banks. We will still keep relatively stable NPL. More. Yeah.
We as banks are more optimistic than the government, so this is a crucial thing. No, but just also, I think it's very market specific. So it's not, we're discussing here about many markets, and let's say previously it was, let's say, umbrella approach for the, let's say, all of the Southeast Europe and European Union, etc. So I think there's very market specific. For example, when I was talking about real estate and residential real estate, I had my opinion for the specific market here. Also, to clarify myself, I think that the NPLs in retail are going to go up, but we tend to compare ourselves to the previous crisis. Compared to the previous crisis, I don't think it's going to be such a big effect. I think it's going to be much lower impact than in the previous crisis. So I think what you said, it's like the previous panel said something completely different from us. I think we're seeing it, from a business perspective and how things are incoming. And okay, there's a difference of opinion and different approach of the data that we're analyzing and we're seeing from the banking perspective. You're being a banker yourself. However, there is going to be impacts. There are going to be impacts in all the segments. However, it's just a matter, my opinion, and which I agree with Irina, that retail is going to be less impacted than the corporate is, because I don't think that especially in our region, that the retail customer is as leveraged as the corporate customer is today, and the balance sheet of the retail customer is better than the balance sheet of the corporate customer. That the regulators did an approach to control the balance sheet of the retail customer.
Also, the lack of this debt sale of portfolios in the retail made us as banks pretty creative and efficient in the last period. You needed to find a way how to tackle the problems. So we have so many tools, we have so strong collection processes from the beginning of different products to accommodate the restructuring. I don't believe that it can hit us more than we've seen in some specific crisis, but not like 2008. That's why I think that maybe we're a bit more optimistic in some segments.
As much as I can recall, in Bosnia you had cash loans of 15 years. Now they're less, right? They're, I think, 10, something like that. We had cash loans 12 years, now they're 6. So this kind of, let's say, regulation makes it easier for the customer to repay the loan.
Yeah, sorry. So I hope you all enjoyed the debate, and thank you very much to all our panelists. And the next in line we have, if I'm not mistaken, next in line is the lunch. So enjoy and see you soon on the panel after lunch. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dragoljub Srtjanović. I'm a partner at BDK Advokati, a law firm here in Belgrade, Serbia. I will be the moderator at this third panel discussion, which is the investor's view, opportunities and challenges. I have here a great group of speakers, very deep experience and a robust mix of approaches to the market and investment strategies. So to kick off, I would like to ask each of the panelists to please briefly introduce yourself and your firm, maybe talk a little bit about your experience so far in the SEE region, and maybe link that with what is currently the area of your focus. Konstantin, can you kick us off, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Konstantin Kreis. I am Managing Director with Linkscap Investments, a firm that specializes in acquisition and management of distressed assets, primarily NPLs and REO portfolios across the Balkan region and the southern markets, Greece, Spain, Portugal.
My name is János Baksa, and I am in the business since 2009, and I am representing here EOS. EOS is a universal investor, so we are covering unsecured, secured, retail, corporate, SME, single tickets, real estate, which are related to distressed assets. And we are not only investors, but also having focus on the servicing, represented in 15 countries across Europe, and with an investment budget of 1 billion annually. So we are more than welcoming you to provide us opportunities.
Yeah. My name is Victor Tot. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of APS. Within APS, it's APS Investments, we call it. We are a distressed debt manager, and we are first and foremost investor. We have also similar, like János here, servicing units across the regions we are covering. And we have also the last unit, which is focused on real estates. Essentially, we do all these different segments of NPLs, everything that is distressed or even sub-performing. We have performing acquisitions as well, leasing companies and so forth, real estate. So the spectrum of our type of, or appetite of the deals that we are looking after is quite broad. Even, in some limited cases, real estates. And I've been with the business for 10 years next year, so yeah. And we are investing from what usually we say it's Poland down to Greece and Cyprus, but I just realized that we have an investment not a long time ago done in Latvia. So I would say that this is the newest addition to our coverage of the markets.
Hi, I'm Igor Stražičnik. I'm CEO of ProHit. ProHit is a debt management company and investor in Slovenia, Croatia, and Serbia. Our focus is mainly on unsecured portfolios and also secured portfolios, but a bit bigger. So that's pretty much all.
Hello, my name is Franci Tušek. I'm Managing Director of the ECM Partners, which is a private equity firm focusing mainly on the special situations, meaning like distressed assets, like leverage buyouts, project financing, We are especially good at structuring of the deal, so trying to find a value creation formula for all the stakeholders in the deal. So we used to cooperate also with the banks, other private equity firms, etc. So to find or to extract value out of the certain exposures. We are looking the deals from Poland to Greece, so the whole region. We have currently investments in Slovenia, Croatia, Bulgaria, Greece, Cyprus, Serbia. And we are trying also to expand into the other CE countries.
Great, thank you very much. This was great. I would just like to make a note to the audience. This was designed, this forum and this discussion in particular is designed to be interactive. So if at any point of time you feel that you have some question or comment that you think fits into our communication, you feel free to raise a hand and we'll let you jump in, and we will also have a dedicated Q&A time slot at the end of the discussion. So with that, I would like to pose my first question to the panel. And we have been hearing obviously a lot, and we have heard also today about this very unique financial and investment environment currently, not only locally, regionally, but also globally. The rising interest rates, the inflation, the risks of recession, etc. So we have maybe heard also regulators today, banks as well. They feel confident, I think, as they should. But I would like maybe to hear maybe more from the investor side. So I would like maybe to split this question into two, actually. One is, is there anything that we are not hearing, actually? Is it, do we have maybe, I understand that you all do your analysis, so maybe just the first part of the question would be, what is your outlook on general outlook? And then the second would be, how it impacts your investors' attitude in terms of, I'd say, for example, if the interest rates are on the rise, I'd expect that depending on your funding sources, maybe your cost of capital is increasing as well, and as also maybe some safer investments become more attractive. So, what would be your thoughts? Maybe Igor, you can kick off on that.
What we see now is actually there is now really big market on NPL because NPL ratios are low, but in the future we don't know what will happen because no one has crystal ball. But I think, of course, this increasing of interest will influence, have a big impact on investors. So in next year also probably should start some corporate portfolio should appear on the market, especially in the second part of the year. And we should be chasing this unemployment rate will be a significant sign how it will go, especially with consumer loans. So if the unemployment rate will rise, then of course also this consumer loan or NPLs will rise. So we will see. Maybe we all expect the future that it will be increasing of the deals on the market, but I think we all speaking now for 2 years that something will happen, and up to now nothing big is happening on those markets for now.
Vitor, would you maybe share some views as well?
Look, I would say that on our committees, when we are assessing investments, the discussions are pretty much more and more looking at the additional risk that we see on the market when it comes to interest rate, when it comes to inflation, the impact of the war in Ukraine. All these are having some level of impact on whatever investment you do. So more and more of the time on these committees we are discussing how we're going to be reflecting these in our expectations, models, we clearly see that the return requirements are higher. Like when it are higher, and it's the increase and the shift was quite dramatic and quick since the beginning of this year, right? I would say definitely around May it started, and now it's getting more and more crystallized that the investors across the region, and I'm not speaking about only us, but the partners with whom we are also working, are requiring higher interest rates. It's just a common sense, right? If your bank deposit gives you, let's say in Czech Republic, 6%, in other countries, I don't know, Hungary, it's even more, but that's an extreme, right? But a healthy return on your deposit, obviously, if you assess the risk profile of the things that we are investing into, well, that's NPL. So you obviously need to factor in the risk-free interest rate. And these discussions are happening. Look, I think on the first panel, it was very clearly said that nobody knows what's going to happen. From my perspective, yes, for 2 years, nothing is happening. That's true. But what we saw 2 years ago with the pandemic, it was more like I would compare it to the natural disaster, right, where you have a quick dip and it's a rebound back. So whoever did deals in that dip was a good, made some good investment, but then it rebounded quite fast. Now, the current situation is going to be different from that. It's not going to be a quick dip. Definitely, only if you take the interest rates, right, this will be driving a lot of issues, and we will common denominator, and it will take time to crystallize. On the bank side, they created buffers and are comfortable, as we understood from the previous panels. But that's gonna be, the issues will be with these companies, popping up that energy prices are going up, and there will be, unfortunately, but that will be the matter of fact that it needs to be reflected somewhere, unless they resolve their specific issues on a case-by-case basis. But I think on the level of the economy, this will create pressure on repayments, pressure on restructurings, and so forth. So just maybe to wrap up my long answer is that there will be definitely, after the current turmoil that's on the market, it's not going to be tomorrow, but there are already, we see already signs of downturn on different levels. It's just complex, right? So it will take time.
Understood. Thank you very much. I think this was very interesting. Janos, maybe would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, thank you. So maybe I would start with the comment that we are very committed to Serbia, to invest in Serbia, and we also have the funds for that. Yeah? There are different aspects here which we have to consider. So one of them, in the previous panels, we have been hearing that retail business is not open. I think that is a very crucial point to deal with, and we have been discussing this for a longer time. So I think from investors' point of view, it should happen slowly. So the second point is, I think it is very important for us to understand if Serbia is committed to its policy of keeping the exchange rate stable. So this is, I would say, the most crucial point for investors, right? So if we see signs that it is not, that there is any kind of doubt about it, then we would have a little bit of shaky environment. Yeah. So that I wanted to highlight at the beginning, and the rest is, we already talked about a lot of things. Maybe one more point I wanted to emphasize, that I think that the crisis is coming now to the real economy. So we have not seen that, right? So there is no unemployment so far. The commercial sales, okay, they are going down, but everybody is hoping for Christmas season. So what I'm hearing, but I think we will see in the next months how deep this crisis could be, right? So I think it was previously also discussed where it will hit. So is it like corporate, SME, retail? I think it will hit everything. So let's see. Maybe I'm the pessimistic one, but let's see what's happening. Maybe in Serbia it's a little bit different, honestly. So maybe the crisis will not be that strong than in other countries. Thank you.
That is good to hear. Konstantin, maybe your thoughts on that?
Right. I think we all, with my fellow panelists, when discussing prior to this panel and presentation, agreed on one thing, that we don't know what is coming. We can't predict it. We see that the banks in Serbia and across Europe are well prepared for many shocks that are, lie ahead of us. Much better than we were prepared 10 years ago or 14 years ago after the 2008 and 11-12 crisis. But one thing for us, we are an investment company. We are certainly mostly interested in possibilities to invest, help the banks, help the debtors resolve and grow our business. What we've seen on other markets, for example, now a trending thing is a sale of portfolios which are not like completely in default, but are showing the signs of default. So, if a bank has low NPL ratios, doesn't mean that the bank has no problems. I don't know, how are your overdrafts for businesses? Are they completely used out? Do the businesses have enough cash to run their operations? Is it, is it enough for them to pay the salaries, pay their suppliers? We've seen that COVID has introduced a certain difficulties into the supply chain and into the prices of the raw materials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those things are impacting the operations of the companies, and then this will bring an effect into the financial results of the bank. So in some markets we see that portfolios are popping up where it's kind of a restructuring type of portfolios where the companies are still operating, but they need additional financing to overcome the next 2 years, because we're not talking months, right? We are not talking this winter, we are not talking the next winter. It will be the whole transition into the new reality, if the new reality will come with the sustainable energy, different mobility. You open up the 2030 goals that are set for Europe and the European region, and those are quite, well, ambitious, let's put it this way. So implement it, we might come through cycles where companies will default, people will be laid off, and then, there will be more portfolios that we will be happy to invest into. But if there is possibility to unlock the market, the Serbian market now, we would be very much, happy to help. I think all of the panelists here, and so far we don't see that the market is opening. We've been here a year ago, and there was a big transaction announced which didn't take place. A milestone transaction. I don't know, is it because of certain reasons, but anyway.
Yeah, I think that is a very interesting point, because if I'm not wrong, the portfolios that are usually offered here are mainly consisted of deep default borrowers who are in very specific circumstances. I think you were referring to something which I think is usually called like a good company with a bad balance sheet. So it's fundamentals of business are generally good, but then there are these various reasons why this company is having troubles in the present to service its debt obligations, but with some sort of additional funding or some other relief and cooperation basically with and perhaps even taking an equity position in such a company? Is it something which you usually do in some other markets, and is it something which you would try to do in these jurisdictions as well? Or do you think that the local maybe framework for insolvency, for example, and that it doesn't really offer this kind of support to the holders of debt to take basically an equity position in the company?
As for our firm, we are not looking for equity positions. We are really into financing the debt obligations. I think there will be, possibilities to cater for such transactions for sure, even legally. But I think my point was more to the fact that once the crisis will come, we will all know that it will come, because banks will go in distress themselves because we've seen it before, right? And then it will be too late. Why not to go ahead and be more proactive now? Unless the banks, of course, want to turn into the workout companies and be in competition with EOS and Profit, for example.
I would just like to add that for the banks, it's usually difficult to sell claims at the top of the cycle, because the real estate prices are still high. At least the valuations they receive are very high, and they are having difficulties to support this in front of the credit committees. But on the other hand, the yields have changed dramatically in the last, I would say, 4-5 months. And what we are seeing across the whole region is that when we are discussing the deals, is that we are having a good collateral and no cash flow. And banks are turning the focus, okay, it's still you have the real estate you can sell. You should price this much higher. Yes, but there is no cash flow. Yes, this is the business plan we received from the company. Okay, but when we check this business plan, we see total different picture. This business plan, from our point of view, in majority of the cases, produces like maybe 20% of the cash flow, like in the eyes of the debtor or in the eyes of the bank. So this is something what we are seeing as currently as I would say, have quite different views how certain assets should be valued. And this is always because of the cycle. And also one more thing is, like I remember like 2009, 2010, 11. It was in many cases the same situation, like high real estate prices still from the good period, like from 2005 to 2008, which actually then haven't realized in certain point of time. And here is something what should be some kind of an adjustment of the market. I'm not saying, I don't like the term high interest rate environment. No, this is just a normalization of the market. Now the interest rates are, from my point of view, coming to the normal levels. And we should not compare it to the period like in the past with the negative interest rate environment, which from my point of view has made a lot of damage. In US, for example, they haven't had a negative interest rate environment. And this is something what is a total different perspective, Europe in comparison with the US.
Just add on to that we did back in the days an analysis exactly on this topic, that we compared when our portfolios and when the amount of deals in the market and the trades were happening, and it was happening roughly 3 to 4 years after crisis. It means that, look, I fully understand the banker who is also looking at the case, what you're saying, that there is a healthy collateral without any income, right? But how do you want to trade it without any provision at the time, right? So I understand those banks are having difficult times to sell anything. You would want the bank to recognize that the property doesn't yield income, so obviously you just put into the income method calculation the numbers, and you've got the value of it. On the other hand, it's on the it just happened now, meaning that there's no provision created for those positions. So obviously the bank would need to, if they would sell at that point in time, recognize losses. So that's just going back to the initial thought that this will take time, obviously. And based on our experience and then in our numbers, we've been investing since 2014. On the last crisis, it took roughly on average, I would say, 3 years to the trades to pick up after the financial crisis.
Just to add, also the cost of equity in the equation is very important, because banks and maybe also the institutional investors, which are like bad banks, are using their cost of capital when discounting the cash flows, which is a total wrong assumption, because our cost of equity is much, much higher. You have to price it with our cost of equity. Of course, it differs through the type of investor, but you shouldn't price it as your cost of equity. And here is the difference, which is usually very important to make a deal or not to make a deal.
Understood. I mean, I'm getting some, vibes about that. The overall message would be that our expectation maybe is that okay, the things are in good shape right now. Maybe it's not really that dramatic, but the crisis will come. So it is better to be proactive and to be prepared and to address it now better now than later. I think is the message. And what would be your what is your view maybe on maybe regulatory, from the regulatory standpoint? I have heard some news maybe that some moratoria are still being considered as a measure to postpone the effects of these macroeconomic and geopolitical factors. So is this something which really, I mean, it sounds like it is a helpful remedy today, but it comes at cost afterwards. Would your impression be, would you think it's fair to say that the regulators, not only in Serbia, but regionally, are trying to make a soft landing maybe of the economy and to manage this, but it is a risk in the long term, and maybe also prolonging the development of the NPL market activity as well?
Just a few words. That's a very good point, because a lot of NPLs are now parked at the government debt because of these huge supports since COVID. And this is good temporary, but then at a certain point of time you need to start taking out this support from the market. But now what I see is this support is just coming into the market. That's why also this we have very low NPLs, which is good from the statistical point of view. We heard today like 3.2% in Serbia, like 3 I don't know, something in Croatia, in Slovenia like 1%. But these NPLs, are somewhere, and they are at the level of the government debt. And also all these kind of supports to like inflation packages to the residential, it's okay temporary, but this is of course lowering the unemployment, and there is no, I would say, NPLs also in retail. But I think we are currently facing the same as in the monetary policy. We were just putting money on the market since like 2011 or 2012, and then we realized just during the night there is inflation, and there will be consequences because we are putting such amount of money on the market and decreasing NPLs. So this is something to consider, what is the right level of support. This soft landing, of course, is important, but we need to consider where is the question mark. It's like, is it enough? And also some market should also do its way.
Thank you. Does anybody want to add anything or?
I'd like to add one point actually to what Franci just mentioned about the development of the real estate prices on the market, and how it is usually reflected with a significant lag. I've been a couple of weeks ago on a business trip to one of the markets where we invest. It's a significant investment market. Is Spanish, well, Iberian region, Spain and Portugal. You know, if you open up the statistics, which is posted quarterly on the housing price index in the country, it's all rosy. You know, July, the prices of the real estates have been on the highest level since the last crisis, or let's call crisis a downside circle, kind of, because we are in a, I mean, economy is a cyclical thing. It will go up, then it will go down, and it will go up, and it will go down. And so everything was at the top. The months of August, September were the highest in terms of trade. Volume was peaking. People were going out buying apartments because those were the last months where they could get a fixed interest rate for their mortgages, still at 2% compared to 0.5%, you know, half a year ago, but still fixed for the lifetime of the loan. So incredible activity. October, November, these volumes dropped 60%. Can you find this statistic anywhere? Not yet, but the market is there already. When the bank looks, and this for us is also a problem as a firm, when investing and underwriting portfolios. So what do you do when you underwrite a portfolio which is secured with real estate, be it a flat, an apartment, or a construction yard, or anything of that sort? So you go, you do the valuation of the property based on the history of transactions, of, you know, if there is an income behind an income level, income method. But ultimately, those valuation methods, as we know them today, and based on the beginning of the year, are already outdated. Those valuations are overstated. And now we are at the peak. With the interest rates increasing, the price will drop. That's normal. The question is by how much? So when we as a firm analyze this, we look at two things. One is the delay in the realization of the collateral. So we delay it by 12, 24, 36 months. And the other stress test is basically the drop in the value of the real estate. Is it by 20, 30, 40%? Can we kind of deal with this type of drop in the underlying value of the security? I don't know if the banks are doing the same stress tests. Probably they do in a sort, but ultimately when looking at the NPLs, you cannot just say, oh, everything is great. NPLs are low. Are they low yesterday, or are they low at the end of the year? Are they low next year? So just, yeah, I really liked the point on this, on the fact that, you know, what we are often considering is a bit overvalued and overstated.
Thank you very much. I think one question I also wanted was very interested to hear your views. We have mentioned at one point the retail loans as part of your maybe regional strategy. And we have mentioned that, and it was mentioned also in the previous panel, that in Serbia retail loans are not non-tradable except between the banks. I guess you all have been around in this market for quite some time, and you're also active in other markets as well. And to my knowledge, Serbia is one of the rare jurisdictions in which trading this retail debt is not possible. What does it mean for you in terms of your long-term strategy? And how does this impact your approach to this market? Victor, Janusz, could you please maybe kick off on that?
Yeah, I can start, but probably the colleagues will have some other comments. I think it's a very important topic, right? So where to start? So, I really have to think which would be another country where retail is not traded, right? So I don't even know another one. So I think we have to make one step backwards, right? So we as companies want to build up here something, right? So we are creating jobs, we are helping the cash cycle, we also like to think that we are also supporting our partners with their cash situation, debtors, banks. So, we need a reliable business, we need economies of scale to be able to build up a company, and we need a steady deal flow. And as Konstantin mentioned, we were all waiting last year for that one deal to come, and it didn't. So, if you look from investors' perspective, we need a market which is good regulated, right? We need also an economy which is stable, so we can rely on the government, we can rely on the direction, okay, but we need also the supply, and this is not. And I heard that the NPL ratio is like historically low, but I mean, it's not in the banking system, right? So it's outside of the banking system. We're still buying like, I don't know, 2005 defaulted cases, which, we deal with them, but, to really to build up something and support and make the impact which we want to make, we need a steady deal flow. And that is retail, which, we are happy to invest in small portfolios, in bigger portfolios. We are happy to cover also unlikely to pay, so like short delayed cases. So we are there. We just don't see that there would be an opening so far. And maybe just a personal note, I was here 2017, first time, and back then we also talked about this topic. It's 5 years on the road. I think, it's time. Thank you.
Victor.
I think it all makes sense, what you said. So, and the question for me, obviously, is coming to my mind all the time that, if it's working on all of the jurisdictions or countries, why would it not work in Serbia, right? If it has specifics, then you can set up a specific regulation to address the potential threats or the risks that you see. But yes, I'll fully agree with that. We've been looking at Serbia for very long, and we are committed to the market as well. I remember 9 years ago was trying to do the first deal here in Belgrade. It didn't work out, but after years we managed to acquire portfolios, and we are having the same topics, how the retail claims could be traded. And if you just look around in the region, there is a very good examples, even in neighboring countries like Croatia, Hungary, where it's working pretty much good. I mean, like all these regulations, either one or the other way around is working. Just the question of finding the method that you like, and as the government, and it works for the specifics of the country. We see a lighter regulation to a very strict regulation. So I don't really see a reason why it wouldn't work for Serbia. Obviously, it's a discretion of the government and how they want to form the policies. From the business side, I think that I can just support Janusz here that we would be really willing to and love to look into opportunities, but it's a question of the steady flow. It's also combining to the moratoria and different questions that if you have stability in the country, that's easier to digest and deploy capital in the specific jurisdictions. If you have steady cash flow, you know that you can build up and you can create these economies of scales. But without these components, and I think that we are missing now the deal flow at the moment, most importantly, it's a suboptimal solution for us, even though we are present in the country and we are committed to Serbia to invest and deploy capital and following the market actively. But if there is nothing to trade, then at some point in time it's very difficult for any business owner to decide on the opportunities, obviously.
So yes. Okay. So I agree. Also, we all, like investors, agree that we don't see the point of this regulation. So if there would be some, I don't know, more security for the debtors, that would be implemented all around Europe, but there it isn't. So if like Victor said, if it works, why wouldn't work in Serbia? So, but what would change if you could trade consumer loans? There will be significant increase of volume on the market, and increasing of volume will bring new competition, and it will bring new money on the market, and actually then it will be a market. Actually now we cannot call it market now.
Just to add here, because I was developing this framework in Slovenia between years 2012-2014 at the Bank of Slovenia, and I was presenting also this here at the first forum 2016. So here the issue is the people. So in Serbia you just need to sit down and agree what would you like to do here and what kind of market would you like to have, because consumer, from my point of view, too much protected, and this of course pushes people into the moral hazard. So it's good that you develop an infrastructure and the framework that consumer loans would be tradable and easy tradable. This will not ruin or somehow hurt the consumers, but this will help the whole economy because people will act much more responsible. You can easily copy-paste the frameworks which have been developed in all the countries, in Slovenia, in Croatia, and also other SEE countries. In Greece, for example, you just need to sit down, go through the solutions, and select what would you like to have on your market. And these are something what the regulator has to do, the government has to do, etc. And you will see it will have much more positive consequences than negative.
So thank you very much. I think
maybe I would just complement that this gives also benefit of it's not directly visible at the face value of it, but additional volume and resolution of NPL problem in a country also somehow triggers more efficient legal environment. This is what we saw in area. A very good example is like Greece you mentioned, or Croatia. There were iterations of the bankruptcy law and the enforcement law, and it made it more efficient. We saw in Slovenia, that's a perfect market. Everything is electronic, and then you can resolve issues instead of pushing in front of you. In the end of the day, you want to, from our perspective, obviously the best resolution is just agreeing with the borrower, but creating this market of NPLs would help not only those NPLs and those tied up capital to be resolved, but also the larger spectrum of the country from the legal perspective, and these electronic auctions and so forth. This will be an added value, and it will help bringing in then the additional digitalization to the country and so forth. It's not visible. I would say what we saw it across all the countries where we are present. We are trying to all the time enter the country when the market is opening. Likewise, now we're looking at a couple of these emerging markets, and then work and be part of the market from the beginning. And therefore, I have a luxury of say that I see this indirectly as having impact on, for example, the legislation, the legal environment, which is obviously it helps the country to attract them foreign capital, I would say.
You can see easily in Slovenia when we implemented this e-court in 2008, and you can see the success rates are just higher now because everything is more efficient and more developed. So yeah, this is the path should Serbia also take.
Yeah, and one more thing to add is it's not the problem to put or develop framework and the rules and the guidelines. It's the issue is to implement them and to persuade people to think about about the content of their decision. In Slovenia we have, like, I would say, very good framework, but at the end judges decide about certain cases, and here we still have the problem. So that people who are, responsible for implementation are still not to that level which, we would like, and that would still help all the parties in the process.
Got it. I think it's a very, very interesting point, and it is also interesting to note that in the previous panel, I think we heard from the banks, I think they're also ready to offload some of the retail portfolios that they have already written off. So there is interest on both the lender's side and the investor side, and we also have good arguments, I think, to promote further this solution, which would remove this obstacle from the Serbian market. I think also my colleague from the previous panel has mentioned that there are initiatives in Serbia to unblock this pipeline. So there are good models for this regulatory framework. So I feel that this is, it would be reasonable to make progress on this one. I would just like to quickly check if the audience has anything. Maybe I'm still not opening the Q&A time slot, but just checking if on this point of view. I guess we don't have any representatives of the regulator in the audience right now. Okay. Yes, please. Yes, you just Mike.
The theme that we've heard in all the panels today has been the one that we've heard in 2019, which is lack of product, lack of regulatory framework, and so on. So I'm just curious, particularly from the investors, whether you're looking at different targets now. So for instance, the buy now, paying later loans, buying secondary portfolios out of failed securitizations, and otherwise, rather than sort of the more traditional mortgage loans.
If I may, Denise, thank you for your question. I think we are all considering different type of products, and whatever is being offered, we will always put a price on it and submit a bid. But I think the main difference to what we are trying to convey today compared to probably what we were conveying in the previous years is that looking back now over the last decade, we can see that with rare exceptions, most of the deals that we've done on this market, particularly in Serbia, and we all acquired portfolios here, were from the banks that failed, went belly up. And then we pick it up. Of course, we buy, we invest in those portfolios, and do what we would do otherwise, also buying portfolios from performing banks. But it's, I think, a bit of a trend, which is now kind of a time to decide whether the market would like to continue with this trend, with the banks defaulting, or us buying the loans from those banks or bad banks, or failed securitizations or whatnot. So basically failed financial businesses, or put it into the framework which has been implemented in other European countries where the NPL sales are performed on a recurring basis, be it quarterly, annually, or semi-annually. I mean, there is plenty of very good examples.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's an important question, and there is always a price tag for everything, right? So I don't see a big issue to buy anything, basically, but I'm coming always back to economic of scale, right? So we cannot invest into their portfolio and, you know, build up processes, hire people when there is no next one. So, you know, if there is an offer their portfolio on the Serbian market and we don't see a second one, obviously then it will be a very opportunistic pricing, right? And maybe just to come back to your question, the essence, yes, I think we have going new ways. Like for example, in Greece, we are working with other services, which we usually don't do because that's our core next to investment, also to service and solve the situations. But for example, in Greece, we recognize, okay, there are other services who are doing some things or some segments better than what we have at the moment. So let's learn, let's work together. And I think also in Serbia, but also for the whole region, such strategic alignments are very important. And I haven't heard it in this conference yet. So when we are talking in Western Europe with banks, we talk about long-term, how do we get together? What is your interest? What is our interest? How do we put that together? Don't sell me one single tier portfolio. Let's look at together what do you need, what we can offer, and build up a structure, build up a solution for that. And this is what, honestly, I am missing in the last couple of years. Maybe the reason or the issue is on our side. We did not offer, or it's not visible that we are doing that, but we have several JVs with banks, you know, to resolve all the late debts. Why are we not doing it here? So I think back to your point, so we put a price tag on everything, but the banks and the sellers, they would benefit much more if we, you know, exchange. Let's see, what is your plan? How do we move together? And let's split the profit. Huh?
So you're not only changing your product, you're also changing your services.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
If you would like to add anything to the question from Denise, please.
Well, I think nothing in particular. I think what was said. We are similarly like EOS, you know, adapting to the environment. Look, I think that there are recently, at least that's more visible to us these days, there are more and more of these in the major markets, the forward flows, where you essentially build up sort of a longer-term relationship where really the bank needs to rely on your, you know, best practices, the reputation that you can, you know, stand behind the commitments and so forth. So these trades are happening more often, I would say, but that's the case of the markets where it's already cleaned up, where the banks really want to have a solution for the next 12 months, for the next 24 months. They don't need to run in some banks likes to do, you know, auction tenders every quarter, but that's additional work in the end of the day, right? So it's a strategy of each bank how approach it. But on contrary, I think that these trades are a bit more visible these days, at least to us, the forward flow. But yes, I think what's played in also these days to these long-term JVs, that the competition is tough, to be honest, like for investors, right, for services as well, and that has impact obviously on you know, the banks wants to get it at the best possible price for them, and obviously the buyers as well. And there was more of a buyers in the previous markets than sellers. I think that was a bit of a more sellers market than the buyers, and then can they afford to have a shorter term relationship where they, you know, go for the highest possible returns they can find in the markets.
Yeah, if I may just very quickly, because you probably also participated, there was a forward flow, secured forward flow in Hungary. I mean, nowadays to price a forward flow, I mean, we lost, and I'm very fortunate that we lost, right? So that would have been the worst investments what we could have done. And therefore, aligning the interests and making these shock moments somehow carrying together, I think that is something which would work very well for investors and for sellers and in the future.
Just, there are very important aspects, like Victor and Janos said. We should be like partners, banks, and us as investors, because we usually see this as we are the trash, where the banks just throw these NPLs and we are this big trash, then working with these NPLs. Because we can, first is to have a regular discussion with us and share the opinions, how we see the situation, and then discuss internally. And secondly, we can also help you, especially what ECM does, is before it becomes an NPL, or in this preliminary phases of becoming of NPL. And this is something what we are missing, and this time is like not spent efficiently, and then the loss at the end for the bank and the whole economy is much higher than if you would invite investors already in the phase where the company, it's in distress, and then company would like fresh financing, etc. You are unable to provide because of the exposure, because of new exposure might be seen also as NPL, etc. Invite as an investor to help you on such cases, and maybe it will not be an NPL, or if it will be NPL, you will resolve the situation much more quicker than if you would leave it that goes into real red zone.
Any other questions? Okay, I think I'll throw in another one. Then I think we have mostly talked about the primary markets in terms of whether the banks, as the regional suppliers of the NPLs, what is impacting their decisions, and what about the secondary markets? Is it do you maybe have an experience in any country in the region or outside the region where the secondary markets have been working really well? Because I assume that you in Serbia it's not the case. So what do we need to establish a good secondary market? And is it something that you're looking at right now, or maybe to promote the secondary market as a seller also, if that is part of your strategy? Maybe Igor, you can.
Actually, like I said, there is no market, no primary market right now, so nothing big to sell. So also secondary market in this region is not really big or established. There are some deals, I think, from previous crisis, which now ran out, and investor made their return. Now they're selling what left, but these are really small and really distressed deals. So I think in our region, I don't know, maybe Costa can explain what is in our Victor on other markets, but in this region, secondary market, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, so fully agree. Although we did in Serbia our biggest investment on the secondary market. In Greece, we are investing mainly on secondary market at the moment. We have been looking on Italy's secondary market from the different kind of securitization transactions. So I think it does not exist, but sometimes there are opportunities, and I think it is a very good and very important point, because this is something which should be developed.
Any other experiences? Konstantin, do you maybe have?
I think from our point of view, I mean, we do participate in a number of secondary deals even now in the region, not in Serbia though. But I see this in a bit of a from a different angle. The market is developing, and the product the products are developing, and the fact that the secondary market has now grown over the last year quite significantly in Europe just shows that not only the portfolios have been worked out and the investors have reached their kind of targets, but also that the initial investors see other opportunities where they can make more money. And this is one trend that we see very clearly across the European markets. You can get not just single-digit returns on investments into distress, but we are talking 20+%, which means that today we're sitting here, we're saying there is not that many opportunities in Serbia. Once there will be opportunities, those opportunities will be compared to the opportunities on other markets and priced accordingly. And therefore, if the market will be behind the curve in Europe, it will be slashed. The losses that the sellers will take here will be significantly higher if they wait half a year, 2 years.
That makes sense. I mean, sooner you're ready to sell, the better price, I guess. And if you're ahead of the curve, then the better price is what you can get. Franci, do you have maybe anything to add to this?
Actually, I mean, the question is what do we define as a secondary market? Because I defined as a secondary market all like bad banks already, because it always has been transferred to the other entities. But I think what's important, we mentioned several times, is the speed, because in banks there are early warning systems, but they are not really effective, at least from my point of view, because early warning system should already tell the bank that something is wrong with the client and you need to find a suitable solution. But usually it's like banks are postponing unpleasant decisions and just requesting from the client additional information, etc., etc. But at the end, usually the situation escalates, and at that time it's difficult to find a good solution for the bank, also for the investor, because the investor has to act very quickly. And usually this is also the case because we have all credit committees, investors, etc. We cooperate with separate capital providers, etc. Have this in mind, that also we cannot act, just during the night. We are quick, but not that fast that sometimes you would require. So have this in mind when you are dealing with, NPLs or close to NPLs clients.
Any other questions maybe from the audience? Okay, then I'd like to thank our panelists for your time today and for your extremely valuable contribution. And I think we will wrap up this discussion and have another coffee break. Thank you very much.
Jedno pitanje, da li je neko izgubio telefon? Samsung?
Neko je izgubio telefon, ali...
Višak. Da, pa ne znam. Evo još ulaz. Pa možemo da krenemo. Dobar dan svima. Moje ime je Danijela Ilić, predsjednik sam Nacionalnog udruženja procenitelja Srbije i imam tu čast da moderiram današnji panel u vezi procena NPL portfolija nakon COVID-a. Pre svega bih uputila zahvalnost organizatoru New Angels Consultancy koji nas je pozvao da zajedno sa njima pripremimo ovaj panel. Danas na panelu imam sagovornike koji su eksperti u oblasti nepokretnosti, svako iz nekog svog ugla. Dakle, imamo gospodina Jovicu Jakovića, generalni direktor NLB REAM-a, imamo gospođu ili gospođicu Petru Siketić iz advokatske kancelarije Anđelković, Siketić i Tomić i imamo gospodina Konstantinosa Palisa koji je prisutan online, nažalost nije mogao uživo da bude. Nadam se da se čujemo, Konstantinose. Sorry.
Hello, good evening.
Okay. Da, ja sam odlučila da vodim panel na srpskom jeziku, ali možda će biti malo preplitanja sa engleskim, jer imamo i goste iz Grčke. Inače, Konstantinos Palis je član upravnog odbora Tegove i ja bih sada zamolila da svako od mojih sagovornika da svoj kratki opis ekspertize.
Pa evo, prije svega ja bi iskoristila priliku da se zahvalim organizatorima, zapravo, ako sam dobro shvatila, organizatoricama na stvarno sjajnoj konferenciji koja je zaokružena sa beogradskom dobrodošlicom na koju smo svi navikli, ali ove mlade žene stvarno dignu na jednu posebnu razinu, tako da im puno hvala na tome. Ja sam Petra Siketić, hvala Danijela na uvodu i dolazim iz odvjetničkog društva Anđelović, Siketić i Tomić iz Zagreba i dominantno se bavim projektima financiranja, nekretninama i pregovaranju i pisanju ugovora. Jedno naravno ne isključuje drugo, dapače često se isprepliče.
Dobar dan svima. Također moja zahvalnost za poziv da učestvujem na ovom panelu, da pozdravim sve vas. Pričao sam iznenađen sa velikim brojem učesnika. Nemojte mi zviždati, ja ću na engleskom kasnije da predstavim, pošto mi je to lakše. Moja funkcija je upravljanje nekretninama na nivou NLB grupe. Tri sektora su tu. Jedan je od non-performing loans, znači upravljanje core nekretninama i non-core nekretninama, tako da sa naše gledište i sa stanovište upravljača nekretninama i kako rešavati sve te portfoljne prodaje koje imamo, pojedinačno ili u portfelju i kako upravljati s njima i stvarati dodatnu vrednost.
Hvala Jovice. Kostas?
If I understand well, everybody is introducing themselves. Okay, I'm Kostas Palis. I'm a member of the board of Tegova, and I've been working the last almost 30 years for Alpha Bank in Greece and Southeastern Europe. I'm a freelancer since 2 months now, but nevertheless, I have the experience of the involvement in these Southeastern European markets the last many years. In the context of valuations of real estate and as well plant machinery and equipment.
Tako da videli ste da moji sagovornici imaju tu ekspertizu u oblasti nepokretnosti, ali iz različitih uglova. Imamo ekspertizu u procenama, upravljanju nekretninama i prodaji i pregovorima oko prodaje. Naravno, pričamo o nekretninama koje obezbeđuju NPL-ove, odnosno problematične kredite. Imajući u vidu tu široku ekspertizu i veliki broj učesnika procenitelja nepokretnosti na današnjem forumu, naš razgovor će se i najviše fokusirati oko upravo ovih tema oko nekretnina. I s tim u vezi bih zamolila svakog od sagovornika da prezentuje malo tržište nepokretnosti, kakvo je sada stanje, kako se kreće, da da jedan onako pogled na period 2015. do danas, u smislu zašto 2015. Pa čini mi se tada je bio vrhunac, jel tako, broja NPL-ova, makar u ovim našim zemljama koje predstavljamo, i šta se desilo u međuvremenu do danas, koje su mere preduzete da bi se poboljšale procene, upravljanje NPL-ovima, kao i prodaja NPL-ovima. Izvoli, Jovice, da.
As I said, I'll speak in English, so I apologize to everybody. Well, as you said, 2015 was probably the peak of the NPLs, and what happened since then, I can judge from our corporation, banks took a more serious whole process of management. So they invested in professional teams who can assess, so to evaluate properties, also to have teams who would decide on the size of the portfolio, to have the portfolios who are really very expensive, and all segments will just create a negative effect and then put them in a portfolio, try to, as soon as possible, offload them and find a buyer. Then the second segment was assessment that you have a real estate that you think you can manage to invest, to keep the value of the property or increase, mostly with office and retail or some industrial project, and then you add the value and then find the buyer. And a third one, if this is a desire or the plan, to have the real estate that you think there can be upscale, the real estate that you can keep it as income producing mostly and keep it in your portfolio for longer to create a really bigger portfolio that you can sell it as a very good yielding portfolio. So that's the main thing. Also, depending on from the segments in the market, we can see the rise, of course, prices from like 2018 till recently, especially in the residential. Where we work as a bank, it's a Southeast Europe, so it's a different jurisdictions. It's a different level of the development of real estate from the Northern Macedonia to the Slovenia. So every market is a little bit different, but in general, everywhere there's not much of difference. Of course, when we accredit, nobody wants NPL, and of course, when investors are going, nobody's thinking of that they won't be performing, and that. But what was happening historically before, really, banks were not equipped to deal with it, and this was the problem. So now, for example, in our group, we have specialized companies in Belgrade, in Podgorica, in Zagreb, in Ljubljana, and these are the companies that are typical real asset management companies with the valuers, with the lawyers, with the technical personnel, so architects, engineers, that you can really assess the 360 the property and really then make a decision. And of course, this is not easy. You can go two ways. If you want a quick offload, so of course you sell a portfolio as fast as you can. But then what we did, one part of the portfolio, of course, was that, and the other part was we went one by one. So it's a hard process. Takes a lot of effort with our colleagues, but then when you measure the prices you can reach, so basically every property, of course, has a legal and technical due diligence has to be done, which when we talked about the valuations, it's something, of course, that valuer doesn't look at it and it's missing, and then when you have investors, as we had the previous panels, these are the two things they pay attention the most, So right now we're facing a crisis, but let's maybe just talk later about that because we're coming on unknown territory because of the different reasons that were created. And of course, I'll just finish with this. In 2015, nobody was talking about ESG. Nobody was talking about environmental effects that real estate is creating, and this is one of the first things that we're looking at right now. How is it influencing the environmental phases of the real estate? What is going to happen with this real estate? And to add to this now, energy crisis. I don't know, in Serbia, I think energy prices went, what, 10, 20%. In Slovenia, eightfolds, you know, so, or you know, gas went 10 times up, so it's becoming much more burdensome to have this real estate on your portfolio, yes, if you don't know what you're going to do with it, so, okay. Thank you.
Hvala, Jovice. Zaista, to je, teške odluke su pred vama, imajući u vidu te zahteve u odnosu na energetsku efikasnost i održivost. Petra, izvoli.
Thank you, Daniela. I will continue in English as well, just to be sure that my other colleague Konstantinos understand me as well. So I obviously cannot compete with my colleagues, speakers today when they speak about the evaluations and numbers, but I can give you a sort of perspective how this all looks from councils of the bank's side. As I said, for 12 years now, I've been dealing with contract negotiation and drafting. And as a lawyer, I'm often asked, what is this vis major? What is this force majeure? Does this happen in practice? And a couple of years ago, lawyer me would say, no, this never happens, or this even rarely happens. So in the past few years, and we had that basically cumulatively, we had earthquake, pandemic, and war. So I promise that future me will not ever say that this is something that is not happening. And why I'm telling you this is because in past decades, we got used to the fact that we move in certain economic cycles. So when numbers come on the table, we lawyers usually sit politely and say, okay, this is commercial issue, you deal with that, and then we will wrap this thing later. But it's the fact that you can learn awfully a lot from solely seeing the interest rate, how the transaction will develop, how the negotiation will go, and how the transaction will end up in its final stage. So we had usually two types of cycles. Either the interests are low, and in this scenario, client is not paying that much, and banks and other creditors are in the position to be a bit firmer on their other terms. Or you have a situation where the financing prices are higher, the client is sensing that he's paying a lot, and they ask for attitude to be a bit more flexible. So we have these two routes that we usually navigate somewhere either in between or left or on the right. And then 2020 came, and we had at the same time low interest rates, completely unpredictable situation. In this unpredictable situation, creditors were asked to be extremely flexible. They needed to be because they obviously didn't have any choice. And moreover, the states said, okay, you cannot collect the claims, you cannot enforce the claims, and insolvency is not an option. So everything that we learned in the past, we were basically in position that we have to forget about it and just create some new solution. And why I'm telling you this is because this also, of course, made significant impact to the real estate market as well. So it was, to let's say, shaken, and in Croatia now the prices are extremely high, and particularly considering the standard in Croatia and GDP. So we basically have boom of the prices, and besides these globally known factors such as crisis in the supply chain, energy crisis due to war in Ukraine, we basically have two additional factors that have significant impact. First is Croatia suffered two significant earthquakes, and this occasion has unfortunately two phases. One is beside that supply chain is in crisis, energy chain as well. Workforce is very sensitive matter as well, because constructors are obviously very, very busy. So the prices are up for that fact as well. And the other, which is a bit more subjective, but impacts the prices in the end of the day, is the attitude of the people, particularly in Zagreb. And given the fact that more of a quarter of the state is focused on the Zagreb, it naturally impacts the whole country. There is subjective fear, where do you want to live and where do you not want to live? So, yeah. So we earlier had a sort of division where you know what price can you collect in certain region. That is no longer the case. So there is no necessarily any difference depending where you are searching for your property. So what will happen in the future, I'm not sure I can tell. It seems to me that from private investors and private citizens side of view that the things will change in a year and a half after the aftermath of the crisis and the euro becoming the national currency, which will have impact as well to the households and citizens. And in NPLs, it's really hard to say, because Croatia relies on the real estate. So it is basically the pillar of our economy, and it determines the prices. So for now, so far.
So uncertain.
Yeah, very, very uncertain.
Costas?
Well, I don't want to cast some figures, but I'm afraid it will be necessary just to draw the picture of the Greek NPL environment. I will agree with Jovica and his description of how they treated the NPLs, but here we had a different order of magnitude issue. Between the years 2014 and 2018, on average, the NPLs were 45% of the portfolio of the banks. And between the years 2019 and 2022, the banks managed to drop this to 9%, a single figure, still very high. As regards now the composition of this NPL global portfolio, the consumer and housing loans amount 40% of it, and the rest 60 is business. And lately, these figures have slightly changed to 30-70%. So it was a very big problem with huge amounts of real estate at hands of the banks. And of course, the state introduced legislation allowing the banks to proceed to loans securitization in order to give them the possibility to get rid of these bad loans. In the context of valuations, the introduction of the registry of certified valuers in the Ministry of Finance gave the tool that was needed to the market to use certified valuers to value the properties for foreclosure procedures. Still, this is something that works, and I would say works very good. Every property that must undergo a foreclosure procedure through auction and has to be valued by a certified valuer, and this gives, first of all, work for valuers, and secondly, it gives an assurance to the loan servicer that an educated opinion of value is given. I would like to say here that all these NPL collaterals have been taken by the servicers on a massive basis. So at the point when they got these NPLs along with their collaterals, no individual valuation was performed. Instead, most of them, they ran some underwriting exercises, let's say, in order to value massively these NPLs. But now, as they are trying to proceed with the cleaning of these portfolios and getting back their money and so on through these foreclosure procedures, now they use the services of certified valuers for every property. So this is where we are. The banks have managed to drop their NPL ratio to below 10%, actually 9%. And on one hand, and on the other hand, there is a huge amount of properties in the hands of the servicers, the various servicers who have invested in these NPL portfolios, and these properties are now slowly entering again the market through foreclosure procedures and auctions.
Thank you, Kostas. Considering that Greece had a really very, very high level of NPLs, I think it was over 50%, and perhaps the majority of them secured by real estate assets. Can you just say how did it impact other market, real estate market, when it was released?
At the beginning, let's not forget that when we entered the crisis back in 2009, the difference of prices between 2009 and let's say 2018, when we considered that we somehow exited the crisis, the prices have dropped almost 50%. So the prices of 2018 are more or less 50% of the prices we had at 2009. So we had a very low start at 2018. Now, all these collaterals that are gradually entering the market, of course, are entering the market with, let's say, good prices for those who are interested to buy. This is one part of the market, and it's a kind of stratification. We have old constructions, and when I say old, up to 2005, 2004, and which now they are entering through these foreclosure procedures at medium level prices on one hand, and on the other hand we have new constructions that are entering the market with practically prices as high as double the prices of these older properties. So we have a stratified market, a very new, very modern, very well constructed new properties, but expensive, and older properties that you can find in good condition at practically half of the price of the new ones. The rate of entering into the market of these properties is not very high for the moment, for various reasons. So I don't think that they can, I mean, there is a balance right now. There are buyers for the cheaper properties coming from foreclosures, and they are buyers for the expensive properties from new constructions. So this is where we stand right now. We have a stratified market.
Thank you, Kostas. Jovice, da li bi mogao da kažeš malo pre, si rekao da znači, imate core assets, non-core assets i tako dalje, da malo objasniš kratko kako strukturirate portfolio koji recimo pripremate za prodaju i koje nekretnine smatrate visoko kvalitetnim nekretninama, a koje one koje bi eventualno ne bi mogli da uđu u dobar portfolio jer bi spustile cenu.
Okay, start with the second part. All good NPLs are in possession right away or very soon. So regardless of the segment and regardless of the value. So it has shown in the Southeastern Europe region that legislation is not favorable to us. But also it's not just legislation, if I can be frank, in some areas or some countries, buddy and friendship systems or kum system, as we would say it in Serbian, it's very powerful. So if you don't have a possession of the real estate, you have to really think about very hard, and you have to have not just your legal team, but external legal team to help you out to assess how long it will take to get this possession. So this is one of the first, of course, criteria. Second criteria, because when we do our valuation, we do it, of course, by the RIC standards, but we also view it as from point of view of investor. So it has to have a legal and technical due diligence. Because what happens with external valuation that we get, sometimes on average 30 to 40% is a difference. Actually, it's a higher valuation than what, yes, overvalued. Because of course, the valuers sometimes they couldn't get into the property, or to be quite frank, financial institutions not ready to pay enough the valuers to spend enough time, or they're just judged by the whole portfolio as a one-pager, desktop portfolio. So these things really not helping. So of course, we know, yes, of course, if you can have an office building or retail that you can work on it, and depending where the market is, you can do something with it, or you can actually increase the value to it. But most of the banks in the region, NPL means portfolio, it's a bad investment, and these bad investments are not in Belgrade and Zagreb and the capital cities. Sometimes there's like villages that we never heard of it, Sometimes there's places that were maybe 20 years ago good, but because of the migration, because of the post-wars, that people left, now you have cities around the Balkans that had 100,000 people maybe 20 years ago, and now it's like a third of the population living there. There's no industry, there's no buyers. So that's very tough thing to do. So yes, the main goal is really not to waste your time, and to find a portfolio that, of course, has to make sense for the investor as well, for the buyer. You cannot just offload and give it whatever you think it's not good. It has to make a sense. So, but it's also working with potential buyers, to structure the portfolio. In my case, when I wanted to sell the whole portfolio, offers were very low, in 17 or 18, that when I decided to go with the smaller portfolios, and then on the end I decided one by one, so, and I have to say it paid off, but this is really like working in mind, so it's very, you have to really dig deep, so, but biggest really it's an issue in the Balkans or Southeast Europe, however we call it, it's getting possession of the real estate, and that is really creating enormous problems, especially if we have cases that we don't have a possession, but debtor is still maintaining it for whatever reason, but most of the time nobody's maintaining his property. So make the prediction how much you will lose, how much it's going to deteriorate. This is not easy stuff. This is why we really need the help of the valuers, need the help of the lawyers, and only by collectively you can come to the very reasonable decision. It's not, there's no win-win situation in this case.
Right. And, well, na srpskom ću možda, koliko objektivno informacija dobijaju procenitelji da bi na adekvatan način procenili vrednost. Jer, mislim, uglavnom procenitelji procenjuju tržišnu vrednost prema definiciji koja je svima dobro poznata u standardima i tako dalje. Vi sa druge strane pregovarate sa investitorima targetirano pravite portfolije, znači shvatate recimo taj element koji ste rekli, on je jako važan kada vi možete da dođete u posjed nepokretnosti, da izbacite zajmoprimca, šta god, i da dođete do slobodne nepokretnosti. Ali to procenitelj na neki način ne uzima u obzir. On stavlja neke pretpostavke i normalno ne može da kvantifikuje taj rizik.
It's not even expected, of course, but you have to do your best effort. But of course, when you do valuation, and if you use a market comparison or income method, it's fine. But then if you want to use a third method, replacement cost, it's not acceptable, And but this is just one part of our decision making. So you cannot just rely on the valuation, and you cannot just blame the valuers. Right. Of course, that's not the point. You have to do your homework. You have to be reasonable. What happened before? We're talking about the crisis that came here 2009 and then so on, and then you started solving these problems in 16, 17. You've seen that real estate there 10 years, nobody did a new valuation, this is not happening now, Of course, banks learned their lesson, I'm not going to say where, but I mentioned to you when we talked on the phone, I'm not going to say where, but in Serbia, but not exactly where. There was the bank that had a collateral on the building that did not exist. Valuation showed the building, and then when we went, this is before I worked in a bank, a different company, when we went to see this little town, we saw empty field, and we talked to the villager and said, yeah, it was bombed in 1945, So, this is where I said the valuer you have to at least drive by, You have to do your best effort, Right. At some point, of course, banks have to live from crediting. So, they at that time, they were not that restrictive. Of course, now it's a different thing. So.
Da, u međuvremenu je i Evropska unija zaista kroz različite i regulative i smernice koje su izdale European Banking Authority ili Evropska centralna banka, recimo, doprineli, da kažem, toj nekoj dodatnoj regulaciji kada su u pitanju procene kolaterala, nepokretnosti za banke. Tako da se sve manje i manje dešavaju, eto to što si spomenuo, tako je. Ja bih sada pitala Petru, da li procenjene vrednosti odgovaraju ostvarenim prodajnim cenama kada se prodaju ili nepokretnosti iz obezbeđenih kredita loših ili portfolija?
Depends. If we come to the troubles are noted in due time, then usually they do, because they will find a new investor or a new financing partner on time, and they will basically change the direction by taking some, let's say, smaller steps. If they come to the point where the assets is so distressed that basically there is no way back, and we come either to the enforcement or in even more dramatic scenario in insolvency, or to the sale of loans, the price is decreased. I'm not sure, perhaps Jovica could add a thought on this. If at that point, when we consider the price under which a property or entity will be sold, my impression is that always, or at least usually, without necessarily a justified reason, we consider the things from the market perspective. And we are not on the market any longer, because we are past that stage, unfortunately. So it seems to me that in certain occasions, we start from, let's say, higher price. I'm not sure if this is some tactic point or it has some perhaps other reason. But my impression is that we often consider what would be the value of the asset on the market, and we are not on the market. So it seems to me that it's a bit illogical.
There's nothing wrong in negotiating, of course. Yeah. There's two things. One is, of course, probably the book values. They have it could be much higher, but it's tactic of negotiating. Yes, you cannot sell on market price, but why not try?
Yeah,
but
why not to start on that point?
You're not going to get it, of course.
Kostas, what is your experience in Greece?
Regarding the values that are given by the valuers, Daniela, this is the question.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, according to the Greek law, the foreclosure procedure, the auction actually, starts with the market value is the basis for that. So the valuers somehow put many quotation marks on that, but they define in that way the market. Of course, their assessment of the market value includes compensation for the uncertainties they face, all kinds of uncertainties. Usually they do these valuations with minimal data regarding the property. And in the majority of the vast majority of them are done with external inspection of the property. So they do not have a good picture of the inside of the property and the problems, the technical problems that the property may have. So in that sense, their value, the assessed value, is an effort to strike a balance between overvaluing an asset and, of course, undervaluing it, which will raise legal issues in the foreclosure procedure. The borrower will go to the court and will challenge the valuation, and then the valuer also may have issues. So it's a difficult exercise, but I have to say that sometimes if the value is not achieved in the auction procedure, this doesn't mean necessarily that the valuer was wrong. Maybe the time given for advertising the auction and the specific moment that the auction takes place is just not the right time for selling the property. Of course, there is a mechanism of repeated auctions at reduced prices based upon the initially assessed market value. And hopefully at some point the property will go. So this is how it's done.
Since you're managing movable assets, can you say something about the valuation and liquidity of movable assets as collateral, plant, machinery, equipment?
Well, the banks are taking as collateral PME, plant, machinery, and equipment. This is allowed in Greece, but of course with different LTVs for each category category of PME. It's not very usual though. I mean, what ends up in foreclosure procedure regarding this asset class is usually totally used equipment that goes for a scrap value. it's not very frequent to have something with a value in it to go through this process.
Thank you, Kostas. Jovice, možete li nam dati uvid u probleme oko upravljanja nepokretnosti u okviru tako, vaše agencije, Real Estate Asset Management agencije, i koliko brzo, recimo, nekretnine koje su obuhvaćene vašim upravljanjem gube konkurentnost u odnosu na, hajde da kažem, nekretnine na otvorenom tržištu zbog raznih sada ulaganja koje su neophodne u vezi energetske efikasnosti, održivosti, pa na kraju krajeva i zahteva investitora da imaju svoje zelene portfolije.
Well, actually, not to repeat what I was saying before, I want to come back to this. One of the biggest issues, carbon footprint negative that is created by the real estate that we inherit, that we get from NPL portfolios. So as the bank, we signed on a UN agreement to be carbon footprint zero by 2050, but of course you have goals to be much faster. And one of of course, the biggest polluter is not just our core real estate, so the headquarters and the branches that we're improving all the time, but really issue it is what you do with NPLs, what you do with the real estate. That it's mostly not ecologically advanced. It's not really something that somebody is investing in. Yes, you want to sell it, but by selling this real estate, you're not really getting carbon footprint zero. So you're still responsible for it. So this is offloading real estate that it's NPL and selling to the fund. It can sound like, okay, it's not our problem anymore. Now it's their problem. They have to invest to it. And if you follow what's happening, maybe not in South and Eastern Europe, but it's following the Western Europe, especially UK in the United States, we're not. You can't turn down buildings no more, So because the carbon footprint created by a new building, it's much higher than refurbishing the building. So you have to think about this. There's, of course, many issues, as I said before. There's normal issues that we have here. I said normal, technical, legal, and what do you do? Do you go with portfolio sales, or you want to do auctions? Well, if you want to be transparent, if you're doing individual sales, of course you go through the auctions. You have your investors, and you have to show that you did everything possible in a transparent way to achieve the best price. Yes, you have to take consideration time to value. You're not going to hold something 3 years to achieve a 10% higher price, considering the inflation and all costs. But the biggest issue that actually for me and my team right now is actually this ESG and the carbon footprint that the building is creating, and how to solve this problem, because it doesn't make sense that we invest, and these are the pretty sizable investment, to invest in the building that we don't see as an income producing, that we don't see in a return on investment. But this is an obligation not just for our investor and for society, it's an obligation for us. We feel that we have to do it, and I think that our bank that I work in, NLB group in Serbia, NLB Komercijalna banka, this is putting one of the top priorities in our business plans, and also now with the financing. But they're not going to go to financing because you can't finance, and you don't want to finance a project that they're not have an ESG component in. But I would say that the biggest issue, and I think this is not much talked in the region, it's a negative carbon footprint that is created by the real estate. And this is a separate issue, of course. We're talking about when we're constructing, these are the, these 3 pillars of ESG, and this third one is in the construction. But what do you do with the real estates that I'm not going to say how big it is, but most of the banks have a pretty big size of portfolio of NPLs. Luckily now, not at the moment, because we worked on it, but seeing what's happening and seeing what kind of crisis it's ahead of us, even though maybe as a bank we're we're more optimistic that they won't be that big, but definitely crisis coming in. So this is the point that I'm worried about, and this is something that we have to think how to solve this problem. It sometimes seems unsolvable because, as I said, selling it to somebody else is just offloading to somebody else's problem, and this is not right as well. So I hope I answered your question.
Da, jako važan u stvari tačka, možda danas i između svih, da kažem, uzroka koji mogu da utiču na povećanje nivoa NPL-ova, a to je sada i inflacija, pogotovo deo inflacije koji se odnosi na povećanje cene energenata i hrane, recimo, pa onda geopolitička dešavanja, pa COVID, pandemija, zdravstvena, pa lanac snabdevanja i tako dalje, nije baš spomenuti taj evropski Green Deal koji će zapravo na neki način oterati mnoge i nekretnine, ali i u kako se zove, mašina, oprema, postrojenja u jednu, da kažem, veliku ekonomsku amortizaciju, čak i do vrlo, vrlo niske vrednosti ili neupotrebljivosti čak. I to ja mislim da će biti možda čak i najveći uticaj koji jeste uticaj. Dobro. Petra, da li bi mogla da nam kažeš ili daš primer jedne uspešne prodaje nepokretnosti iz problematičnog kredita, recimo u hotelijerskoj industriji u Hrvatskoj, i šta čini uspešnost jedne prodaje?
Well, from hotel business, it seems to me that a sale of NPL, it's rather rare. I would say that it ends up either in better solutions such as refinancing, or if in the meanwhile the commercial financing terms have changed in favor of the debtor, so they just find new financing partner, or keep the one they have under a better terms, or by change of the investor, because hotel industry is a bit specific. You have already site, you have logistics support, you have everything in place, you often just need a refreshment. So sale of NPL, I would say it's a little rare. When the new investor comes, it usually is combined with the injection of the new equity and the financing of a third party. If not that, we are on completely opposite side of insolvency proceedings. And I would say that this is a bit more specific in slower systems. They are either related directly or indirectly with the state, so they tend to be a bit slow in the decision-making process, or the owners are from some former systems and are not that adaptive to the change in economic circumstances. I do have one where the debt was converted into equity, so the situation is actually in the north of Croatia, let's say a mid-size of the hotel site. And the bank was the largest creditor. They successfully converted the debt into the equity. Of course, imposed the new management and supervisory board. Over the next, let's say, 2.5 years, they squeeze out the remaining minor shareholders, and they continue the business on, let's say, a site that is not considered a very touristic one in Croatia, even though it should be. So that is, for example, a story which did not end either in insolvency or just change of commercial circumstances, but let's say in a bit thoughtful considering how the things could work in a more creative way.
I see. Thank you. And da li bi mogla da nam kažeš da li ste u svom radu naišli na neke nove vrste imovine koje čine deo NPL portfolija? Imali?
And in terms of NPL, no, because real estate are still number one property in Croatia. It is considered as a pillar of the economy, and it's the best investment you can have. But obviously, there are some new kids on the block who understand the cycles differently, and they understand how these new sectors work. They are very active in IT business. They invent these gaming sections. They understand how the blockchain technology works. And they're creating an environment on their own, which is fine, but at some point, outflow of the assets will be enormous in that direction. And they're basically playing without any rules, and it can affect all of us. So in the future, I think the same as NPL, this requires certain regulations just to be sure that in the next crisis, because it will come sooner or later, we are not necessarily focused on one type of assets, but we have options to create a bit different environment for the future. So no, but hopefully.
Okay. Thank you. So, ja bih zamolila svakog od vas da eto, date svaku iz svog nekog ugla neki, hajde da kažem, mišljenje, zaključak na koji način i da li ste spremni svako iz svoje operativnosti na možda eventualno neki povećani nivo NPL-a i na koji način bi se to handlovalo. Da.
Well, okay, having NPL, it's a normal part of the business, of course, so not having NPL is not good for business as well, so not everybody can return the credit. But yes, of course, I think we are prepared now much better than what happened in previous crises, that it did last a long time because we learned the lessons, but somehow I think these lessons are easily forgotten. So it will happen that, well, banks were not financing. I mean, there's a, Costa says there's a low percentage of NPLs. It's much lower in our region because there were not that much financing to do the COVID the last 2-3 years. But actually, 20 and 21, we have a huge investments, of course, and but it's mostly in the residential and the production. So so far that looks pretty good. But yes, we know they cannot last, and we reached the peak. I think just yesterday in a conference in Portorož in Slovenia, similar to this, they said that official statistics says that there's a 50% lower sales turnover in the residential sector than a year before. So, but we see maybe not because we work from different jurisdictions, from EU and accession to EU and countries who knows where to get in EU. So so it's a different things. In Slovenia, it's maybe less of a problem because they build much less apartments, especially in Ljubljana, but prices are much higher. We can see that thousands of apartments coming in Serbia, and where that now looks good for investors. But yeah, I think in next 2-3 years, definitely we're going to see the influx of NPLs, but not drastic as it was before, because not just we're doing a better job, but of course the national banks have a higher restrictions, and this is just a logical consequences. But you cannot, we cannot predict. We cannot predict what's going to happen with the Ukraine. We cannot predict what's going to be the energy crisis. We cannot predict what's going to get with the Taiwan or whoever, crises are coming. And the biggest one that no one really mentioned here, because I didn't hear, again, I'm not going to talk about the carbon footprint, but this is amazing heating of our planet. If people are not realizing the most affected area in the world, it will be one that we live in. So the Mediterranean area, and especially from Slovenia down to the Macedonia, temperature rise is going to be the highest. And we're now it doesn't look like it's a cloudy day and it's rainy, but ecological catastrophe, it's coming upon us. And,
don't be so pessimistic,
no,
please.
I really encourage everybody to start paying attention to it, and not because Belgrade was the most polluted city, and the pollution is going to stay here because, of course, the construction is one of the biggest reasons, because we build the high-rises everywhere and there's no wind flow, and it's not to go in this. But our area it's going to have a highest consequence of warming the planet, and this will have, and this is not going to happen in the next 50 years. This is happening much faster than is predicted, but okay, I'm talking about, but yes, we will have a crisis in the next 2-3 years. We are better equipped, banks are much better in this, but NPLs are coming. So yes, maybe there's a hope, of course. You know, my hope is my kids and kids that I talk to, because they think more about these issues than we do.
Right.
So hopefully, we're not going to damage it so much they cannot fix it. So I think there is a hope. But yeah, thanks.
Hvala, Jovice. Petra?
Yeah, I can only agree with Jovica, because we learned so far that aftermath of the crisis tends to be even more difficult than the crisis itself. So I don't think that this one will be any different. From the perspective of councils, we are ready, because as basically every guest of the conference underlined, this is under-regulated area in the region. So there are very couple of rules. We know how to follow them. Everybody have the documents. And I think that the biggest workload on this part will be on the numbers side, on the people who are deciding where to invest, on the people who are evaluating the properties, in predicting the circumstances which are completely new. From our sides, as long as there is no set of rules, and it seems to me that it will not be for this upcoming period of NPL sale, we are good to go.
Hvala, Petra. Kostas?
Well, I think I will agree with my colleagues here, but the fact is that we are not out of the crisis yet. The crisis is still here. I've read recently that a new generation of NPL is under creation, mainly due to the fact that the cost of energy was rising so high, and the inflation is going up, making more and more difficult for the borrowers to repay their loans. So we are still in a crisis environment, and the fact that this energy crisis is getting us several steps back in our effort to have greener economies. For instance, in Greece, we will start burning again coal for production of electricity, because the gas-operated plants face now very high costs because of the increased price of gas and the scarcity of gas as well. So we are in a situation where nothing is resolved. We have to be very vigilant and just hope for the best. I'm not very optimistic for the near future. Definitely talking mid-terms or even long-term, especially EU will speed up its process of getting rid of fossil fuels because of the latest events with the geopolitical issues we have. But for the near future, it's not going to be better very, very soon.
Thank you, Kostas. A pitala bih prisutne da li imaju neko pitanje, kako ovi uživo, tako i online prisutni, ako možemo da dobijemo.
Hello, Ifeta Jahić, Raiffeisen Bosnia. Actually, I have two very easy questions. First would be related to, I would like to hear your practice about average time needed for the realization of distressed real estate, distressed asset. If you could share with us, it would be very helpful. And second question is related to real estate when we finalized all activities, implemented repossession and possession of certain real estate, and hypothetically speaking, we do not have any technical issues or something like that with it, is it possible to sell it for market price, market value? Thank you.
For me, okay, first question is easy, but the answer is not. So there's no really time. I mean, of course, depending on what kind of real estate it is. If you said, in the second example, if there's no technical one, let's say possession. So this is the main thing. Yes, we're going to assess the value, and my advice would be, of course, go to the market with that. I don't know what kind of assets it is, if it's where it is, what's, is the location, how well maintained it is. But all this should be part, of course, market valuation. So I wouldn't see why not. But you said you're from Bosnia, so if you're from major cities or secondary cities, it's going to be much easier. Yesterday I had one case from a town in Bosnia that had 27,000, now has 4,000 people living in there, and it's a little car saloon, and nobody sells cars there anymore. So is there a market for this? So you have to. It's not hard, but it's not so easy, because you have to know the more facts to it. But we have a real estate, unfortunately, they are like for 15 years in our books because you couldn't get, not buyer, you can always find a buyer, but you cannot get a legal or issue sold. Because in some countries, it's very common that suddenly spouses are getting divorced, and then usually wife never knew about the investments, and courts were having a practice, of course, that you couldn't dispose this real estate. Recently, that is being changed in the courts as well. So if things are clear, you can do it quickly because they're buyers, of course, always. So if I answer the question. But if you have particular real estate, we can talk about it afterwards. So.
Hvala, Jovice. Ima li još neko pitanje? Dobro, ako nema, ja bih zahvalila mojim sagovornicima danas na posvećenom vremenu i na izuzetno dobroj diskusiji. Hvala vam, a vas bih zamolila da ostanete na svojim mestima, jer uskoro počinje Fireside chat, to je poseban deo foruma i ovog puta će se diskutovati o upravljanju potraživanjima u privredi. Moderator će biti gospodin Dejan Vuković iz VP Law Firm, a učesnici chata su Andrija Vuković, on je direktor financije u MK grupi, i gospodin Morin Gligo, rukovodeći direktor ODM Collectionsa. Hvala vam i uživajte.
Pozdrav svima još jednom. Moje ime je Dejan Vuković i pokušat ćemo u ovom kratkom našem razgovoru i obraćanju da vam ovako kvalifikujemo jednu temu koju smatramo da je zanimljiva i o kojoj do sada na NPL forumu nismo govorili, a to je tretiranje problematičnih potraživanja u privredi. Znam da je kraj dana, ali evo jedna zanimljivost, ta potraživanja po svim studijama koje su rađene čine daleko veću količinu, iznos potraživanja, naravno, nego što ga imamo o ovome o čemu stalno i uvek govorimo, a to je Banking and Finance NPL. Sa mnom su večeras Andrija Vuković, CFO MK grupe. Andrija je neko koga smo smatrali da je više nego pozvan za ovaj chat, zato što je dugo godina bio i head workouta u jednoj od vodećih banaka ovde, a nekoliko godina je lider i vođa finansijskog odelenja u MK grupi. MK grupu nema posebne potrebe da predstavljamo, to je jedna od naših najvećih kompanija i sistema koji rade ovde u regionu. Sa mnom je Marin Gligo, dosta njih, vas odavde zna i mene i njega. Marin je CEO ODM-a, ODM je kompanija koja radi na teritoriji celog Zapadnog Balkana i svih 6 jurisdikcija pokriva, i kompanija koja možemo da kažemo, ovde na tržištu nas ima na onako prste jedne ruke da se prebrojimo, koja je jako puno radila i servisirala, pa i otkupljivala problematična potraživanja u privredi. Neki sleng koji se tu koristi je B2B tickets, B2C tickets ili impaired receivables. Teme o kojima pričamo manje više su najavljene na samoj prezentaciji foruma, ali evo ovako ukratko, znači Andrej i Marin će nam govoriti o tome da li treba ili ne treba interno kompanije da stavljaju fokus i da li to treba da im uđe u core biznisa, zavisnosti industrije koju rade ili ne, koji sektori to rade u tim kompanijama i kakva su iskustva, da li finansijski sektor, prava, kombinovano, da li postoje standardizacije rada i kakva su iskustva i iz ugla servisera u toj korespondenciji, ali i iz ugla samih velikih kompanija koji imaju temu problematičnih potraživanja i na kraju o benefitima koje nosi sistematizovani i koordinirani način tretiranja ovih potraživanja. Evo krenut ću prvo sa Marinom. Marine, pozdrav. Prvo moje pitanje bi bilo kako vidite, odnosno kako vidiš, da ne budem, dugo smo na ti, kako vidiš razlike između NPL-a na banking and finance-u, pošto i tu imate veliko iskustvo i tamo gde ste, da kažem, još iskusnija, to je B2B i B2C tiketi u privredi. Šta su opažanja i kako ti se čine ta dva aspekta poslovanja?
Pa, ok, evo, pozdrav svima i naravno hvala što ste tu sa nama. Takođe, svesni smo da je kraj dana, ali trudit ćemo se da teme budu lagane i da razgovor ide u laganom smeru. Pa, ajde da kažem, prva je neka razlika što u privredi tržište praktično i ne postoji. Malo ko od privrednih subjekata nudi ta potraživanja na prodaju i malo ko od nas je negde aktivno juri da ih kupi. Za razliku, ajde, od nas, mi smo stvarno bacili na tu branšu. Neka prva specifičnost koju mogu da kažem jeste da su uglavnom manji paketi potraživanja, manja su portfolija, znači nije kao kod banaka da oni naprave na jedan solidan paket, nisu ni strukturirana, tu stvarno svašta bude spakovano zajedno i neko naše iskustvo, ne pričamo sad naravno o velikim sistemima kao što je MK sa značajnim organizacijama i budžetima, neko naše iskustvo da često sa tim ljudima po prvi put pričamo na ovu temu, oni nikad nisu imali ranije dodira, nisu imali susreta sa collection agencijama, sa kompanijama koje rade otkup. Samim tim često je potrebno njima bukvalno onako sve od početka objašnjavati i kako funkcioniše i šta oni to imaju kod sebe i da to može biti predmet trgovine. Takođe jedna bitna specifičnost jeste da su u pitanju uglavnom unsecured potraživanja. Znači to su potraživanja iz faktura, praktično iz nekih jednostavnih ugovora, samim tim postoje, da kažem, razlike i u dokumentaciji i baze su pre svega poprilično, da kažem, nesređene u odnosu na banke. To su neke, da kažem, osnovne razlike, naravno.
Hvala Marine. Evo, Andriju bih pitao kako MK na nivou grupe ili pojedinačnih kompanija, ako ima nekih osobenosti pojedinačno, kako ona rešava pitanje problematičnih potraživanja i da li ste i kako implementirali sistem u tom pogledu? Pa u par rečenica da nam se kaže.
Dobar dan svima. Prvo hvala na pozivu, interesantna je tema, svakako za neko ko je došao iz bankarstva u jedan veliki sistem. Došli smo sa nekim predrasudama sistema iz bankarskog poslovanja koje nisu u značajnoj meri primenjive na biznis model privrednih subjekata, odnosno kompanija koje se bave proizvodnjom, trgovinom i odnosima sa svojim kupcima i sa svojim dobavljačima koji su kratkoročne prirode. Dakle, jedna bitna razlika je da su odnosi finansijskih institucija sa svojim klijentima mahom dugoročni odnosi 12 meseci i više. Iz takvog jednog odnosa je prirodno, kao što je kolega, ja mislim, pre mene rekao, da imate jedan prirodan nivo NPL-a, u privredi nema prirodnog nivoa NPL-a. Vi kad proizvedete, napravite, kupite neki proizvod i prodate, vi očekujete da ga naplatite u celosti, tako ste formirali svoju cenu i nema tu kalkulacije u delu, uključit ću kreditni rizik ili rizik defaulta, PD, LGD i tako dalje, ove komponente koje su u strukturi cene koštanja bankarskih proizvoda, odnosno kredita. Ipak, s druge strane, sistem kao što je MK grupa koji radi sa velikim brojem i dobavljača i kupaca mora da ima adekvatnu risk management politiku. Mi na nivou sistema imamo usvojene politike upravljanja rizikom kamatne stope, rizikom likvidnosti, kreditnim rizikom, cenovnim rizikom, kolateralima, tako da jedna takva odluka, jedan takav menadžment treba da obezbedi praktično da nivo NPL-a ne postoji. Šta je jako važno u tom delu? Važno je da se odluke o kreditiranju i odluke o načinu kreditiranja donose na nivoima koji su kompetentni da te odluke donesu. To takođe znači da i nakon da kažem, kreditiranja, kao i u banci, privredni subjekti moraju da se prate. Moramo da znamo sa kim radimo, moramo da znamo kakve su mogućnosti i mora da se odredi prag kreditiranja. Ono gde se mi susrećemo sa kreditiranjem, susrećemo se i na strani dobavljača i na strani kupaca. Mi radimo predfinansiranje nekih naših farmera u delu poljoprivredne proizvodnje, s druge strane prodajemo robu na odloženo. Kada pričamo o zaštiti od kreditnog rizika u predfinansiranju naročito, imali smo primere u našoj grupaciji i u nekim kompanijama koje smo kupili kako neadekvatan sistem upravljanja kreditnim rizikom može da uruši kompletnu kompaniju. To su neke stvari poput finansiranja do određenog nivoa procenjenog prinosa na poljoprivrednom zemljištu ili kreditiranje kompanija koje mogu da obezbede kolateral koji je utrživ i koji je značajan samim privrednim subjektima. Jako je važno da privredni subjekti, odnosno kompanije koje prodaju svoje proizvode, svoju kolateralnu poziciju ne obezbeđuju tako što na papiru imaju, imam procenu vrednosti od nekog procenitelja, to će me zaštititi. Jako je važno da se zna ko je kupac unapred tog kolaterala, da li imate komšiju ili nekoga kome je to interesantno i da li je to zaista utrživo i u kom iznosu. Uglavnom su to odnosi sa partnerima koji traju više godina, poznajemo se i ne bi smelo da dođe do slučaja neispunjenja. Ali kao što znamo, to se dešava. Mi kao kompanija imamo određene plasmane koji su nenaplativi, pričat ćemo kasnije o tome, ali bitna razlika u odnosu, da kažem, na neko moje iskustvo iz bankarskog sektora je prisniji, dinamičniji, frekventniji odnos sa svim i dobavljačima i kupcima, adekvatan izbor i ono što je recimo novitet u kreditnoj politici od kako je krenula korona i kad smo se susreli sa problemima u logistici i sa problemima u likvidnosti je osiguranje potraživanja. Osiguranje potraživanja je izuzetno zaživelo, naročito u kanalu recimo traditional trade-a gde prodajemo proizvode u lancima koji se bave prodajom robe široke potrošnje. To je veliki broj malih kupaca gde ne možete da uradite adekvatnu procenu rizika ili da pratite i da sprovodite i onda se oslanjate na polisu, ali i dalje vodite računa i pratite kako ispunjenje obaveze i tako dalje.
Hvala Andrija. Pitanje za Marina. Zajedno smo i prošli kroz puno pregovora i transakcija vezano za NPL u privredi. Pa lepo bi bilo da nam se kaže ovde koja su tvoje opažanja i šta si primetio vezano za neke eventualno predrasude i doživljaje CFO-ova ili head-ova legal ili uopšte ljudi koji su bili s druge strane stola kada se pregovaralo, bilo o servisingu, bilo o kupovini, pošto prosto nisu izverzirani u toj oblasti, nije im core i negdje im je to uvek onako, narodski rečeno, poslednja rupa nasvirali.
Pa da, jeste u pravu si i to što si rekao, zajedno smo prošli, ja mislim da sad već preko 50 portfolija smo mi kupili u privredi ovdje i u regionu. Zablude su mnoge. Prva zabluda, ajde da kažem, oni negdje imaju doživljaj celove naše branše kao i većina stanovništva. Misle da se mi bavimo nekim tvrdim metodama naplate, besomučnim zvanjem, popisom, zaplenom imovine i ostalo. Znači, to se negde svodi na reputacijone rizike. Naravno, praksa je potpuno drugačija. Mislim, specijalizovane kompanije to rade na drugi način, profesionalnim razgovorima i ništa od toga nije dobro. Druga zabluda negde im je administrativne prirode. Oni doživljavaju sad tu prodaju i prenos potraživanja praktično novog poverioca kao da je to nešto za što je potrebno mnogo paperworka, da nam je potrebno da nam ponesu svi njihovu dokumentaciju i ugovore i sve moguće, ne znam, otpremnice, dosta toga ima. U praksi je, negde smo i mi svesni naravno da bi to za njih bio veliki teret, u praksi je dovoljno da se to svede stvarno na bukvalno samo osnovnu fakturu i često sva ova ostala dokumentacija ne bude ni potrebna. To je uglavnom njima razbacano po raznim arhivama i mi to trudimo se naravno što više da pojednostavimo, a na kraju to su sve jednostavni ugovorni odnosi. Često i ne postoje ugovori, kupujemo i samih faktura, nisu kao bankarski krediti, pa sada tu imate, ne znam, silne kamatne obračune i ugovori i ostalo, menice. Sa privredom je to mnogo drugačije.
Kako rešavate, mislim, eventualne reputacione teme? Znamo da su finansijske institucije tu jako osetljive. Da li su i ovi klijenti po pitanju reputacionih tema, a posebno kad uzmemo u obzir da postoje, tražim stvarno reč, nekako mi je predrasuda preteška reč, ali, ja to kažem, nepoznavanje ove industrije. Kako taj deo rešavate, ne znam, kada se stekne 1000 ili 5000 kejsova i promrda se to nešto što je stajalo u fiokama i arhivama?
Savet, naravno, za sve privredne učesnike, nama zakon ovde dozvoljava bukvalno svakome da kupuje potraživanja, svaka kompanija registrovana može i da kupuje potraživanja, savet za sve privrednike da rade sa specijalizovanim kompanijama reputabilnim. Banke nemaju taj problem, naravno svi znamo bankarski tenderi kako izgledaju, banke imaju onako da kažem značajne upitnike i dosta traže od nas i naravno ne žele da rade sa svima. Privreda tu nije, da kažem, toliko izverzirana i to bi bio neki prvi savet za njih. S druge strane, mi se trudimo negde i kroz sam ugovor da definišemo na koji način će se ta potraživanja obrađivati baš da bi njih onako relaksirali dodatno, pa na taj način mogu i oni da preduprede, da kažem, bilo kakve reputacione rizike i bilo kakve situacije neželje koje se mogu desiti kroz to servisiranje tih klijenata.
Dva brza pitanja za Andriju. Imate li, naravno ne treba u detalje, KPI za menadžere u ovom delu i možda ipak neki highlights o tome kada i kako i kada vama potraživanja, postoji li neki standard, kada vam potraživanja kreću u NPL i u drugačiji tretman od standardnih procedura?
Što se tiče KPI-eva, to je, da kažem, interesantan indikator. KPI je nula nenaplativih potraživanja. Tako da, ja kao finansijski direktor grupe možemo da pričamo o indikatorima profitabilnosti, upravljanja novčanim tokovima, tako dalje. Ono što je moj, da kažem, negde najveći fokus i stub svakog biznisa je aktiva kompanije, pre svega zalih i potraživanja. Dok god su zalihi potraživanja kvalitetni, nijedna firma neće imati problem. Radit će sa manje ili više profita, ali će znati da ono što ima u knjigama ima i u stvarnosti. U tom smislu, sad je fokus na potraživanjima, jednako su bitne jedne i druge i zalihi potraživanja, ali kad pričamo o potraživanjima, zaista je tolerancija nula. Znači, po cenu da ne radimo i da ne rastemo, ne ulazimo u rizične transakcije. To se naročito pokazalo u vreme korone. Imali smo izloženost prema određenim kompanijama čiji se kreditni profil pogoršavao i smanjivali smo izloženost ili smo se trudili da održimo nivo aktivnosti kroz dodatna sredstva obezbeđenja koja su zaista utrživa, a ne da nešto fingiramo i tako dalje. U praksi dešavalo se zaista, ali zaista retko i mislim da bilo koja kompanija u Srbiji koja dozvoli sebi neki veći nivo NPL-a ili da se time bavi, da kažem, i sa određenim manjim postotkom vremena, dugoročno nema održiv biznis model. Zato je nivo potraživanja mali. Ali šta je ono što se dešava u praksi? A daću vam par primjera, stvarno je to vrlo živopisan teren, mnogo živopisniji od bankarskog. Prodavci kriju probleme. Imaju prisan odnos sa svojim kupcima, mnogo prisniji nego recimo bankari, vi date kredit pa viđate se jednom, 2 put, 3 put godišnje, dok ne krene štucanje vamo namo, onda prebacite na nekog drugog. Ovde nema prebacivanja problema. Napravio si problem, reši problem. Često se dešava da se problemi pomeraju, sakrivaju, vratit će, uplatit će, ženi sina, udaje ćerku, vidjet ćemo, prodaje njivu, ali kupuje vola i tako dalje. Ima raznoraznih primjera i onda dolazite u situaciju da odlažete problem, odlažete i onda vas udari po nosu kad vam najmanje to odgovara. Tako da, kad pričamo o KPI-ima, nije on zapisan nigde u smislu da bonus zavisi od toga da li je imao x ili y procenata NPL-a. Bonus zavisi toga ne može da bude NPL. Tako da u tom delu smo rigorozni. Bude ga, nažalost bude ga, mislim desi se. Moram da priznam da u MK sistemu je to jako, jako retko.
Znamo i to.
Jako, jako retko, ali zahteva zaista dužnu pažnju i kvalitetan odabir. Samo mi reci koje je drugo pitanje bilo za...
Kada vam potraživanje postaje NPL i da li ima neki standard zavisnosti od industrije ili nekih drugih?
Mi imamo izveštaje o potraživanjima koje pratimo na mesečnom nivou. Naravno, za određene firme koje imaju neke red flagove pratimo i redovnije. Sistem praćenja je negde sličan bankarskom, do 30 do 90, preko 90 dana. Signal se pali nakon 30 dana. Sve što je duže od 30 dana i pojavljuje se onako sporadično, pali lampice, gledamo kakav je bonitet, kakav je kreditni profil, odmah se priča sa komercijalom, odmah se reaguje. Jer svako dalje odugovlačenje u adresiranju problema samo povećava gubitak koji ćemo napraviti. I to je pokazalo iskustvo moje i statistika, sigurno i vaša, i u upravljanju NPL-ovima u bankarskom sektoru. Što ga pre identifikuješ i rešiš, što je veća naplata, isto i u privredi. Reci odmah ne radimo, više vrati mi, nemoj čekati. Nema tu sad blokiraću te i tako dalje. Retke su situacije, imali smo par, ali nije to izvor naplate. Izvor naplate je pravovremeno adresiranje problema i traženje pomoći. Vrlo često kolege neće da traže pomoć jer neće da pokažu da su negde pogrešili, da su radili pogrešnu procenu. To je prirodna stvar, na tome se uči. Ali treba reći, treba mi pomoć, da li je to interna, eksterna, in-house, od divizije, od grupe, ali lakše će se rešiti ako se na vreme signalizira.
Da, da se nadovežem kako to obično izgleda po kompanijama, baš što je Andrija rekao, mahom povere, ajde se pričamo opet o slabije organizovanim kompanijama, povere naplatu komercijalistima, oni su više usmereni na prodaju, jesu osetljivi na svoje kupce, pokušavaju sa tim nekim pozivima onako prijateljski i to ne žele da ugroze prodaju, to često ne da rezultat, pusti se menica, blokiraju kompaniju i tu negde oni stanu. Neki malo agilniji pokušavaju da utuže, to rade ili preko internih ovih pravnih službi ili preko njihovog advokata koji im servisira kompletno korporativno pravo, koji svakako nisu specijalizovani za ovaj posao, nemaju tu industriju, nemaju te alate, nemaju ni investicioni potencijal da vode, da ulažu u takse i to onda njima izgleda skupo, dosta toga ostane prosto dalje netretirano. Jednostavno ih ostavi i tu im se valjaju po knjigama narednih kod preduzetnika i do 10 godina, na kraju onda moraju i da rade i otpise. S druge strane, ako prepoznaju priliku, naravno, da rade sa kompanijama koje su za to specijalizovane, mi možemo to da im rešimo i mnogo ranije, a i u tim kasnijim fazama smo svakako dosta, da kažem, spremniji i obučeniji za to. Imamo alate, imamo ekipu, ne znam, to kad mi kažu izvršitelji, skupo nam je da puštamo, što niste utuživali, skupo nam je da puštamo izvršenje, jeste, izvršitelji jesu ovde, da kažem, skupa alatka, ali ako se i sa njima upravlja na pravi način, odlična su alatka, jer mogu da dovedu do krajnje naplate. Oni jesu negde odglavili naše tržište još tamo od 2012. godine. Evo mi, na primer, naravno radimo sa izvršiteljima u svim gradovima i igrom slučaja kroz druga portfolija, više kroz ova telekomunikacijona portfolija koje spadaju ona komunalna i slična potraživanja, gde zakon propisuje da mora se radi ravnomerno sa svim izvršiteljskim kancelarijama. Mi smo kroz ta potraživanja, pošto smo pokrenuli preko 30.000 izvršenja u tom portfoliju, dobili jednu sjajnu bazu. Razvili smo interno softver, naravno od početka radimo sa našim softverom koji integriše i utuženja i ranu naplatu, call centar, sve prati do kraja i na taj način mi sad imamo 30.000 predmeta raspoređenih ravnomerno na 250 izvršiteljskih kancelarija, gde mi beležimo svaki poziv, svaki podnesak, svaki taj trošak, svaku radnju i samim tim onako na jedan klik praktično imamo studiju rada izvršitelja u Srbiji, koliko brzo reaguje nakon prvog podneska, koji je procenat naplate, koji je procenat naplate versus troškova koji naplate. Na taj način mi postižemo mnogo veću efikasnost u naplati i sigurno ćemo uvek biti bolji nego neka ta pravna služba kod nekog distributera ili njegov...
Kod Andrije.
Ne, stvarno ne pričamo o MK, mislim, MK je jedan na tržištu, ima par kompanija koje na taj način funkcionišu, to su ove velike kompanije. Ovde stvarno pričamo o velikom broju manjih kompanija, proizvođača, distributera, stvarno iz raznih sfera privrede koje stvarno nisu izverzirane u ovom našem poslu. A negde i ne prepoznaju tu svoju potrebu, iako stvarno ima, postoji, što je Dejan rekao, more potraživanja na tom tržištu.
Ja moram da se nadovežem, sad sam u stvari tek shvatio zašto sam ti postio pitanje za KPI i stvarno ovaj deo nisam pripremao. Znaju Marini ljudi koji su sa mnom sarađivali, a posebno mi se dopalo kad si rekao da je 0, pa mi je to upalilo lampicu. Ja znam kad smo išli na sastanke, jer negde ti sastanci i pregovori, pričam stvarno o velikim kompanijama i sistemima i vrlo poznatim, i onda je negde onako u nekom, ajde neću da kažem ping-pongu CFO-ova i headova ligla, uvek se pominjalo, pa ne, nama NPL je nikakav, vrlo mali, nema ga, znate, nama je target na KPI-u 98,5%, mi smo na 99 naplativih, a onda ja onako u glavi razmišljam, a u 1% je, pa ne znam, 50-100 hiljada evra, pa 10 godina unazad, i prosto negde moj utisak, pošto nisam samo ovde i moderator i sagovornik sam, moj utisak je da ono s čime smo se susretali je zapravo da čim, i to je imalo smisla u jednom delu, znači čim im izađe iz faze gde ne mogu da ovim standardnim, osnovnim metodama tretiraju ili ne tretiraju, ili se to radi na neki onako vrlo površan način. Prosto ili se da advokatima ili nekom outsourcu koji to onda opet ne gleda market logikom i tržišnom logikom, nego onako formalnim koracima na kraju, pošto je to teško naplativo, gle čuda bude i neisplativo raditi tako. I drugi moj utisak koji tu prevaljuje, da ni danas većina privrede nije svesna šta ima u fijokama i kako time raditi. To je ono što mislim da je onako siže ove teme. Naravno, kompanije koje su se jako dobro setapovali ili kompanije koje imaju masovna potraživanja kao što su telko operateri, tu jeste situacija malo drugačija. Evo, privodimo polako kraju. Pitanje za Andriju. Outsource da, ne i kada, ukratko, i zatvorili ste krug procedure, pa na kraju i prodajom, prepoznali ste to. Koji su tvoji utisci u tom pogledu? Prvo je outsource da ili ne i kada?
Samo da se vratim na ovu temu, pošto je interesantna kad pričamo privreda i prodaja potraživanja. Uglavnom su privredni subjekti ovde u vlasništvu domaćih ljudi, je li tako? Ubediti gazdu ili izaći pred gazdu i reći, šefe, zakucali smo se, mora prodamo ovo, odmah ide, jesi ti nesposoban da naplatiš potraživanje, šta te ja plaćam, šta ste vi radili, ko je ovo prodao, zovi komercijalistu, zovi Svetog Petra, možete vi ovo da naplatite? Možemo, kad možete, odmah možemo, kreni, i tako se to vrti i ponavlja, onda više niko i ne dolazi. S jedne strane postoji ta jedna rezerva, ako pustim da prodaju potraživanja, ode mast u propast, ima da se rasprodaju potraživanja, da se prodaju i da se naplaćuje i Boga pitaj šta. S druge strane, ako se ne dozvoli, ljudi se opterećuju nekim poslom i bave se i muče se, ne bi li se dokazali, a luz situacija za sve. To mi je uvod za outsource da ili ne. Apsolutno da. A ako imamo ljude koje smo kvalitetno izabrali, kvalitetno obučili, iscrpli sve svoje interne resurse i nismo uspeli da uradimo nešto, i imamo procenu takvu kakvu imamo, moramo da budemo svesni da je trošenje vremena trošak, da je trošenje mog vremena trošak i da na kraju krajeva ljudi kojima je to ekspertiza, koji na tome zarađuju i kojima je to core biznis. Nama nije core biznis naplata potraživanja. Nama su core biznis komercijalni ugovori, investicioni ugovori, raznorazni drugi pravni poslovi i finansijski poslovi. Tako da je u firmi koja se trudi da bude efikasna, da ima adekvatan broj zaposlenih, suludo da troši vreme top menadžmenta, a nikad se problemima ne bave, da kažem, radnici koji su možda na nižim menadžerskim nivoima, nego kad je problem, onda je to problem menadžmenta. I vi imate ljude koji definišu strategiju, koji se bave makroslikom, koji se bave važnim stvarima, jure naplatu, znaš, rođaka, ovog, onog, ko je, šta je, dodaj, jesi uzo ovo ili jesi uzo ono. Mislim da je to gubljenje vremena, mislim da je jako važno da je tim koji se bavi i menadžment kad se izabere, da je transparentan, jasan, dosledan, da se tu i tamo neka greška podvuče se, to je, mislim, život. A na kraju, kada iscrpimo mogućnosti, apsolutno da. Mi smo u procesu sada gde želimo da određena potraživanja koja se jako dugo provlače kroz sistem, da rešimo na taj način, da angažujemo nekoga ko bi u outsourcu probao da uradi nešto više od nas. Na kraju krajeva, finansijski izveštaj naše knjige će izgledati lepše i bolje i čistije. Nema mi šta da prikazujemo, sada ja objašnjavam revizorima, ispravio sam, nisam, pokušao sam, ali i dalje ne mogu i tako dalje. Mislim, jasno je ako se nešto vuče 2, 3, 5 godina, jasno je da nam je teško. Onda je razumno tražiti pomoć i uraditi to na taj način. A hvala Bogu, tržište je razvijeno, mi stvarno razgovaramo i poslujemo na više tržišta i posmatramo praksu i na različitim tržištima. Tržište naplate potraživanja u Srbiji je izuzetno lepo razvijeno, izuzetno lepo funkcioniše. Firme koje rade to profesionalno imaju reputaciju i nema ni jedan skandal koji je vezan u tom pogledu. I nema razloga da se ta pomoć ne iskoristi. Tako da, apsolutno, Dejane, to je nešto što je dobar tu. Ali ne sme, izvinjavam se, teško je biznisima priznati da treba pomoć za naplatu potraživanja, jer to je jednostavno, kako da kažem, jeres. Doživljava se kao da vas je neko prevario, da smo ispali naivni, a sada još i prodajemo, a uvek se postavlja pitanja...
Dobro, nismo mi tako sujetan narod.
Ne, nismo tamo ponosni. I nismo ponosni i nemamo inat i ego, tako da...
Skroz te razumem.
Hoću da kažem, znači da.
Ok, Marine, evo, polako privodimo kraju, pa znam da ne voliš da se hvališ, ali ajde u par rečenica, prosto kako serviser, nebitno, da li tvoja kompanija, neka druga, kako napravi razliku i u čemu je, po znacima navoda, tajna, sem naravno core, non-core, ali ti alati, naročito kada imamo neke brojne, masovne, kompleksne etikete. Samo par rečenica.
Pa dobro, ajde, pre svega sve ovo što radimo i u drugim portfolijima, tim redovnim tretiranjem, proverama podataka kroz sve javne baze, optimizovanjem procesa, kad imate veliki call centar, sve alate, njega jako za mnogo brže vreme možete da obradite veći broj predmeta, iskustvo u pregovorima, opet jako veliki deo se tu isto naplati, pre svega u pregovorima, znači stvarno manji deo se ide na utuženje, iako mi naravno imamo sve te alati u saradnji sa VPL Forum, možemo svaki predmet i da utužimo i da isteramo do posljednjih faza naplate. Onda sve ovo što sam mi pričao o softveru, ta neka optimizacija, biranje partnera, mislim, na količine koje mi imamo, svaki taj procenat, svaki tih 0,5% što pomerimo u efikasnosti sa svim tim nekim novijim strategijama, poboljša rezultat. Ne može nikada u nekoj kompaniji pravna služba ili te neke interne zaposle 2, 3 onako koleginice da zovu telefonom, nikada oni ne mogu da dovede do tog nivoa efikasnosti. Nas, pričali smo, baš kažu, mi to isto radimo. Uglavnom kada odemo, oni kažu, pa mi to isto radimo. Mi zovemo, pošaljemo opomenu i utužimo. Sve to isto što i vi. Onda mi kupimo portfolio i što kaže Dejan, gle čuda, napravimo rezultat značajno veći. Imali smo i slučajeve da smo kupili portfolio po ovom periodu cut-offa, vidimo da su u stvari više trošili kroz izvršitelja, advokate, da su im veći bili troškovi nego što su naplaćivali. I to je bio novembar, decembar, što znaju kolege, najbolji meseci u naplati. Mi kad smo ga uzeli, naravno, postigli smo u kratkom roku mnogo bolje rezultate nego što su oni za 3-4 godine izvukli iz tog portfolija.
Marin, izvini, to je ono što pričamo, to je core biznis vaš.
Jeste.
To je ono što je, i mi kad pričamo, recimo, kad pričamo o biznisu i o ekonomiji, mi pričamo o ekonomiji, obima je važno, tako važno je da osvajamo, da rastemo, da guramo, da i onda se mi susrećemo sa situacijom da je naš argument u razgovoru sa outsource agencijama za naplatu, mi radimo isto što i vi, mi imamo 3 čoveka, a vi imate 300 čoveka, 300 ljudi. Mi imamo 3 predmeta, vi imate 3000 predmeta. Ne može da bude isto, ne može da bude ista efikasnost. jednostavno statistički nije dokazano da nije tako. Zato je važno da...
Ja bih se nadovezao, mislim da je onako jako bitan alat tu bavljenje i da kompanije iz raznih razloga, pre svega core, non-core i uopšte nemanje te ekspertize na nivou koji imaju profesionalni serviseri, prosto ne tretiraju tiket, a svaki tiket, svako potraživanje od najviše kolateralizovanih pa i na masovnom unsecuredu traži bavljenje. I negde većina dužnika kada vide da se serviser, odnosno poverilac bilo koji, da kao profesionalni investitor, da inicijalni poverilac bavi tobom, oni reaguju, a veliki sistemi i kompanije to nemaju kao stavku bavljenja. Dobro, momci, privodimo kraju, imate li još neku poruku, skup isto, ako ima pitanja, ovo je i zamišljeno kao malo laganija konverzacija, tako da izvolite, tu smo. Dobro, kraj dana, hvala vam svima, lep dan, lep... Ja nisam video. Izvinjavam se, nisam vidio.
Hvala. Ako mogu, jedno pitanje, Nicholas Swan, Capital Markets Advisory. Samo meni zanima, po vašem iskustvu sa ovim problematičnim potraživanjima, sa srpskim kupcima u Srbiji, je li to bolje, gore od ostalih u regionu? Isto, šta je vaše iskustvo? I da li ima neki strukturni razlog?
Češ ti, Marina?
Pa da, ajde, mi smo realizovali nekoliko otkupa, naravno i u Bosni, evo sad i u Crnoj Gori. Manje više njihova percepcija je slična. Koleginica iz Bosne je baš imala te razgovore, sa što kaže Andrija gazdama, ajde, možda je to bio taj da ne optužim celo tržište. Bosna ima taj problem što nema, naravno, javne izvršitelje, sudska naplata im još uvek nije uspostavljena, ali, da kažem, sličan je doživljaj i sličan je, da kažem, nivo poznavanja te teme i tamo isto često dolazimo u situaciju da pričamo sa nekim ko po prvi put priča sa bilo kim iz ove branše. Znači, oni negde, mogu slobodno da kažem, za mnogi od njih da ne znaju da postojimo. Svi mi ovdje. Tako da slično, evo Dejane, reci ti što su tvoje...
Ne, tu je dupla tema. Prva tema je ove predrasude i neznanje, ne u prozivci tih ljudi, prosto se nisu bavili. I na to još kad se doda da ne znaju ni vrednost toga negde, ajde ne samo ego, nego i doživljaje kako nešto što je 100 sada se drastično diskontuje, kada ta dva sastojka ubacite u početak pregovora i neko sa druge strane onako mora, ne znam, debelo da pretraži sajt, da vidi da imate track record sa 50 ozbiljnih kompanija i dilova, pa onda na to da mu još i objasnite, onda na sve to i da pobedi to što se negde ovako preračunao, ispao, uslovno rečeno naivan, a nije, prosto NPL svugde normalna standardna pojava, to onda dovodi do toga da im je doživljaj jako defanzivan, ali definitivno mi ne vidimo veliku razliku i osobenosti u ovih 6 jurisdikcija gde mi radimo. Opet ja na Crnu Goru adresiram, kod njih je licenca takva i po mom mišljenju to je dobra stvar, to je dobar primer i za privredu. Crna Gora prosto dozvoljava regulator da single transakcije mogu da idu bez dozvole u privredi. I to ima smisla, jer prosto to je ustupanje potraživanja i to je kao što kompaniji može da zajam i to ne može da se smatra kreditnim poslom, ali ako bi to bila neka kontinuirana aktivnost, i tekako bi involvirala regulatora i kršenje propisa. I oni u tom pogledu nemaju temu. Ali su zato isto kao kod banking and finance-a uveli da i privreda mora da ima licenciranje. I vi automatski imate onda drugačiju pregovaračku poziciju i operativnu poziciju kad s nekim sednete preko puta. Nebitno, ja volim da kažem za srpske uslove, da li je to plastičar u Pazovi ili head MK grupe ili nekog ogromnog sistema. Oni onda znaju da ste vi pod monitoringom centralne banke, vi morate, evo, proveravali smo, Marin i ODM imaju licencu u Crnoj Gori, vi morate onda i u tom delu privrede, ne samo BF-a, da radite reporting, prosto negde relaksirate relaciju i onda oni kažu pa da, ovo može, vidi, ovo je dozvolila i država, ovo je i pod kontrolom centralnih banaka i onda stvari krenu. Tako da, opet ja se vraćam na to. Jako bi bilo dobro, evo, sad malo gledam i u drage kolege, ali jako bi bilo dobro da i ako budemo prodrmali malo regulatora našeg, da negde adresiramo to i ka privredi. Jel imamo još pitanja? Nemamo. Hvala vam svima, uživajte, lep dan, lep vikend. Hvala naravno Jasni ekipi.